Nobody could tell me I can't speak about my life or my experiences, but I can't come here and speak about the nation and talk about like if I'm the spokesman or I'm somebody like in charge or something like nah, I can't do that, bro. And nobody bigger than the crown.
All right, back in the house, my brother from another mother, one of my best guys I know, got the best dogs always on camera. Cano Almighty.
What's going on, Panda? How we doing?
It's good, man. How you doing?
I'm chilling. Same old thing, you know.
I see you got the gold on and everything. You making a lot of money out here now, huh?
Man, this thing is older than you. You know, when you're an older guy, you save your jewelry, you don't sell it. Now that shit is worth like, who knows, 5 times, 7 times, 10 times what it was worth back in the days. So
That's true. That's true.
you got to put them out the stash, you know.
Yeah, man. There's a lot going on. Let's get straight to it, man.
Oh man, let's see how you get me in trouble this time.
Boosie and Vlad. How do you feel about the situation?
Boosie and Vlad?
Just them first.
I mean, I'm gonna keep it real, bro. Boosie's a hustler. He gonna try to hustle every dollar he can. I don't see nothing wrong with it. He puts a price on what he feels he's worth. I don't see nothing wrong with it. I mean, I wouldn't have took it to the public, you know, but I ain't got, you know, I'm not even mad about that, bro. You know, you can't be mad. You can't put a price on somebody if that's what he feels he's worth. Listen, that's what he feels, you know. I can't be mad at that.
But what about the way that he handled it where like, you know, Vlad came back and was like, he analyzed the numbers. He's like, look, you already making 25. I'm only making 10. I can't not make nothing on this. If I give you 35, right, then I'll be in the hole. Basically, I'm doing it for free.
Right.
And then he said, Boosie said, you cheap, and he hung up on him. Like, if you rocking with somebody for 20 years, don't you think that's a little fucked up though?
I mean, maybe the way he handled it, you know, some people sometimes you get emotional or you get whatever. I don't know if Boosie sat down with him and really did the numbers and really looked at it, but you know, remember Boosie was like the biggest thing on his platform till he got a Rap Boy on there, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, I guess he felt that he was entitled to a little bit more, which, you know, maybe Blast should have turned around and be like, yo, how about we do this? How about we split it? Da da da. You know what I mean? Or give him a percentage off of it instead of a flat fee, you know, or been like, let's go 75-25. Boosie would have been getting way less than he was getting to begin with. You know what I mean? So I just think that, you know, some people don't take into account, you know, the business aspect of how people make money. You know what I mean? Everybody watches everybody else's pocket. But I mean, I'm not mad. I'm not mad that Boosie felt that way. I don't know if he's prepared to generate the same amount on his streams because not for nothing, Vlad's probably got the biggest platform in the podcast game. You know what I mean? So I don't know if Boosie takes into account too, or the money that goes into preparation, you know, studio edits. You know, I get Vlad makes money off of it, but you're making the majority chunk. But you can't put a price on what people are worth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just think that it could have been handled more respectfully, but I understand what you're saying, though. I think Boosie's point of view was like, hey, even after I'm dead, you're still going to own this footage and you're going to be able to use it however you like and like do, I don't know, flashbacks or what, you know what I mean? Like
No, I get
license
it.
it out.
I get it. I get it 100%. And I mean, I'm gonna keep it real. Boosie's like one of the most entertaining guests that he has up there. You know what I mean? Because he's over the top. He says what he thinks, how he thinks. He's very, but the numbers have also changed from the pandemic days to today. You know what I mean? People right now is not in tune as much on the internet. A lot of people right now is trying to figure out what they're gonna do to pay these gas bills and you know what I'm saying? So, like I said, man, I just think that, you know, business should have been kept behind closed doors, you know, because then you see other people started jumping out the window, you know what I mean, with oh, I want this now, I want that now, but you know what I mean? But he can't put a price. If that's what he felt that he's entitled to, I mean, he can ask. Now it's up to Vlad whether he wants to give it to him or not. And at the end of the day, you got to look at it. If he's only getting 10 bands profit, that's not guaranteed because, you know, the same amount of people that was watching him 5 years ago, 3 years ago, you know, you don't know who's going to pick up the thing. You don't know what's going to happen. So, you know, Vlad's the one that's really gambling it. He got to pay the studio, the cameraman, the edit. after everything is done, let's keep it real. Is he making 10 grand off of it? Or is he making less than 10 grand with all the stuff that you got to invest in it? And the numbers ain't guaranteed because that's a gamble. That's like the stock market. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I
And
just think there's
that's what Vlad was saying, though. He's saying that, like, the amount of viewers that he was getting before Boosie is less now, but he's still paying him kind of like equivalent or more, right? And also, Boosie doesn't have to go anywhere. He's doing the interview at his house. Vlad is flying in, he's paying for a hotel, he's doing all the extra work. Like, Boosie could literally get out of bed, just sit down for 2 hours and record and make $25,000. He didn't have to do anything.
No, I get it. I get it. I definitely get it. You know what I mean? But again, a lot of people, there's a saying, bro, the grass is not always as green on the other side. So some people, it's called pocket watching. You know what I mean? You're thinking that's a problem nowadays that it's just not on podcasts. It's with artists also. Like for instance, if you're managing, when you're managing, you get either from 10 to 20% of what you bring to the table for artists. A lot of artists believe that you're not doing as much as they are because it's their face, it's their likeness, it's their everything is them, but you're the one that brings the deals to the table, so you're entitled to make a cut. So a lot of people feel that what they're worth. So you got to look at it like if that's what you're worth and you think that's what it is, all right, go ahead, do what you do. Let's see if you have the connections, if you have the platform, if you have. I honestly think that they're gonna make up. You know what I'm saying? Because the relationship at the end of the day was not damaged to the point of no return. I think they left off on good terms. I think they still got a good relationship. And I think not for nothing, they're gonna come back and the numbers are gonna jump back up, just because of the controversy. So, you never know.
I think so too, but what Boosie is not understanding also is like a lot of his content was getting demonetized because he is so outspoken and says the craziest shit, right? So then
Right.
like Vlad really wasn't making as much money on all those videos. They were turning yellow dollar signs for the people that know how to, that do content creation on YouTube. It's like,
Right.
bro, and then once you get those yellow dollar signs, YouTube's not recommending those videos anymore. They're not getting viewed as much. There's no ads on them and shit. It's crazy. But like it'd be very hard for any situation, no matter what field you're in, where you're doing 10 to 20% of the work, but you're making the majority of the money though.
No, I get it. I get it. Listen, I definitely agree with both individuals on what they feel. And oh, she's here for her. We're not even 10 minutes in, and she's already like, "What's going on here?"
Right.
But like I said, I really believe that they're gonna get back together, and I honestly think once Boosie sees how much work it really takes, and then again, he's got to create that platform because Vlad has a 20-year platform. That's about 20 years, right?
Yep.
And not for nothing, he's the one that's kept Boosie kind of relevant. Let's be honest, because the viewers that are on Vlad, he's got like a diehard fan base that's been following him. You know what I mean? Because all the other websites that were around at that time have fizzled out. So Vlad's the only one that's been like consistent over the years. His platform is like, I think is one of the biggest ones in the world. You know what I mean?
You could
So
argue that at this point that Boosie is known more for his outlandish takes.
then it's music.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So
Well, with the new generation, 100%. Because
right.
let's be honest with you, half the generation, our generation, we're talking about when's the last time Boosie really put out a hit? 20 years ago, 15 years ago.
Right.
So, and nowadays the attention span that people have is so much. Like back in the days, you could play an album or a tape until it popped because they was so good. The attention that this new generation has, they hear one song, they hear two songs, they'll hear the album once, twice, maybe three times, and that's it. Their attention is on to the next one. So it's not the same as it once was. You know what I mean? So the business, like I said, I just feel like the business should have been kept behind closed doors, but to each his own. Vlad is one, he don't stay quiet for nobody, so he's gonna bring out whatever the conversation was if you expose it. You know what I mean? So it
Right.
is what it
Right.
is. But like I said, I honestly believe that they're gonna get back together and they're gonna work something out that is gonna benefit the both of them. And I really truly believe that they're gonna come back, bro. I'm telling you.
Hmm. This
Mark
is
my
like
words.
almost like just promotion for the get back.
Well, now you don't even know that nowadays you don't know if it's a setup to gain more viewers, to gain more things, because now everybody's going to tune in to that interview to see what they talking about in this new interview. You know what I mean? Because they're going to talk about the back and forths or whatever. You know what I mean? Or maybe Boosie's going to really try and set something up or set himself up for a deal now with the podcast, because a lot of people are taking these podcasts now to Netflix. They're taking them to private internet companies that are streaming him with a bigger platform as far as like digitally, you know what I mean?
Right.
So
And that's the thing that Tony Yayo even was saying. He was like, he said, I always recognize that I used your platform as a way to make other deals happen. And that's how he got his podcast deal with Uncle Murda. He got a big deal off
I
of
mean, but
that.
let's keep it real. Tony Yayo is a very entertaining entertainer. Let's call him entertainer because he's no longer an artist. He's an entertainer.
Right.
So and he's fucking hilarious, dude. He's he's hilarious. I fuck with Tony, you know what I mean? But and see, that's the same thing. Yayo got his wave, Boosie got his wave. You understand what I'm saying? Like Boosie was one of the interviews that I would always click on because of you don't know what to expect. He's very unpredictable. Yayo's the same kind of, he's just a little bit more polished. I guess because of all the G Unit controversies, everything, he learned how to polish, tone it down a little bit and know how to answer the questions a little bit more politically correct so it doesn't get demonetized. Boosie's just a little bit, he's from the South, so he's a little bit wilder, you know what I mean? It's a little bit different, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. All right, now, Aries and Vlad, because of the whole situation with Boosie, he's saying, wait a minute. I was only getting paid 4,000, even though I was advertising to people I was making like 10,000 or whatever. But Boosie making 25,000. Like, see, the thing about Aries, he made a mistake where it's like this man is already dealing with something really big, and you choose right now to hit him when he's already dealing with something. Like, this is the worst time for you to choose.
I mean, I think again we go back to pocket watching. You pocket watching the next man. I think he jumped out the window, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? Because not for none, again, Vlad was keeping him relevant because at the end of the day, you haven't really seen him in no movies. You haven't really seen him do anything in a while. You know what I mean? He's funny as hell. I think I would have handled it differently, a lot of it differently from the way he went about it. But again, you can't put a price on what each person feels they're worth. If you feel you're worth something, all right, cool. It's like somebody comes and asks me, "Oh, I want my car fixed this way, and I only got this." I can't do it that way. This is what it is, and I'm not gonna lower my standard or give into something because that's how much you feel it's worth. I can't do it. You know what I mean? And that's what basically Vlad did. But I think with them, it got a little bit nasty because it was a lot of mudslinging between the two of them.
But even before the mudslinging, it was the way that Aries handled it, though. Like,
Because he was pocket watching. You're pocket watching.
if you tell Vlad, like, yo, this is the time we're gonna talk on the phone, we're gonna talk business, right? And this is now we being professional now, right? And then you don't show up for the call, and he had just changed the schedule around and everything. He hits you the next day and say, hey, you still want to have this talk? And you hit him back and say, yeah, at some point. Like, come on, bro. Like, do you want the raise? Do you not want the raise?
Well, you're playing the hard to get role. That's like in a relationship when you get into an argument, you play who's gonna break first. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? It's a pride thing. So I guess he felt his worth was a certain amount, and he played his cards, and he kind of bluffed, and Vlad called him out on it. He called him out.
But what's
And
crazy though is that he had just given him a raise too, like literally like a month or two ago.
I mean, he was one of the main. Let's be real. He's been one of the main interviewees that he's had up there. Like it's been Boosie, Tony Yayo, him.
Yeah, but
Um,
Aries was doing it every month. Like
Right,
Boosie
because
was
now
doing
he
it
had a
like 3
steady
times a year, you know?
right, because his numbers are totally different. He's building up Aries worth on the platform. It's a whole you can't compare two different it's like
It's
comparing
apples to
apples and
oranges.
oranges exactly.
Yeah.
So it's a whole different thing. I think that in a way that is the reason why he felt comfortable enough to put it out that way is because he was up there every month. Because now he felt that he was invaluable to the company. He felt he was, like you're I'm the last one of them. I'm the last of the Mohicans. Which is true. He's one of the last ones that's there from like Godfrey
Yeah, but he
and
was incorrect though. He said that Yayo wasn't doing the podcast anymore when he clearly still was doing it. And he said uh,
yeah,
Lord
but
Jamar
he
hasn't come back. He's done 2 of them, but he hasn't
he
come
has
back
no
since then.
clue of Vlad's itinerary, and I
Right.
doubt that Vlad letting him know. Oh, I got this guy. I got this guy. Or I got this guy coming up here. Tony Yayo's going to continue. I think that he's going to continue to go up there and Uncle Murder because it also builds up their platforms. If you notice, a lot of podcasts now are collaborating with each other to try to merge each other's fan
Audience.
bases.
Yep.
Exactly, the audience to try to build up the numbers on both podcasts. I think it would be stupid or a bad business decision for Yayo to completely cut off Vlad when that's kind of what gave him the launching pad in order to get where he's at right now. You understand what I'm saying? It's just like what's the guy's name? 1090 Jape. He continuously does interviews with Vlad. He got his own platform. They use Vlad's platform as a build up for their platform, and now also Vlad uses them to build up a little bit higher with his platform. So I think it's a mutual beneficial for them. But I think that Aries again. I think that he just jumped out the window. I think he was watching the numbers, what was going on, and he was trying to put Vlad's back against the wall, and it backfired because obviously you see, and he's like, we will not negotiate with any terroristic actions. We will not negotiate.
But you know what though? It's crazy because like Aries is getting guaranteed money monthly. That's almost like you on salary,
That's his
bro.
rent. That's basically his rent.
Exactly.
His expense.
$4,000 his rent in California because he lives in LA or whatever, right? Right down the street from Vlad's studio, too. So it's
So
like,
that
bro, you go
he
over
paid
there for
about
2
4 grand or
hours.
5 grand rent a month.
Yeah.
About.
You
So
going
that
down
was
there
basically
like
his
down
rent.
the street for 2 hours and getting paid what people work an
And
entire
got a makeup
month.
artist and all this other stuff. Like, I never noticed it till I watched it today. I was watching one of the old ones, and I know that's when I looked and I saw yeah, makeup on.
Yeah, but
But
you know the thing is though, I do believe what Vlad was saying was that Aries was being difficult, and I love Aries. Aries is one of my favorite comedians, but if you followed his career, you have seen how he shot himself in the foot plenty of times with the stuff that he said, the way that he act and whatnot, right? And Vlad did help him because, like you said, he didn't have any big movie roles. Honestly, the last thing that I really remember Aries really getting a lot of attention from was back in the day when he did that Shaq All Stars thing before he started going on Vlad continuously. You know what I mean?
I think that was probably the biggest thing he did at the moment. I think that is the last thing that he's done.
Right. But then, like, here he was telling Vlad all the time, "Yo, I'm over in Europe. Everybody recognize me. They telling me, yo, all the stuff about seeing me on Vlad TV. You telling this? You giving all your bargaining, power to Vlad already because you told them that he helped you, and then you're gonna come back and act that way.
Right.
That just
Right.
wasn't a smart move. And then like the whole situation with I think that, because, now he's saying that he's going to sue Vlad. He put up that video and then he took it down. It was such a bad look, right? Because it's like, damn, bro, like you took the route.
Yeah, that was a bad way. That was a bad way to handle it. I'm gonna be honest with you. With dealing with a comedian, I would have came and did some wild skit. I would have turned it into a whole skit and went on the road with it. I would have either redid the Rick Ross thing. I would have did something hilarious to, you know what I mean? I would have made it a funny thing, but the way he did it, I think he let his emotions supersede his intelligence, which a lot of us do sometimes over pride. And I don't think he really thought things out. I think he actually tried to muscle him. I had a situation like that with an employee. I had an employee, right? And this guy was a beast. He's an animal. I mean, this guy could fix anything, bro. This guy was like, and the guy had worked at two other body shops, but he's been with us for like probably like 15 years, and he was an animal. But as time went on, he started feeling like he was indispensable. So
Mm.
he started coming to work late, not showing up, not calling in, doing all type of things. So he started going through problems. So we transferred him to the Miami location, and he goes over there, and he had the same attitude. But the difference is, like, I could deal with somebody, you know what I'm saying? And I know somebody's worth, and I see somebody's having problems, but you go into
Team.
a whole new team, even though some of the core team is originally from there, and that's why they took him over there, because the guy was a beast. But again, he over estimated his position. He started pulling games, pulling that, and he got canned after all those years there, because they're like, bro, you're not indispensable. The show is not based on one person. The show will go on. And basically, I think that's what happened with Aries. Like, he felt that he was in a position that he can basically put his back against the wall. Like, yo, my man, I'm the last one here. And if you don't do this way, I'm out. And Vlad called his bluff. Again, I feel he called his bluff. I would have handled it a whole other way. I wouldn't have came out publicly with it again, because you're looking at numbers now. If you're getting 4 grand, he's getting 25. To date, we don't know what Takashi got. We don't know
Probably
what
at
that.
least like 50 to 100 or something like that.
We don't know what Rap Boy got.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? We don't know what Cheese Boy got. But he hasn't divulged it either. Business wise, he was a little bit smarter. He kept his mouth shut because he's keeping that door open with him. You understand what I'm saying? So neither one of them have spoke about the number. Boosie put it out there. This guy was pocket watching, like, yo, why is he getting more? But the views. At the end of the day, you know, if you're on there every month and you're on there 6 months, and you're 1 6 month time that you go up there once every 6 months, and you generate that amount of money, tells you a lot about the audience that follow Boosie. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So you're up there every month. So obviously, it's already expected. You're like the bench. You're the guy that comes off the bench. You're the guy that comes off the bench when Jalen Rose or someone's tired. You know what I'm saying? You're the bench warmer, basically. You come out and you fill in
Aries
the
was like
blue.
6th man of the year, pretty much.
Exactly. You know what I mean? While the main players are injured or whatever, he's the backup guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go to over reliable. But again, he overvalued his position and exposed it. Like I said, I would have took it on a whole different thing and made it a comical thing with that lawsuit thing. I'm gonna sue you for defamation. You're a comedian, dude. It sounds like your skin you have thin skin. You're supposed to have thick skin. The same way you joke on people and you snap and you do this. Dude, you broke like Will Smith. He did a Will Smith right there. You know what I mean?
It was literally like he was grasping at straws at that point. Like, I
Exactly,
already know
bro.
I lost because, like, it's kind of crazy, right? When he first put it out there, he did it on his own podcast, on the Spears and Steinberg podcast. He got his Jewish friend next to him saying, co-signing it, being like, yo, is Vlad being cheap? Like, you know what I mean? What is he
But you
doing?
know what's funny? Look, I'm gonna tell you something. I never watched that podcast
Right.
because of the controversy. I went on there just to watch it. So he must have gained some traction and some numbers on his platform.
But after Vlad went off on him, though, and he responded to Vlad, he did it on Instagram instead of doing it on his podcast again, which would have been a smarter move to gain more of a following, make more money. Like, why would you do? He did an emotional thing, like you said.
I think that a lot of people don't know how to pivot when it comes to the internet game. The podcast world is totally different from entertainment. And it's hard also for artists, it's hard for everyone now to adjust to the changing times. Record labels, everything is changing. Nobody's giving you money just like that. So a lot of people don't know. They think it's just easy. I'm gonna put it up and everybody's gonna come see it. If it was that easy, everybody be doing it. You know what I mean? A lot of artists are doing it, because they are entertaining and they have a following. They have a core following that follow them as artists. So they're using those same people that followed that audience that supported them through the musical thing. They're using it now to gain support through the podcast. But you got to build it up. Like Yayo, again, we go back to Yayo. How long has Yayo been talking about the podcast? Remember they had the little controversy. Yo, 50 told me not to come up here no more. He gonna give me some money to start my own podcast. Remember that whole thing?
Right. Uh-huh.
But he continued to go up there and kept telling people, yeah, I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. So he's building up off Vlad's platform. You know
He
what I mean?
actually did like a weed one first, didn't he? Like,
yeah, he did something first. I
yeah.
forgot the name of it. But dude, like he built up his core audience. He built them up. He let them know, and he kept the door open. He didn't burn the bridge. He could go back, and as we see, he continues to go back on the thing to continue and come back and come to my podcast. We got this, we got that going on, and he just did it smart.
It
I
is
just think,
guaranteed your name in the
course,
algorithm, constant monthly promotion or whatever. You know what I
you
mean?
already know that he knows the recipe. Vlad already has the recipe for the algorithm. You already know he's been doing it the longest continuously, so he kind of has the manual to do podcasting. So, obviously once your name is in the algorithm and it's in there, you have to take advantage of that algorithm to be able to put forth your project, your music, whatever you got going on. It's not just coming up on a podcast just to have a podcast and just talk crap. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's like,
Were you surprised by how hard Vlad went in his response, his initial
I kind of
response
was.
for
I
an
kind of
hour?
was.
Because like he
I,
totally
I'm,
annihilated him, bro.
I'm gonna
Like,
keep it real. I was 100% surprised. I didn't expect, because not for nothing. Yes, Vlad is an individual you got to be careful what you say, because he's not gonna stay quiet. He's definitely not gonna stay quiet. But I didn't think he was gonna go in like, yo, he destroyed him, bro. That's how I thought Aries was gonna do to him comically. You understand what I'm saying? Like I
right.
thought he was gonna do, like he was gonna go ham doing skits and using his talent, which that is his talent, is comedy. I thought he was gonna use that to incorporate it to set up a whole tour, set up something. But after that, it felt like he crashed out. Like I don't think he was expecting that response either. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I mean, like Vlad was like, "Oh, he's overweight." You know what I mean? He be needing
He
makeup. Yeah,
sweats.
you
He
know,
needs a special towel just for his sweat and how
bro.
he,
They basically compared him with academics interviewing him, right? They basically compared him to the side chick that's just like the one that you just like call because she's convenient. You know, you can depend on her, not the one that you trying to fuck. You know, like
But again, that's what we said. The sixth man off the bench.
right.
I mean,
That
you got to
was
know your
terrible.
position. Like I said, you got to know your position and you got to know your value. You know what I mean? When you're a commodity, you got to know what your value is. If you feel your value is $1 million, I can't tell you what your value is. You know what I mean? But you got to really look at your stock, bro. Like you got to have some type of leverage and some type of. He's going on there talking about, oh, this guy says that he signs on to your Patreon, and as soon as my interview's done,
Cancels it.
he
Yeah.
cancels it. Why would you want a audience member like that? I don't want that type of audience member.
Right, but also he's not getting paid from any of these other platforms that he goes on, right? Like when he goes on Breakfast Club, when he goes on like Shannon Sharp or wherever these other places, they don't pay. So like you don't have anyone, as like you said, any leverage to be like, yo, this other spot gonna be giving me 5,000 though.
I know what they turn around and do is they turn around and use these different interviews they do to again gain value on their I guess on the interviews that they're doing with Vlad, because why would you go on a radio station or why would you go do an interview at a different podcast for free unless it's again to create uh an algorithm to continue to grow your worth. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of like lost when it came to why they do that. A lot of them do that, but
I
that's
mean,
the
I
only.
get it that the platform is bigger. Breakfast Club is bigger, right? It's more reach and stuff like that. But that should also make you like appreciate that you have a Vlad that's giving you money for every interview like that. Instead
Right.
of you overplaying your hand and being like, yo, I can go do it for free at these other places, but and even though you paying me, that's not good enough. You know, that's just kind of dumb to me. Like,
Yeah, of course, because that was a guaranteed check every month. Again, you don't have to worry about going out hustling, doing whatever you got to do. See, Boosie has other hustles. You know what I mean? Boosie's his income isn't just based on Vlad. It's a different. Neither is Aries, but I just feel that Aries is not a commodity at the moment, bro. I honestly feel that you know this younger generation that comedy in just like Boosie with the music is just not the same.
it'd
It's
be
not the
different if
same.
he was having actual what you call it, comedy specials and
Right.
deals like Netflix and stuff like that. It would be totally different, right? But he doesn't even have that. I don't even think that he necessarily like selling out shows like that. Like, I'm sure he's doing bigger numbers because of what, you know, of his help from Vlad of being a internet personality because people think he's
Right.
funny.
Because now people are used to seeing his face in the algorithms and seeing his name. Oh yeah, let's go check this guy out. This guy gotta be good. He's on. I get it. But again, I just don't I think he calculated it wrong. I think he did it wrong because the worst thing you could do is play that I'll talk to you when I want to talk to you. Bro, we're all grown men. And when you're doing business, that leaves a sour taste no matter what you do. Somebody tells you, I changed my whole schedule around. And dude, I'm pretty sure Vlad's schedule is a little bit more uh busier than Aries. You know, he's got a lot more going on for him to change it all around to give you that time or that appointment and you turn around, we'll have that conversation at a future date. I'm pretty sure Vlad was like, oh, really? Okay, go fuck yourself.
Right. We were talking the basketball comparison earlier. What Aries did reminds me of like where there's like a shortage, there's like a summer of free agents, there's a shortage of like centers or whatever, or the position that you need, right? So then their value, you got to pay like elite value, max value for somebody that's not a max player.
Sometimes, because sometimes the player will hold out to the point that he wants more and more and more, and then he devaluizes because they realize that he really is not worth it.
Exactly. Yeah. But that's what
How many players you've had NFL wise and all that crash out, or basketball players crash out because they held out, they didn't want to take the money that was on the table, or they wanted to get transferred to a different team, and then it doesn't like again, it goes back to the same thing. The grass is not always greener on the other side.
and then the
And
teams be signing other players that they
of
didn't think that was going
course,
to happen, right? And then now they don't have anywhere to go, and they start taking they got to take less money.
overseas.
Yeah,
No, or they go overseas. Like a lot of these players go overseas because they're no longer a commodity. Nobody wants, bro. A lot of these older players, why do you think they take these long deals, these extended deals? Because they want that guaranteed money. So you can't at your age and maybe at 35 year for basketball, that's kind of already
old.
you're old.
Yeah.
So you're not gonna take a 1 year, 2 year deal. You're trying to get that 5 year max out deal. But again, it goes back to now the team. All right, this guy's this age. He's prone to injuries. He's this or he's a difficult person. Besides um their athletic ability, it comes down to their personal because a lot of these players also get into a lot of trouble outside the court. Some know how to bounce back from it, but a lot of dudes don't. So a lot of dudes, again, we go back to the same thing. They feel they're above what they really are. It's just like in a relationship. Sometimes either the man or the female think they're, the nucleus of it, and then when they get the rude awakening, it turns into like, wow, you know what I mean? So it's just it's crazy, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. And Aries, I still want my $500 that you owe me. Okay.
Oh, over the bet, the bet thing.
No, so it was like during the pandemic, he put up a post. He was like, yo, I give anybody $500 if they could translate these spot 'em got 'em lyrics. So I hit him in his DM. I was all like, this is what he's saying right here. And then he was like, it still don't mean anything. It's still not good. I'm like, I didn't say it mean anything or it's good. I'm just
You asked,
translating the
what does it
lyrics.
mean?
Right. So then, and he was like, all right, I got you. I'll give you $500 tomorrow. You know, and I was all like, "You being
Still
serious?"
waiting.
And he's like, "I keep my word." And it was around Christmas time too. And it's during
So
the
you was
pandemic.
counting on it.
It's
You
during
was
the
counting
pandemic,
on
right?
it.
So I'm like, damn, I really need this bread too. I'm like, damn, Aries, you a real one for this. And then tomorrow come, he's like, oh man, I got you tomorrow. And then like it keeps going for like a month to a year. He's like, man, Christmas come at any time. It's best when you get money when you don't expect it. And then like it just keeps on going, right? And then finally, around the time of the Lizzo shit, when he made the comment about Lizzo looking like a shit emoji. Remember when he went viral for that? I told them, right? And this was around the time where he got into that whole old skit went viral with the kids. You remember?
Nah, I don't
With
remember that
Tiffany
one.
Haddish, he was acting like as a PDF in the
Oh,
skit.
okay.
So then, like, I told him, I was like, bro, instead of giving me $5, just do an interview with me. And I told him, like,
Okay.
I'm gonna take time off from work to do this interview because that was the only time he could do it. Are you sure you're gonna do it? He's like, yeah. And then next thing you know, I take time off of work, he don't show up for it. And then since then, this motherfucker's been on podcasts being like, yo, I'm a man of my word. If you say you're gonna do something, you should do it. I sent them that video too. I was like, yeah, why don't you do what you say you gonna do?
Bad business.
Yeah.
Bad business. Yo, you should send the bill to Vlad. Maybe Vlad will cover the 500.
Nah, but yeah, man, it's just it's funny, bro. Like you know, and Vlad has proved now though, right? Like right after that situation happened, now he bringing back what's his name, the crazy motherfucker, Charleston White.
Man,
He said before he wasn't gonna do an interview with Charleston anymore because Math Hoff was my man, yada yada. He made comments about Math's kids and all this stuff like that. He said, I won't do another interview with Charleston. Charleston has said some things about Asian people, whatever. He's like, Vlad's like, I got Asian people that work for me, something along those lines, right?
Right, I get it.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, like now, Aries gone. All these people leaving, he bringing back the big guns. He bringing back Charleston White for the controversy, right?
Well, Charleston White is very controversial. That's one thing about him, that he's very controversial.
Yeah, I mean, the stuff he said about New York and like DMX and all the stuff like that is crazy, bro.
It's all shock value, dude. Everything I notice nowadays that everybody says crazy things online just so they could get that click, bro. They say ridiculous things. They come out with wild things. You know, I mean, look at the thing with Ray J when he was talking about Diddy, his butt. Like, I was like, yo, bro, really? But it's like it's you start seeing the crash outs because they want that adrenaline rush of those numbers, that clickbait thing. So it gets a little crazy, bro. I don't know anymore.
Yeah.
You know.
Now, I know when you search Latin Kings into YouTube, a lot of my stuff comes up because I've interviewed a lot of bros. You know, when you search Cano Almighty, I think mainly my stuff comes up. But I would say your biggest interview was with Queen's Flip. Shout out to Queen's Flip.
Shout out to Queen's Flip and G Money.
Right. The whole Bloods being oppressed by Latinos and it being a race issue was a heavy topic that sparked you being on that show. And it's still a much debated topic on the internet till this day. In fact, recently, Hassan Campbell got into it with Snook, who's a Blood, right? And there was a lot of backlash with Hassan calling him a German because Snook is Puerto Rican, but he's a Blood. And Hassan was saying that Snook got too comfortable in black business and he don't belong in it. What did you think of that whole situation, man?
I mean, it's one thing to have a difference of opinion with an individual, but once you start throwing in the racist remarks, it just shows who you are. You know what I mean? You could have Spanish people in your family, you could have all of that, Spanish kids, all of that. But if you come out and you start coming out with the German and the whatever other word, I forgot the whatever he was calling it. That's the reason that the drama would go on the island. You know what I mean? But everybody wants to talk about the oppression. Again, we keep going back and forth to this oppression shit. And people are forgetting the numbers. If you look at the numbers of the population that was in Rikers Island, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, it was like 70%, 60%. I'm closer to like 65 black. So if you're the majority of the prison, how is the minority oppressing you? I just don't, the numbers just don't add up. There was never a whole Rican house, or, you know, there it was always a mixed house, no matter if it was a Latin King house or whatever. Every house had black prisoners in there. You know what I mean? So for people to say, "Oh, it was a racist thing," no, it was you violate, you steal, you try to press up, you was getting the business. You understand what I'm saying? There was beefs amongst Spanish people when it came to the oppression thing, because some organizations grew so big that they would oppress their own people. You know, I had a situation in Rikers Island when after I got sentenced, I got moved to the 4 building. So when I got to the 4 building, there's two sides of the C-74. You got, well, actually there's three. There's the adolescents that are housed in C-74. Then you had the workers that, like, people from the 4 building, I mean from the 6 building that they put there, that are doing like 1 year, whatever. So they got like two housing units there where they're doing like city bids. They're the workers. They're the ones that go out. They're the ones that do the food. They do all that because they're there. That building is usually just a transit building for the adults. So, and then you got the state readies or parole violators that sit there. So when I get to the housing facility, they don't tell you when you're moving. So they move me and I get there. And when I get there, the Nietas had the housing unit. There was like probably like, I don't know, like 15, 16 of them in the housing unit. So when I get there, I'm like, oh, what's up with the phone? They're like, oh, we talk about it, whatever. So whatever, it was cool. I just got there. So I go to the back and there was two brothers there. One was a brother named Serge, that he was a professional boxer, but he wasn't all there because he had just got I don't remember if it was 25 to life or he just got 30 to life. He got some wild numbers. So his mind frame, he was out of it. So he didn't even use the phone. He was just in his cell most of the time. And then there was another brother there that he only spoke to his mother. He was an older dude, so he only spoke to his mom. So he got on early. So I go whatever. I find out who's running the dude. So it was an older dude, Presidio. So he comes, he talks to me. He's like, "Listen, I get on at this time. You could use my time, and then we'll situate you guys' time." So I'm like, "All right, cool, whatever. I just got this, so I'm not trying to rock the boat." So whatever. I get on the phone, and then we talking the next day, and they're like, "Yo, listen, you guys got from, I don't know, from like 5:30 to 6:30, which is Mickey Mouse time. That's what we call it." I'm like, "Yo, my man, we go to chow at 5 o'clock. We get back at like 5:45, 6 o'clock. So you expect us to get on the phone for half an hour at this time?" So anyway, make a long story short, they had dominance of the phone, and it turned into an issue. And they felt because we had a treaty that they could just, neutrals wasn't even getting on the phone. It was just them getting on the phone. It was just them. There was no, whoever was Spanish, and because they had two phones, I believe they had three phones. One was the black phone, one was the collect phone, and one was the Spanish phone. And they had the Spanish phone. So everybody that wasn't affiliated with them had to use the phone in the morning. They had the rest of the time broken up amongst them at nighttime. So I made it an issue. Why? Because my mom gets home 8:30, 9 o'clock. And that's really the only person I had to talk to at the time. I didn't really care about nothing. I'm going upstate. I need to situate my visits. I need to send home my chain. I need to get all my stuff sent home, so that way when I do go upstate, I don't lose it. You know what I mean? So it turned into a whole big thing. But not to get off subject, but that's, the abuse was getting so out of hand with, even within people. You understand what I'm saying? Within Spanish. But um I hate bullies. I don't care if you're black, you're white, you're Chinese, you could be whatever color. I just can't stand that abusive thing, you know what I mean? And that's really what it was, and for people to talk about, I don't care if you were a green blood and you was robbing people at the time, you was getting it. You was 5%er, you was Muslim, you could be whatever. It could have been whatever, an ABC, and you was robbing, or we wasn't having it. We wasn't having a sneak thief thing. You wasn't taking, no, it just wasn't going down. The problem is that we had more unity. at the time. You know, the Kings at the time um was a united force that we all believed in the same thing. You know, most of us did, because obviously there was certain individuals that continued to do the jail. Remember, jail was different back then. Like, you gotta understand it. And in the early like 90s, late 80s, the prison system was more based on reputation, and it was either you was a victim or you was the one that was, putting on. That's how jail was. You know, you had sons and you had dudes that ran the block, and it was a different thing. But when we saw the Queen's Flip interviews with the Bloods and everybody kept talking about the oppression, it bothered me, because when they started, again, they started with an understanding that they were going to run with us, that they believed the same thing we believed, and then it just turned into something totally different. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I don't know. Like, the thing again with the Hassan thing, I just feel, again, I think he crashes out a lot. I don't think he thinks a lot of the things that he says. You know what I mean? Like, I used to watch Hassan a lot when during the pandemic. And now it's so, some of the things are just so off the wall that it's just like, I just don't tune in anymore. You know what I mean?
Do you think Hassan is taking on an approach where he doesn't consider all Latinos a German, like how some people don't consider all white people that C word? They say it like only to this type of.
Again, it's like when you say the N word with an R and you say it with an A. When you say it with the R, it's hate. It's straight, you straight violating, you know. Um, like, I had this conversation with Shaquell, right? That he's one of the OGs with the Bloods. And Shaquell's a little bit older than me. He's done a lot of bids. And
Shout out to Shaquell.
shout out to Shaquell. And we had this discussion about the German thing. And remember, he's been going to prison since the 80s. And in the 80s, before the nation, there was a lot of like the outlaw bikers, like the outlaw cliques, like, Savage Nomads, Chingalings, Dirty Ones. There was a lot of different outlaw groups. And some of these 1% groups used to have the Nazi symbol on their vest, on their shirts. So a lot of the population at the time used to call them Germans, based on the Nazi sign they used to have. Why they had it on, I really don't know. I'm not gonna, but that's what Saquel had told me, because when he was doing his bids, and but it turned into a derogatory word. You know what I mean? If somebody calls me a German in the street, I don't know, but back then in prison, it's like basically spitting in your face. You know what I mean? So for you to openly use that word, and be like, "Oh, I'm not racist," but that's like me saying the NR. You know what I mean? Oh, how can he use that? That's racist. You know what I'm saying? And if you do use it in that context, you are racist. So the way you're saying, "Oh, I got Spanish family," and I got, I just don't respect that. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, you know what I mean? If you're gonna get at the dude for the content that he's putting up, because really the whole thing is about him going at the content that he puts up and him calling him out on it. But instead of him responding in a way to be able to, like, he goes and just, out of, I don't know if it's frustration, I don't know if he just doesn't know how to react to it, or doesn't have enough vocabulary to respond to him, that he has to go to those words. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, to my understanding, they fly the same flag.
Were you locked up on Rikers at the same time as Hassan?
I believe I'm older than Hassan. I never heard of him in prison. I never heard of him, never bumped into him. None of that on when I was there. I was there with the original OGs. I believe he came in way later than that. Like, I believe he came in like the late 90s going into the early 2000s. I don't think he was on the island. I might be wrong. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know him. So I never crossed paths with him at the time. You know what I mean?
Because I saw he did this video where he was saying he was locked up on Rikers. There were Puerto Ricans going against other Puerto Ricans, and they was beefing because some Puerto Ricans were racist. He said he's going to interview Puerto Ricans he knows that was on Rikers, that was that witnessed the racism, I guess, right? He basically said that Puerto Ricans being racist was the reason why uh, there were Bloods. That's what
That's
happened. The Bloods turned the prison upside down,
mm,
and that there were some Puerto Ricans that were hunting down kings and the nietas and stuff like that. And some of them he named were Benji, Papa Jock, Papo, Lil Gotti.
I mean, listen, at the end of the day, look, there's always been a difference in even in Latin American countries. You have black, you have white. There's always been, even in Haiti, in a lot of these countries, there's always some type of racism. Maybe it's about class, you know what I mean? Some are middle class, some are poor, some are rich. You know what I mean? Like I've been to parts in Colombia where it's all black, or you go to Ecuador and these darker people, and there's always some type of racism everywhere. You know what I mean? Let's be honest with you. Everybody has a little bit. It might not be color. It might be I can't stand. I mean, you know what's funny? Like back in the days, if you remember the beefs, like it was like when I was going to school, like when I was young, we used to hate the metalheads, and we used to beef with the metalheads. You remember the long hair, deadhead metalheads,
Mm-hmm.
and we was into the hip hop thing. So it was always a controversial thing back then with that. And I don't think it was a racist thing. I mean, some of them used to call us N lovers or whatever. You know what I mean? But I think a lot of it is that, a lot of blacks and Spanish, especially in New York, grew up together. There was a lot of 5%ers that was Spanish. Some 5%ers that was Spanish became kings. Some 5%ers did not. You know what I mean? There's some that, but I don't know, that racism thing. I think there was it's just in jail. It's always segregated, bro. I don't know why, bro. Like I said, when I was growing up, I grew up with nothing but blacks when I grew up in Yonkers. My best friends were black. So I didn't really look at it like he's black, I'm white, I'm this, I'm Spanish. I never looked at it like that. Till when I really saw the melting pot is when I went to jail, and I started seeing the segregation of this is a Spanish phone, this is a black phone, this is that. I never really saw that in the street. So, it's just like probably like California has the white phone, the black this, the black TV,
Mm.
and the feds is, you know what I mean? But I don't know, bro. Like I said, it just bothers me because it wasn't like that. Like I lived amongst blacks and everything on the island, and everything was cool. It was always that one dude that came in that wanted to put pressure, that wanted to dead people on their drugs, the dead people on the phone, that wanted to dead people, and the sneak thieving and the taking dudes sneakers. And I'm not with that, bro. You know what I mean? I'm just not with that, bro. You know what I'm saying? So it bothered me when I saw that interview because that's not what it was. That's not what it was. And if you talk to like CEOs or you talk to neutral people that was there, they're gonna tell you no, it was not like that. I saw somebody did a podcast and they said that no black was wearing jewelry on Rikers Island until the Bloods. I don't know if you saw that.
No, I didn't.
What it was, I don't know if it was Hassan or somebody had said that. And that is the biggest lie I ever heard, because there was dudes in the 80s wearing jewelry. You know what I'm saying? There was dudes in HDM, black and Spanish, that was wearing jewelry. So I don't get where anything made it say. Look at now. Look how things are now. It's still racist. What's the story now? You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense, bro. You know what I mean? Like I just felt that it was a false narrative. There's a lot of dudes that want to make themselves out to be heroes in a cause. You know what I mean? Like, don't get it twisted. I mean, to some of them, it could have been oppression. Like to some of us, we felt oppression by the 5%ers and the Jamaicans, so we reacted and unified to defend ourselves. You know what I mean? But and in a way, you know, the reason why in New York the Latin Kings did not allow blacks in the beginning to become members was because they felt they were infiltrating the ranks to be able to get information, to be able to infiltrate us. You know what I'm saying? So
For the
it
Bloods?
for the Bloods. You know
Gotcha.
what I mean? So they felt, but like I said, there's been brothers as black, blacker than charcoal from the beginning of time. Look at VI. You know what I mean? That there's a lot of brothers, and he was one of the main ones doing his thing.
Yeah, VI, we need to finish our interview. This dude, man, ghosted me after we recorded like an hour and never got back to me after that.
VI's all over the place, man. He be
Yeah.
all over the place.
But let me ask you this, because Hassan said if the Bloods never won that war, would the race war still be going on?
But again, we're talking about. See, I could talk about. Everybody talks about the Rikers Island War, but let's talk about when they went upstate and they landed in Clinton, or they landed in Attica, and everybody was established. That's really why the treaty was set. It wasn't the treaty wasn't set because of the war on Rikers Island. The treaty there was leveraged because when it got upstate, it was a whole different ballgame because nobody wanted them up there. Not the rat hunters, not the macheteros, not any organization didn't want them because every jail they went to, like I said, it was controversy. You know what I mean? You had individuals that, you know why a lot of things got squashed too? You had individuals like Shaquell. Shaquell is, a lot of people don't know, but his grandmother's Puerto Rican. You know what I'm saying? He's got family that's Puerto Rican and he grew up around Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? When he was also somebody that did time. So he knew how to, most of the older bros, he had relationships with individuals. So a lot of the beefs was squashed because of the older bloods that were there, because some of them were straight up good dudes, bro. You can't just, it's just like everybody says, oh, every Latin king's a drug addict. I don't fucking do drugs, bro. I'm not a junkie. I never did dog food in my life. You understand what I'm saying? And I don't judge people that do it. You understand what I'm saying? But that's what do you call that? A perception, a
Stereotypes.
stereotype. So every blood wasn't a grimy dude, bro. There was some bloods that was straight solid individuals, bro. Like I got a lot of good friends that are bloods, you know what I'm saying? And to this
And
day,
you got to respect it though, that
of
they
course,
loyal
that's
to
their
their
choice,
soil.
that's their belief, and me and them, that doesn't affect our relationship. Like I've had great relationships with a lot of bloods, you know what I mean? A lot of bloods, you know what I mean? So Poe has a lot of business, a lot of relationships. One of his best friends is blood. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my nigga Drums, you know what I mean? But a lot of people don't understand, bro. Like everybody takes things in a different light. You know what I mean? Like I'm just not with that, bro. Like I even what's funny, after I did that interview, most of the people that were hitting me up, giving me my props, wasn't even my own people. It was bloods.
Wow.
Like, yo, bro, you spoke well, you ain't shit on nobody, you kept everything funky. Bro, because I can't put everybody in one
You don't
basket.
like putting a blanket statement out there,
Because it
like,
don't make sense. I could talk about the individuals that I was around. You know what I'm saying? Like I
right.
talk about certain individuals that I was around, and I could talk about certain things that I was around. Like I said, there was certain bloods that had beef, like not for nothing. Like when me and Pastor Benny, when we was in Suffering Supreme, that's what we was going to try. We was going to try Suffering Supreme. So just imagine, we're talking about early 90s. The majority of the people that are incarcerated in Queens, 70% of the people that were there were Afro-American, were black. You understand what I'm saying? So every time we went into them pens, we was outnumbered on the regular. We're not talking about Bronx Supreme. We're not talking about Brooklyn. Brooklyn be like 50-50. Depends what day you go. It might be one day that's all Puerto Rican. It might be one day that's all black. The Bronx is the same type of vibe. But Queens, there wasn't one day that we had the majority there. And Deadeye was there, and Deadeye was one of their shooters. Deadeye was one of their main shooters, was one of their main OGs, and we didn't have no issues with him. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I never had beef, and then I hear about him going back to the Pens and Rikers Island, getting it on with the brothers and doing this. Meanwhile, I'm in court with them every day. And he know I got my colors on. I see his flag. He over there in his thing, he doing his thing. I'm doing my thing. You know what I'm saying? So I think a lot of it also had to do with disrespect. A lot of dudes, when they felt they had the numbers, they would try to, show off. Because there's always that one dude in the crowd that has the loud mouth and amps everybody up, which is usually the weakest one, but he always tries to act like he's the toughest one. And a lot of those dudes was the one that was stirring the pot up. Like I said, bro, all that racist shit, man. Listen, man. I never went into a house and been like, oh, he's black, fuck it, let's get him. Or he's this, that's not my, I just couldn't never stand the dudes that wear their pants down past their knees with you know what I'm saying? That I can't stand. With your dirty drawers hanging out and stuff like that. That's the way I looked at it. It wasn't more. It's like, you know what I mean? Like I don't know
Right.
how to explain it, bro. It got nothing to do. I don't care if you're white, you're Spanish, bro. You wearing your pants all the way down your thing, and now it's the tight pants with the tight belt that showing 3 pairs of underwear is like,
With the drum too.
oh man, and with the poo shiesty on, 1,000
Right.
degrees on. But this generation is totally different, bro. You know what I mean? But it's again, it goes back to the mentality of what happens in prison. Like, you know what I mean? Like, look at California. I don't think nobody's gonna be able to go in there and segregate, um, and not segregate the jail because the whites eat with the whites, the blacks eat with the blacks, the Mexicans eat with the Mexicans. I land over there, I probably wouldn't have no choice but to run with the Mexicans. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't think I think a lot of it becomes part of culture. I believe that people feel more comfortable around people that are like them. I don't think it has to do with color. I think it's more, you know, from my experience, like a lot of the places where I landed in jails, whether it was Kings or whatever, the Spanish would always come to me once they find out I'm Spanish or whatever. Yo, what do you need? You need toothpaste, you need this, not with anything like strings attached type things. I'm talking about like genuinely, yo, you need soap, you need this. And the brothers was more on the, looking at them like, who you know, where you from? So I just think it's a different culture. You understand what I'm saying? I think that's really like, Asian people stick together. They go to the jail, they might have beef, but they stick together because not for nothing, they have common their cultures. They understand. I don't know if I'm
Mhm.
explaining it
No,
correctly,
I get you. I get what you're saying.
but that dude, just imagine walking in somewhere, they're like, this is the black phone, this is the Spanish phone. What?
Right.
You got to get on this line. Is like, that's the whole oppression that everybody's been fighting since what? Since the early 1900s, where it was no blacks allowed, no Mexicans allowed, no
Right.
this, you're not allowed
Whites
to sit on
only kind
whites
of thing.
only. You
Yeah.
can't sit in the front of the bus. You can't sit here. Like, you know what I'm saying? And then we turn around and we do that to ourselves in a prison. Oh no, this is a
It's
black
like you're being
phone.
transported back into time.
Right, but again, we don't know if it's trauma from those days, that these are things that are installed in us. But bro, you going to a jail. This is feds is probably a little bit different. I can't really get too much into the feds. It's more on cars in the feds, based on if you're from New York, if you're from Chicago, if you're from DC, if you're part of this clique,
Right.
everybody has their own whatever. But in New York, before Bloods, because we're gonna talk about pre-93. Pre-93. It was already like that. When I first time I went to jail, I think it was like 87, and I landed in the 4 building, or 88, and it was the Spanish phone, the black phone. You know what I'm saying? Then I get into another house and it's the Brooklyn phone, the Bronx phone. It's like, yo, bro, like, you know what I mean? It was like everybody segregates themselves, this neighborhood, that neighborhood. So, you know what I mean? It just, that color thing, that irks me. You want to talk about the dude, Mr. Keep It 100? Get at him. Get at him. He getting at you because you saying one thing and he's calling you out on it. So you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Respond to him. Why you gotta go to the color of the skin, to the racist words? Again, I think that he just doesn't think shock value. I think it was more of a shock value thing. You know what I mean? Because a lot
Well,
of go ahead, my bad.
I was just gonna say, yeah. Well, shout out to Hassan, man. I got a lot of love for Hassan. I would actually like to see you guys talk, because I feel like he could. I know Hassan can hold a conversation very well and communicate what he has to say, but I think that it has to be with the right person. Sometimes I think that all
He
of us,
crashes out. I think he crashes out sometimes because out of frustration, or maybe he can't get his point across. I don't know. Like, I don't have nothing personal against the man. You know what I mean? Like,
right,
I just felt that he should have went at it a different way. My personal opinion, which he could probably give two fucks about. You know what I'm saying? Because it's my
right,
opinion. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, imagine I get on here and I start being like, the N word, the N word, the N word. dude, I'm gonna have like 1,000,000 dudes on my back talking about, oh, he's racist. But and then I'm gonna turn around and be like, well, half my family's black or half this. That don't come on, bro. Once you use those words and you use them in that content, it doesn't matter. How many times you ever see like these the most racist dude in history, their daughter, their son will bring home somebody of the opposing race. Like it'll be like you remember like Archie Bunker and all those racist shows
Right.
back in the days, and all of a sudden he shows up with the son will show up with a or the daughter will show up with a black guy. Oh, what or the Sopranos or something. Oh, when you saw the Sopranos when the daughter was dating that guy that was like half black, half white,
Right, right.
and Tony was like, oh, the Muliani, you know what I mean? But I think no matter what you say, you're gonna be judged as racist. In their cases, their racism came out, and their kids are not racist, so that's why they mixed with the other race. But when they brought him home, I think that's the same thing with Hassan. I don't think he's genuinely racist. I think he uses it in that term of hatred towards the enemy of the battles or whatever from prison. But when you say it in that form, it just comes out so
Well,
ugly.
do you think that maybe it's a,
Defense mechanism.
yeah, like a trauma response? Because like sometimes people do that to try to hurt people as much as
Well,
possible.
he riled up a lot of people saying that, bro, because it's like, yo, dude, like you got a personal issue with the dude. Who gives a why don't y'all set up a boxing match? You ever really feel that way? Y'all fly the same flag, you know what I'm saying? So it gets to that point that it's like it shows you the
Wait,
difference.
Hassan's not blood though, not anymore, right?
I mean, he was. I don't know if I don't know if Snook is blood. I know from what I heard he was. I don't know if he is or he isn't now. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what anybody is anymore. A lot of people grow out of it. A lot of people put that
Yeah, I'm pretty
behind
sure
them.
he grew out of it a
No,
long time
listen,
ago.
but
Yeah.
that's what you were claiming though. You were claiming that, correct?
I don't think that he ever did on YouTube, but yeah, like in like his earlier life and stuff in prison and stuff. Yeah.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, but it also shows what was going on in their ranks. You know what I'm saying? That's how you looked at the Spanish. You had shooters, right? You had shooters that were going against the racists, but you're calling them. You had good friends of yours that was Spanish that was banging on racists, but you're using racist terms towards the Spanish. Like it's a contradiction. You know what I'm saying? Either you are, you aren't. You know what I mean? I just think that his choice of words were a little bit over the top. I think he should have used different terminology. You know what I'm saying? But I guess when you're trying to get under somebody's skin, like nowadays everybody uses the SMD to try to get under people's skin, and it's just like it's just watered down. To me, it was just you know having the platform that he has and the following that he has. I just feel like it turns a lot of people away from actually watching the platform, because at that point you're like, what? It's like, why would you even say it in that form and fashion? You know what I mean?
Got you.
So
What do you think of the Gucci Mane Pooh Shiesty situation? Do you consider what he did as snitching?
snitching. what what would you call it? Ratting, informant. He's not even informing. He blatantly ratted. Like, why? Because you didn't, dude. He's a fucking rat. This
I know
this
because some people are defending it. People are like, "Nah, he denounced, the streets like a long time ago. He's not
how did he
even
denounce the streets when he just had the was
the
that
verses."
the verses, and he kept saying, I'm smoking like the Pookie Loke, the
Pack.
pack and all this, and come on, bro. Everybody knows him to be the boogeyman. Like Gucci Man was the boogeyman of the rap industry at one point. Everybody was like, he was that dude. He was popping at everything. I mean, I don't know if you want to call him pregnant Gucci Man or the fat Gucci Man or whatever. I feel like when he went to jail, they cloned him, because that's not Gucci Man pre prison. You understand what I'm saying? You from the streets. First of all, why would you go into a room with all those dudes there, knowing this tension, knowing this? You went there with police. You went there with police. He thought he was safe. This is the thing. He underestimated. You gotta understand, this new generation is a crash out generation. They don't think of the consequences. And I'm pretty sure that Shiesty and them had their conversation was like, Gucci ain't time. He might come back at us and light our asses up, because that's what I would expect. I get into a beef with Gucci or something, you know what I'm saying? I would expect him to come, he gonna strap up and come see you, you know what I mean? But the diss track that he did, it wasn't even a diss track. It was like a declaration. It was a
So it was
straight
pretty much like a recorded statement
dude.
in your
If
eyes.
if the feds, let's keep it 100. If the feds didn't have a statement, which it came out that he did make a statement that day, or whatever, his bodyguard repeated the statement. He told his bodyguard is a retired police officer. The police officer gave the statement or whatever. So supposedly there was no statement that he actually gave, supposedly at the time. He comes out and basically, not even dry snitch, because dry snitch is insinuating. He straight up testified. It was like a straight, like he was on the stand pointing a finger. You understand what I'm saying? Like, not for nothing. Like he kind of like changed the way I look at music from back then, because he was one of those dudes that was that dude. You know what I mean? He was that dude. You know what I mean? So I really believe that if Pooh Shiesty and them would have thought that if there was a remote chance he was gonna tell, I don't think they would have took that approach. I really believe they thought that was still the Gucci man that was Gucci man. And I just think he went out like a sucker.
Historically, he's spoken out so much about snitching, saying they should all die. He's like, good morning, fuck all
Yeah, but then he
snitches.
also dry snitched. If you look at the DVD, there was a DVD back in the days. And when the shit happened with Pookie and all that stuff, when he caught the body, and they asked him a question. And if I'm almost 100% right, because this is like what, 20 years ago, whatever, 15 years ago.
Right.
So they had asked him, who do you think sent those guys after you? He said, Jeezy, Jeezy. And back then he caught flack because that was kind of dry snitching. Because that's what Jeezy was like, yo, bro, this dude telling. You know what I mean? I'm just like, yo, I'm disgusted with the way everything is going right now. Dude told, bro. There's no way around it. He told, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? There's no if buts maybes about it. Gucci man just broke all of our hearts, bro. You know what I mean? So
Would you say that would you still hold it as, severely against him if Pooh Shiesty was not being looked at for that crime and like there was no legal ramifications, but Gucci just came out and was like, yo, like, this is who robbed me, and he said it in the song. Would that still be considered snitching?
you mean if Pooh Shiesty would have never got locked up, there was no charges pending, and he just threw like there's no evidence, there's no nothing. He's free, and he comes out with that track insinuating this happened.
Yeah. Then it
Um,
would be maybe dry snitching, but not like full on.
Yeah, it's still a form of telling, bro, because at the end of the day, because there could be ramifications after that, because nowadays the prosecutors could pick up a case without you actually testifying. It's just like a domestic violence case. How many times husband and wives get into domestic violence case and the wife tries to drop charges, there's no evidence, there's no videotape, there's no nothing, and the DA picks up the case and prosecutes whichever one of the husband or the wife was arrested. So even if he put that track out, they could have picked up the case. You understand what I'm saying?
I guess also because of the era that we're in now where music is being used against these rappers, right? To actually charge them.
Dude, they're using everybody's. And the funny thing is that, look, a lot of times the rappers might not have even been it might not even be a story about them. A lot of the dudes, that was the issue back in the days where they were saying, I forgot who it was, that the one of the first dudes that they used the lyrics against them, and he was like, I'm just telling stories of my environment. That I'm not necessarily sure. I think it was Ice Cube, matter of fact, when they were talking about the fuck the police or something. And they were like, we're just telling the things that we see every day in the hood. These are just stories that we see. Doesn't necessarily mean that I was the shooter or I was the aggressor. It just means this is the life I see play out in front of me every single day. But nowadays, dudes have got so disrespectful and so blatant doing things for camera, for this fame, for this internet thing that, bro, they would put themselves under the jail for life, dude. You know what I mean? Look at the whole Fulio thing, digging up the dude's grave and doing all this. Look at they was crashing out on camera. These dudes is crashing out on camera for likes. So I don't know, bro. Like this whole new wave stuff, the rats get praised and the real dudes are treated like garbage. You know what I'm saying? So it's a different era. It's a different um I don't know, like everybody wants to make an excuse. Oh, this guy told because he was effing my girlfriend. Oh, this guy told because he was doing this. And no, this is the sad thing. The sad thing is that this generation actually argues about him. But like, yo, he had every right to tell because they weren't really his friends because they were doing this. So people paint narratives to justify being rats.
Right.
You know,
But also the sad thing though is like you see your hero, quote unquote heroes or people that you respected that didn't grow up in this era now being influenced by this era about what is acceptable when they grew up on certain principles and know better.
yeah, it's like I said, bro. It's just the way people are doing things nowadays is I don't know, bro. There's no way you could justify that song. There's no justifying it, bro. There's no justifying it, bro. He would have came out with a fuck your smelly mask and this and that and didn't bring up nothing about, bro. He painted a vivid picture of what basically went on.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Like whatever they didn't know, they pieced together already. You understand what I'm saying? So now whether he testifies or not, basically they already got his statement. The world already heard his statement. The jury is already influenced because they already heard Gucci Mane's statement to the world. So whether the district attorney or anybody brings them to the stand, all they got to do is press play and the jury's already influenced.
But you know, it's so funny though, because like things happen over time, like a slow drip, right? It's like we start to get desensitized to it little by little. First, the streets is a myth. I'm talking about an open murder case and stuff like that on the podcast or whatever. And people start to accept it slowly. It's okay. Oh, they was effing my girl, or they were extorting
Dude,
me or whatever. And now it's okay. They snitch. And it starts to become more and more like, oh, we can justify why you do this now.
right. But this is the thing that bothers me. Like, for instance, we always go back to this rat. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, if this kid was just a kid, well, he's not a kid, he's a man, but at the time, this young man was running around with them and he was just caught up in the mix of what they were doing. And he was really not from the streets. He was all right, cool. But this piece of garbage was the one actually pressing the button. And he was like the marionette.
He ordered the hit.
He was the puppet master behind
Right.
all of them. It doesn't matter these dudes were all street dudes because majority every one of them dudes was solid dudes because they ain't even telling each other. Most of them dudes held their own. Like I'm gonna keep it real on their indictment. I think he's the only one that told.
Right.
Like everybody else took their time, like men. I can't even. I don't even know one of them that told besides the CEO dude, whatever the secret informant dude, whatever. He was a whatever undercover fucking agent or whatever. But most of the dudes that was involved were all solid dudes. This dude was the one that was like, I got 10 pens on him, the blood. I got this. He was the instigator. He was the one that created the situations, every one of those situations. So
Unnecessary situations
right.
too.
And then you turn around and find a loophole that most of these dudes do all this time for and you get out of it because you cooperate because the DA rather take down 15 individuals than convict you. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, they had
Right.
me. Yeah, they had you. They had you on wire. They had you on camera. They had you. So your only way out of it is like a cockroach. He wiggled his way out of it and found the narrative. Oh, well, they did this to my girl, which in reality, nobody even really knows if the dude was sleeping with his girl. But that's the narrative he went with. They kidnapped me. They did this to me. Bro, you from the streets. You putting packs on people. Why you didn't put bags on the dudes that kidnapped you? You understand what I'm saying? So it's like the kid that plays with fire. What happens when he gets burnt? Then he want to cry about him getting burnt. Nah, bro. I don't know if it was the Ozempic took his heart. Something happened, bro. Because that's not Gucci Man with the Bart Simpson chain on it. That's not that Gucci Man. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
Yeah. There's no. I just again I can't. He's a straight rap, bro. And how old Pooh Shiesty? Pooh Shiesty's like what, 25 years old?
I don't know, young.
He's young, bro. So what? He gonna come home when he's 40 years old, 30 years
He's
old?
26 years old.
Come on,
Born
bro.
in 99,
Come
bro.
on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yo, you dealing like, and here's the thing. Either he's stupid, slow, or retarded. Because the dude came home. Dude hasn't met up with you. Dude's not dealing with you. Dude's dealing with your op. Dude's already making music with your op. Dude's shouting your op out. And you feel comfortable enough to go to a studio to record because you're trying to pimp him. Because at the end of the day, that's what Gucci was trying to do. Gucci was trying to get him on some features to launch his career, to put himself back in the position, you know what I'm saying, to do what he got to do. You know what I mean? See, why would you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you know what I mean? You already know this friction. We could have spoke on the phone and been like, yo, bro, listen, we got a problem. All right, listen, I got you for this many albums. Get whatever deal you gotta get. Tell them buy me out. I'm gonna keep this amount of percentage on each thing, and we work it out. But his greed, and he really thought because he came with two undercover or two retired police officers or whatever over there that he was gonna be safe. Let's be real. What other reason would you have for that? You understand what I'm
I don't
saying?
know.
What other reason? You're gonna tell me that all that jewelry he had on wasn't insured?
Right.
You understand? You're gonna tell me that it wasn't insured? His chain, his wedding ring. Um, what they said, it was over $500,000 worth of jewelry or whatever. I don't know the exact number, but I'm just saying when you wearing jewelry of that value, you definitely got insurance. So he would have got, but again, here's the catch. In order for you to collect your insurance, guess what you got to do? You got to come with a police report.
Right, right, right. I remember them saying that.
So you could have said you had it in your bag, you left it at the hotel, you put it in your flight bag, it disappeared from your luggage. He could have did it a whole different, you know what I mean, just to recoup his jewelry. You know what I'm saying? But he went out like a sucker, bro. End of the day, he went out like a sucker, bro. There's no justifying that, bro. You gotta have honor and morals, bro. End of the day, he could have, even after it happened, the dude got him. He could have made that phone call. But listen, you got me. They offered to give the other dude back his jewelry. You know that, right? The cameraman.
Really?
Yeah. Supposedly they reached out to the cameraman, said, "We're gonna give you back your stuff if you don't press charge." And dude said, "I don't want it back." The cameraman, not Gucci, the cameraman. So, you know what I mean? But Gucci could have stopped all of that. Gucci could have turned around and been like, "Yo, listen, you know what? I got all your masters. I got all your publishing. You ain't going nowhere. You understand what I'm saying? I need all my stuff back right now. And we're gonna work this out and we're gonna keep this quiet. I'm gonna take care of the white boy. I'm gonna make sure we make him right. We're gonna give him all his stuff back, and I'm gonna give him some but that's gonna come out of your end." He could have did it a thousand different ways. You understand what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, all right, you still got him signed, but you just destroyed that man's life for the rest of the crash outs. But bro, and his father too, bro, you ain't talk no sense into this man. But again, they're under the impression this is Gucci Man. That's like you going to a meeting with John Gotti and you like, all right, if he act up, we gonna pull out. You thinking of John Gotti as John Gotti. You know what I'm saying? A man's man. He gonna hold it down. You would never expect, you know what I'm saying, something like that. So they went there thinking, not to compare them to, because John never told on anybody. Let's make that clear. You know what I mean? I'm just making a reference like a stand-up individual. You thinking Gucci's a stand-up dude. So you go in there like, all right, we're gonna put the pressure on this dude, or whatever their intentions were. Obviously, that was their intentions. You never gonna expect that from the boogeyman of Atlanta. You would never expect that from the boogeyman of Atlanta. You know what I mean? I know I wouldn't. I would have underestimated it. So I don't know.
Yeah, but then you got people though that will defend it and be like, "Oh, that's that 90s shit. Nobody cares about that anymore. That the no snitching thing, whatever. We're just entertained.
But
That's what
that's
it's
what I'm
about."
saying. This whole, but it's not all of them, because look, half of this generation don't know how to fight. They don't know how to fight. They rather pick up a gun, run in the street, and do a drill than actually shoot a fair one with somebody. Then you got the other side that's like, oh no, you touch me, I'm telling. Or they run the streets like, for instance, I'm gonna tell you about this dude, right? I always go into these stories because it brings me flashbacks. There was a king, and dude was a gun clapper. This dude was a straight drill. This dude was one of the main dudes that would get busy, busy. And he goes to prison, he comes home. I guess he felt sour, he felt whatever. So when he comes home, he's on parole. He gets popped with a gun. He's on parole. Nobody knows what happened. So this guy decides to work a deal with the detectives that he's gonna start turning in individuals that have guns and all this for him to get out of his situation. And he would start beefs in the neighborhood and then make a phone call and be like, yo, come down with the joint. You coming down? Yeah, I'm calling the cab right now. So he would turn around, call the detective, tell the detective, yo, the guy's at this block. He's gonna be jumping in the cab and he's coming to this address. He's got one on him. And that's how he would set up the narratives. So he would go to the neighborhood, start a beef. People will know there's a beef going on. He make the phone call and line the people up coming to help this piece of shit. So he kept setting people up. Now people started catching on. So one day we call him and we're like, yo, come through. So we show him something. We're like, yo, look what we got. It was all a setup for us to really believe if he was or he wasn't. And we call him to the crib, we show it to him, we hide it right in front of him. Boom, we're like, yo, we're gonna leave. Yo, you get into any beef, you be getting into mad beef. So that way you ain't gotta call nobody. Shit is hot, just go right there and grab it. So he's like, all right, no doubt, bet. So dude bounces, he leaves the crib. So we all look at each other, like four of us there. We're like, get that shit the fuck out the crib. They get it out the crib. Yo, not even half an hour later, tactical team hits the fucking crib, blows the doors down, blows everything down, goes right to the stash. Is there paperwork on him? No. But is he a rat? Of course he's a rat. So since there's no paperwork on this dude, he's wiggling around since he was that main dude to other chapters talking about, oh, they just hating on me. They ain't no paperwork on me. They ain't no this on me. But the dude was a straight up fucking confidential informant. And his confidential number would show up on indictments, but nobody knew it was him. We did. Our side had a feeling it was him, but the other side, since there was no paperwork,
Wow.
and he was causing all the havoc. He would start the beefs with
What he did was like entrapment.
he was doing the same, basically. He was doing entrapment with the police, but
Right, that's what I'm saying.
right, but he was the one causing the havoc, and he'll come and be like, yo, I got beef, come hold me down. Dudes are coming out of work, coming from wherever, coming to help this piece of shit in a cab and whatever to defend him. And he had them lined up. And bro, a lot of people it was like 8 people that went to jail with different gun charges, but everybody attributed to it being East New York, it being hot. You know what I'm saying? Police everywhere. So, bro, they would jump in the cab with a book bag. Boom, police grabbing them. Bro, it took a minute for everybody to click. Like every time this dude makes the phone call that there's a beef to come with the blam, you know what I'm saying? You getting pulled over either right when you're about to get there or right when you leaving the crib. It was like bro, like they were just sitting there like they're watching a movie, and this dude was entrapping everybody, and
That's
there's no
crazy.
paperwork on him because he was an informant. You understand what I'm saying? So
Right.
when they voted up, they would never put his real government name in nothing. They would just put confidential informant or CI, confidential informant, and blah, blah, blah. And he showed up on multiple indictments. And a lot of people still defended this dude. Talk about, nah, you crazy. This dude was letting everybody. And when I'm telling you, this dude used to let it go. He was the Wild Wild West cowboy in train stations. One time got into a beef in this train station, started letting off. Police was right at the turnstile, chased them down, everything, got away. This dude was one of them wild cowboy dudes, like out of control. But once he got caught with it, he didn't know how to get out of it. So he started cooperating. And now instead of taking your time like a man, you set up half the fucking people that was down with you coming to hold you down. So that's why it's very important nowadays, bro, to just do what you do with the people you love and the people you trust. And if you're gonna go into them streets, be prepared for somebody telling you, because somebody is going to tell on you. Eventually, somebody's going to tell on you. It's just a matter of time. So, you know what I mean? Why even do it, bro? You know?
You know, it's crazy because I was just watching, I think, this Tony Yayo interview on Vlad, and he said, though, like, just because they a snitch don't mean that they don't get busy, though. They still killers. They still do all the stuff like that, but they are who they are.
Dude,
You
there was a
know?
rat. There was a rat. Oh, here on Long Island, right? One of the official dudes out here. This dude was like the boogeyman. He was like a Gucci man. He had people under the pressure. Dude was a fucking informant. Niggas had paperwork on him. He was setting people up, and this dude would run down, and you call him a rat or something, this dude would run down on you with the blam. Talking about, yo, you talking shit about pistol whipping dudes, right? Yo, and this dude was a certified rat, and he was running down on dudes, and he would let it go. But he gets caught. He's like, all right, I got caught. This guy's doing this guy's doing that, this guy, and come right back out and do the same thing. So that's why I'm telling you, like, yo, it's bro, these dudes, bro, nowadays, bro, that's why it's not even, you can't even get into beefs no more because you don't even know what's going on no more, bro. That Gucci man he sealed the, the streets is over thing that everybody keeps preaching about. Yo, I like I said, that's not the Gucci man. That's not pregnant Gucci man, bro. Something happened, bro. Something happened, bro. How you feel about it? You the square. Let's keep her. All right. Since you like interviewing me, let me interview you for a second. You a straight up
All right.
dude, right? You on the
Right.
sidewalk. You don't do nothing crooked. You a honorable citizen, correct?
Right.
Okay. How do you take it? Is he a rat, or or he's just doing what he got to do?
I mean, when you preach about that life for so long, I mean, that becomes your identity. So yeah, I mean, that's definitely what happened,
You're a
you
rat.
know?
Okay. So we're all on the same page. There's no justifying it.
But I mean, I think where the conversation comes in is like some people believe that at a certain point you can graduate
You can train.
beyond.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Since you're talking about that, there's growth. Okay. I'll take myself for instance. I'm not in the streets. I'm not running around. I'm not doing nothing, none of that stuff. You know what I mean? I work every day. I work very hard for my check, and I appreciate every dollar I get because I sweat for every dollar I get. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean that my moral compass has changed. Just because I've changed from being a young, reckless individual that I didn't really think of the consequences to now I've matured. I value my freedom. I value my family. I value certain things in life. So I don't do things to jeopardize that freedom and lose anything that I've sweat and bled for. But it won't change my moral compass. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if I go on a drill with somebody, I gotta expect the consequences of what it is. I'm not gonna go and if we get caught, I gotta turn around and tell on him. No. We as men, if we make a decision to do something together, we gotta hold our water as men together. But that's why I don't put myself in those predicaments. If I gotta go somewhere with something, I'm not going.
All right. What about like your house gets robbed?
Oh, what about it?
And like, do you call the police and report that? Not
Well,
saying you.
legally, if you have valuables and stuff like that, you have to make a police report for the insurance to come in. Now, it's different that if
You're
you
not
know,
pointing anybody out, saying that
right,
this
but
person
if
did
you
it.
know who did it to you and you turn around and call the police, you are telling. You understand? You're basically telling. Now, if you're a civilian, if you're a regular person, me, I might, if I know who it is, I might crash out. 9 out of 10, I probably will crash out because I'm not going to allow you to disrespect me or, you know what I'm saying? But now, there's certain things that legally you have to do. You know what I'm saying? Like I have problems at the shop plenty of times that you have to get a police report. It's not means that you're telling them somebody breaks into a car there, does something. I legally, for the insurance or something, have to get a police report that somebody broke into the car. You understand what I'm saying? There's certain things that there's an accident. You get into an accident, you have to call the police so you could get the police report, so you could get the insurance information so you can make your claim when you go through it. So there's different, we're talking about different things. You're talking about just calling the cop, you're making like,
Okay, but what about certain situations where like people will feel like, are you on the Cameron level of like, yo, if I know so and so next door is doing this to kids, I might move or whatever, but I'm not telling the police, or if I see this lady get beat by this person and stuff, I'm not gonna do anything. I'm not gonna call the
look, the
cops.
funny thing is, look, one time we chilling and we see this dude beating the brakes off this chick. So we go and we get involved. Dude's getting hostile. We end up start beating it. Why the chick jump on us trying to beat us up and calls the police on us? And we helping her out. So when it comes to
Because
certain things,
it's a lover's
but
quarrel. That's
when it comes
why.
to certain things, especially in New York, you mind your fucking business. You mind your business because sometimes you get involved to help somebody, and guess what? That person you helping turns on you, and you the one that gets on the end of the city stick. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta mind your
But
fucking.
kids though,
No, we're not
if you
talking
know
about
somebody
kids.
doing.
Nah, if somebody's doing something to some kid, I might go over there and put hands on the dude. That's one thing that I don't accept. I feel that pedophiles and rapists and certain individuals, they should be the death penalty for them pieces of shit. They should be castrated and fucking thrown into the fucking
Yo,
acid
if
pit.
somebody does something to your kid
I'm
and
crashing
you
out.
kill
I'm
them,
crashing out. I'm
no,
crashing out.
but you know how there's been situations where like the father will
I'm
go
crashing
kill
out. I'm crashing
the
out.
person. I don't think that they should be prosecuted for that.
Of
I
course
think
not.
that they should
It's
be
it's technically it should technically be temporary insanity because if someone kills your child, there's no way for you
or
to
touches your
a child.
child.
No, if you touch
Yeah,
my child and I know it was you, I'm,
yeah.
I'm making a phone call and grabbing a couple of my close circles and we taking you out into the woods somewhere and you never coming back. You know what I'm saying? And I'm pretty sure I would do that for any one of my friends if you touching one of their daughters or something like that. That's something that you don't touch kids. Kids are sacred, bro. In this world, bro. And if you protect and condone and excuse and know a dude that's touching kids, you just as big a piece of shit as the dude that's touching the kids. Because there should never be any question. Kids are innocent. You understand what I'm saying? There's no justification. You know what I'm saying when it comes to a child. You know what I'm saying? I just that's the biggest thing. And anybody that I know or I deal with thinks that I'm wrong about that, I can't fuck with you. If you could justify that, I can't justify marrying 6-year-olds or dealing with 10-year-olds or 12-year-olds. Nah, there's no justification in that. I just there's no. I can't. You know what I mean?
Right. So this is a great transition, right? I had Lush One on my platform, and he spoke about Afrika Bambaata's death. He said, "Rest in piss," and that he would piss on his grave. He doesn't care what he contributed to hip hop, and he called KRS-One the worst hip hop legend ever, not only for defending Bam, but also over the years his discography hasn't been great. Man, roll a clip.
First of all, KRS-One is a bitch. KRS-One is a bitch, bro. You like rest in piss, Bambaataa. Rest in piss, Afrika Bambaataa. Piss on his grave. Let me find out where Afrika Bambaataa. Don't let me find out where Afrika Bambaataa's grave is at, because I will piss on that motherfucker. Because I don't give a fuck what you contributed
to the music, ingenuity, to culture, whatever the fuck that is. You touch little boys. You're a child. You're a piece of shit. Sure, Planet Rock is a slapper. I don't give a fuck, bro. All that shit is out, bro. KRS defending that shit. Let's also talk about, here's gonna piss off the whole channel right now. KRS-One is the worst legend in hip hop history. He gets by being a great stage performer and a commanding presence. But lyrically, he is below Slick Rick. He's below LL Cool J. He's below Rakim. He's below Big Daddy Kane. He's below Cool G-Rap. And I'm just talking about the dudes from his era.
What did you think about that?
I mean, I'm not gonna comment on KRS-One. I mean, with the Afrika Bambaataa thing, I think.
Wait, you're not gonna comment on him defending KRS-One though?
What do you mean? You mean KRS-One defending Afrika Bambaataa?
Right. That's what I mean.
Okay. My whole point of view is Afrika Bambaataa was a legend to hip hop, but it doesn't really matter. You're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit. If you were touching kids, if that's true, if it's true, which obviously he moved to Brazil to get away from whatever, no
And he didn't show up to the court and everything.
all the different things, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, I don't care if it was Afrika Bambaataa, whoever it was, P. Diddy, whoever it is, you touch kids, you deserve to be fried in oil, just gasoline poured on you and lit on fire. If it is proved beyond a reasonable doubt that you did actually do this, there should be no excuse. No, you may not. You are a piece of shit. You have no place in society if you touch kids. You have no place in society.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't care who it is. You know what I mean? I'm not going to get into the whole, like I made this statement before you even brought it up. If you condone or know about it, but the sick thing about it is that supposedly everybody knew that this dude, they used to bring him boys and stuff like that.
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
You know
That's
what I mean?
another
So-
crazy thing, right? Is that people said, they were like, oh, we been knew about that.
So whoever
you
said I've been
knew
knew about
that.
it, whoever said that, people should slap the shit out of them. Because
Right.
if you've been known about it and you didn't address it, like, I'm gonna keep it real. If one of my mans is doing that, or if somebody that I know or I'm around, you think I'm not gonna check that? You think the people that I'm around is not gonna check that? We all got kids, bro. We all got kids, bro. Nah, bro. Nah, man. That's I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's Afrika Bambaataa. I don't care who it is. And like I said, and if you condoned it, you a sucker too. You know what I mean? You should be lit on gasoline on you and lit on fire. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know the circumstances of his case. I don't know if he was 100% guilty. So I can't just blatantly say that. Hassan came out and said it. And then again, you see him in a picture as a grown man with him. So you turn around and be like, yo, what's going on, bro? Did this guy really traumatize you? Are you, what is that called? When you, Stockholm syndrome, whatever it's called, with the abusers? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But if he was really doing that to you as a child and you had an opportunity to put hands and feet on him or do something to him, why you didn't react? That's the question. I'm like, and I think that's again the problem that Mr. Keep It 100 and him have, that this guy's questioning why you didn't do this. If he did all this to you, why you took a picture with him, why you was around him, why did you go? You understand what I'm saying? Which is questions that you're like, So, I just don't want to get into it too much with that whole thing because that's a touchy subject. You know what I mean? I can't, if that really happened to him as a kid, that's
Right.
that's fucked up thing. You know what I'm saying? As a kid, you don't know why the reasoning is. So I can't, I'm not gonna judge and I'm not gonna say that. I'm just saying the person that did that to him should be lit on with gasoline and lit on fire, bro. In front of brought into the middle of a square, Times Square, gasoline poured on the nigga and lit on fire in front of everybody, live TV in order for everybody to see the shit. If you touch kids, that's just.
But Bam also said he didn't know Bee Stinger. Remember the other person that accused him? But I think he went back on his word and
And then
took the
they've had
accusation.
footage or pictures or something of him that they've supposedly paid him off or whatever.
Lord Jamar came out and said he knew he was lying when he recalled seeing B Stinger in the studio with him from back in the day.
Well, I'm pretty sure he kept lying to cover up. You know, when you lie to cover up a lie, that you got to say another lie to, and then you forget
Right.
the lies. I mean, if you're a piece of shit and he was doing that, you know, he's gonna keep saying, "No, I don't know that guy. I never even seen that guy. What are you talking about? I don't know nothing." Blah, blah, blah. But then you flee, you escape jurisdiction, you escape all that. It's like all these weirdo dudes that have all these weirdo cases that have money. You notice they all disappearing to Bali and different countries with non-extradition and all this Brazil and all these different things because they're scared to get prosecuted. You know what I mean? Didn't Steven Seagal jet to Russia when all the allegations came up and all that crazy shit came up with him? I don't know, bro. Like this world and this society is crazy. You know what's crazy? That in the U.S., you know, I think legal age of consent is what, 16 or 17?
Depends on the state.
Depends on the state. I know in some states it was legal to get married at a certain age. Bro, then you go to foreign countries and you see, like, we went to Colombia when we was on tour, and it was me, Paul, um, a couple of us was out there. My man from Crack Family in Colombia, and we all in the car, and the promoter is telling us, you know, oh, you know, whatever. He's telling us about the women in Colombia. So we go to eat at a spot, and we see dude must have been like in his 60s, older dude. And we see a young girl with him, like, you know, like 15, 16. We're not thinking about it. It looks like father and daughter or grandfather, daughter. You know what I mean? And we're like, all right, whatever. He's like, no, that's his wife. I'm like, what? He's like, that's his wife. I know him. Nah, you bullshitting. Oh, he goes up to the dude, says, what's up to him? But ma, how's your wife doing? How you feeling? Da, da, da. He's like, that's legal out here. I was like, what? He's like, some of the families are so poor that they sell their daughters to people with money for, you know, whatever, for property, for whatever they do. And it was like kind of normalized. Now is when they're making it an issue. They stopping like sex tourism and all that shit in Colombia because all these weirdos was going over there. But bro, at a point in time, it was looked at like normal. And
Well, it's just like, remember in the South, it was more acceptable too,
right,
where like people were getting married at such a young
14,
age.
13, right.
Right.
But now you see it, it's like, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, at what age does a person really have consent? Like you look at how can you give consent for an act like that? So that means you're an adult already, but you can't even buy a pack of cigarettes in the store. You can't even go and buy a beer, but you could give permission to have sex. Like like the way the laws are is like, it's crazy. It's like also in certain states you could get a gun at 18, but you can't go and drink at 18. So you're responsible enough to be able to carry a firearm that could take somebody's life, but you can't go and purchase a beer. Like,
Right.
you understand what I don't know. Like they put standards of responsibility. Like
Well,
18,
even
you're
going to
old.
war at 18
That's
too.
what I was about to bring
Yeah.
up. 18, you're old enough to get drafted to go give up your life, but you're not old enough to buy a pack of cigarettes. You're not old enough to go buy a drink at a bar. Like, so I'm old enough to go and risk my life for my country, but I'm not old enough to go purchase a beer. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, who makes the I don't know, bro. I don't even know how to explain it, bro. When I start talking about that, I get frustrated because
Right.
there's a lot of people that I truly love and have a lot of love for that have been sexually abused and have had traumas like that. So it kind of it kind of really like affects me because I'm like, I get blind rage when we talk about, you know, children that get touched and things like that.
I agree with you too, because it's a life sentence
Yeah,
of trauma.
for
When
the-
you see what they endure and they go through, it's like it's very hard to overcome that, bro. Like
'cause
they get triggered
yeah,
about
because a lot of these
things
kids
all the
that come
time.
from sexual abuse and things like that turn out to be like drug addicts and turn out to be like degenerates or extreme violent individuals because of the traumas they took as abused kids. You know what I'm saying? So, again, and my stance on that, bro, like I said, I can't judge him individually, like say like 100% I know, but if he was one of those, you know what I'm saying? I have no compassion in it. Whoever knew he was dealing with underage boys, yo, if he was dealing with a legal age man and that's his choice. That's his choice, homie. That's their choice. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
Absolutely.
if he's dealing with another man, and that's what floats your boat, homie. All right, cool. That's what floats your boat. Doesn't mean that I gotta accept it, or doesn't mean nothing. That's what you do. That's what you do. That's cool. But you're dealing with a kid that can't even make a decision for him, and you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro.
But you know, some people are even weird. Like, they like it fresh too. Like, just turned 18. Like, it's just weird to me. Like, certain things that people are into. Like, I feel like you don't realize how sick some people are until you realize like their sexual like fantasies and shit
But that's
that
like,
they
for
like.
instance, I got a daughter, right? You know how many times my daughter has sleepovers or had her friends over? I never, ever turned around and looked like, oh wow, or you understand what I'm saying? Like, in my mind, I can never even date somebody that's my daughter's age or around my daughter's age, because
Right.
you know what I'm saying? I come home with her, my daughter be like, yo, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. Like, what's her name that she's dating, the NBA player that's the same age as her son, and they're on the same team
Oh,
together?
you talking about oh fuck.
You know what I'm talking about
Yeah,
though, right?
yeah, yeah,
Isn't
yeah.
that just so weird and sick to do to your kid
Wasn't it
though,
Michael
bro? Like,
Jordan's son and Scottie Pippen's wife, ex-wife?
yeah, that I mean that but they was like, you know,
But
older though, but
but
yeah.
still,
Still
bro,
weird.
like,
Still a
it's
weird
like,
situation.
I mean,
Or like you remember that one Asian little girl that was crashing out on the internet, Lil TJ or whatever. What was her name?
I forgot her
Lil
name.
Tay. Lil
Lil
Tay.
Tay.
Yeah, she was crashing out and stuff. And as soon as she turned 18, right, she started an OnlyFans and like uploaded content. The overnight she became like a multi-millionaire or whatever. It's
But
just it
that's
just
like,
shows you how
what's
sick
the name?
people
The little
are.
Barbie. What's the name?
Bad Baby?
Bad Baby.
Yeah.
Same situation. But then they turn around saying that there was mad rappers sleeping with her when she was underage and all that shit.
Yeah.
Some people are just weirdos, bro. Like I said, it's just weirdos, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? You got to be able to have a moral compass, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you have a kid, bro, you got to be able to the how can you expect somebody to teach you something if you're not doing it yourself? You know what I'm saying? Like, I
Mm.
just, when it comes to shit like that, bro, I have no pity, no mercy, no compassion. Like I said, I go into a blind rage because I have a lot of loved ones that, that were, that was assaulted or, touched as children. And it's like, it's sad because you see the traumas that they go through as adults, you know what I'm
Yep.
saying? And it never goes away. And then the worst part of it is when they try to ask for help and the adults don't, and the person don't believe it because they're so close to the person that's doing it to them, they don't believe it. And
Yeah,
they,
because it's usually like a friend, a
or
babysitter,
family
or like a
member
family
or
member.
something, and they'll be
Yeah.
like, no, 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 that's not. And the person will be like, no, that's not what happened. That's not what this. And they justify it. You know what I'm saying? And that, I think, is what holds a lot of these kids that really, really traumatize them. Like, my nephew, he's a psychologist, and he does, for abused kids and kids that come from that. And it's sad, the stories of certain things. Obviously they don't get into telling you exact things of what goes on, but
Right, because of HIPAA. Yeah.
yeah, but all that stuff. But it is just like, yo, bro, you just can't wrap your head around the things that, burning cigarettes on kids, putting out cigarettes on a kid, and you know what I mean? Like, you seen the thing with that dude that was they were all getting cracked out. I think it was in Florida somewhere, and the guy kept blowing crack in the dog's face, and the dog went crazy and bit one of the guys that it was like three of them getting high in the living room. His daughter was in the his daughter was in the damn, my dog almost knocked down the whole camera. His daughter was in the room and they was all smoking meth or crack in the living room, and they was blowing crack into the dog's face. And the girl that was with them went to pet the dog. The dog spazzed out, bit half her ear off, bit her nose off.
Oh my
And
God.
then they trying to run. So the daughter comes out of the room and tries to calm the dog down, but the dog is cracked out. So the dog fucking bit her face. They had to call the cops.
Oh
And all this
shit.
shit is because the father was in the living room smoking crack, blowing crack into the dog's fucking face. And fucking now that you understand what I'm saying? Like, yo, bro,
Right,
it's
right.
individuals like this, bro, It's like,
Yeah.
where is your like I just don't get it, bro. Like I just don't get it, bro. The way shit is, and you can't even say it's decided because most of those dudes is like our age or is older. It's just like fucking crazy, bro. The way fucking the world is today, it,
Absolutely.
it makes you
Yeah.
think. If I had a choice, would I bring a child into this world,
Yeah.
knowing what's going to happen, and not knowing what's going to happen in 10 years from now? If
And there's not really hope that it's gonna get better necessarily.
because everybody's, bro, the shit is getting crazier and crazier and crazier. Like it's like I don't know, bro. I don't know. Let's get off this kitty thing,
Yeah.
bro. This
Yeah.
thing
Yeah.
puts me
Yeah.
into a dark place that I just can't even focus anymore.
I feel you. I feel you.
You know.
Yeah. Welcome back. No, I mean to your dog, man.
I know who you're
Yeah.
talking to.
All right. What do you think about the stereotype that gets pushed? You touched about this a little bit earlier, but that all Latin
Okay.
kings are dope fiends. Like people get real disrespectful and say Latin fiends instead. And like, where did this come from?
I mean, listen, bro. Everybody wants to talk about oh, Latin Kings is dope fiends, this and that. You know what it is, bro? I'm gonna be 100% with you. The older generation, you don't really see on the streets anymore. They all evolved, they all got families, they're all working, they've all progressed in life. So obviously, you're not gonna see them on the blocks. The dudes that you see out there running around that's like 60 years old, 50 years old, of course, some of them are fiends, but it's not all just Latin Kings. It's not all just Bloods because everybody uses, but the focus is because you'll turn around and see some dude on the street with 1,000 beads on that's like 50 years old. You know what I'm saying? Fiend out. Do a lot of Spanish dudes like to do their thing? My dude, a lot of dudes do their thing, bro. But this is like not just kings. This is all type of dudes. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, bro. I never did it. Never even thought about indulging in dog food. That's never been my, you know what I'm saying? So, like I said, most of the dudes I'm around, we don't, you know what I'm saying? Like that's something that's like, I don't know, bro. Like it gets me mad sometimes because they stereotype it. But at the end of the day, it's like, half these dudes that's over here calling them that they uncles in the closet smoking. This was, come on, man. I don't want to hear none of that stupid shit. You know
Well,
what I'm saying?
especially when you look at these Reddit posts, man, some of these people, like, they gotta be like ops for real, the reason why they saying it.
Yeah, but you gotta understand, these are repeat. You're talking about there's certain dudes, and I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something, bro. These dudes be talking shit about some of these drug addicts, bro. Some of the realest dudes I've seen with drug addicts, bro. Some of the gun clappers that was on Rikers Island in the early '90s would take a bag and blow up half the house. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, listen, bro. To each his own, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's you gotta understand that a lot of the culture from PR and from different places, dudes indulged. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has their ticks and tacks. Whether you drink, smoke, sniff, do whatever, smoke weed, whatever. It is what it is, bro. But it just so happens that the dudes that keep going into this revolving system, a lot of them are junkies, you know what I'm saying? And those are the ones that everybody points out, but nobody points out, oh, look at that dude. That dude got his own house. Look, that dude got his own business. This guy's got a record label. This dude got this. No, they always go and point out the one dude that keeps going back to jail because he is a drug addict and he's in the streets trying to feed his habit. You understand what I'm saying? So most of the dudes from my era, you don't even see them go back to jail. They all moved on. Most of the bros that I know that done 15, 20, you know what I'm saying? They come out, they get their lives together, they try to concentrate on the family, make, you know what I'm saying? It's sad that everybody wants to do that, but it is what it is. They want to do that. I know I don't get high. I know my circle don't get high. I know most of the dudes that I deal with, the majority, maybe there's a 20%, maybe 15%, that indulge. I don't know, bro. But it just seems that every single time it's always that stereotype. But you go to the jails now, majority's all what? Blood? You gonna tell me they're not getting high? There's a lot of Bloods getting high when I was there. You know what I'm saying? So this shit is just corny, bro. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it
Isn't
is.
it against the manifesto though to be using?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is. It is. That's what I'm telling you. You're not supposed to indulge in any heavy drugs that could take you out of your character. Any heavy drugs. The only thing that legitimately was weed and hash. But you know, times change, and certain people used to do it. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna tell you I never seen it. I mean, when I was in jail and I used to see dudes do it, I used to tell them, "Yo, go to your cell, lock in your cell, don't come out your cell until you sober up." You know what I'm saying? 'Cause some dudes needed it. You know what I mean? They that shit is a bad habit, bro. You know what I mean? Like, just like gambling, just like anything else. But
You could
that's
be
how.
addicted to anything, man. So
Yeah, but that's another reason why a lot of dudes got kicked out of the whip. You know what I'm saying? People not talking about that's again, we go back into the past circle of why some dudes became blood because they couldn't abide by the rules and regulations of the nation. You know what I'm saying? This isn't for everybody. The nation wasn't for everybody, bro. A lot of people were bandwagon. A lot of people really believed in the cause. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of people believed in that they were defending the weaker, that they were defending the Latin people. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, it's like anything you do, you have the good and the bad. Just like you got cops that are straight up cops, that are good cops that are there to make a difference. And then you got the crooked dudes that, sticking up dudes, setting dudes up, taking breaks, taking money under the table, just like COs, just like judges, just like all type of things. So, you know what I mean? But it just seems like the focus is always that one dude that's on the block with no teeth, with 1,000 beads on, bro. That doesn't reflect the people I've been around. I've rarely seen people like that. I'm gonna be honest with you. And most of those dudes that you do see like that are not even on the count or don't even be around bros, because if a bro sees you like that, yeah, we're not gonna get into that.
right,
But
got you.
you know what I mean? Like it's just, that's it's sad, you know what I mean? But like I said, a lot of the older generation, from my era, from the 90s and stuff, bro, a lot of them have moved on to run businesses, managers of all type of businesses. They own all type of different things, tow truck companies. Like I said, everybody moves on just because you don't see them in the street. That's why people say, "Oh, you don't see Kings no more." No, they still there. It's just they're not on the block hanging out. They're not flying colors. They doing what they supposed to do, taking care of their castle, taking care of their family. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna be on the block hanging out. Yeah, I'll go to events if I gotta go to something, and I'll check in and whatever. But I'm not on the block hanging out with them doing anything. Nah, bro. I'm not putting myself in a predicament that I'm gonna go get caught up in an indictment or get caught up um and something that I'm not supposed to, bro. I work hard for my money, like I said. I sweat hard, and that's what I do. I come home, I relax, and I come home to play with my dog, and you know what I mean? Like, that's it, bro. I don't, you know, like I said, look, there's like 10, 15 co-defendants that just came home from a big long indictment. Bro, out of the 15, maybe two of them went back to prison. The rest of them all got their shit together. The youngest ones obviously went back because they still haven't, learned their lesson, or they still got that street energy. But the older ones came home, had babies, got married, started their own lives, got business, got truck drivers licenses, got their lives together, bro. You know what I mean? It doesn't take away from them being kings. I think they're always gonna be kings, and they're always gonna love the nation. But the nation sometimes, it's like anything. There's good apples, there's bad apples. It's all what you do with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm just not gonna get too into everything. You know what I mean? But you know,
What
it
do
is
you
what
think is the biggest misconception about Latin kings?
that we're all dolphins.
So it's that. It's that.
That we were the oppressors. I don't know, bro. There's so much different
I
things,
mean,
bro.
because like online, you read all types of shit, and people are all like,
Because
"Oh, if
those are the ones that's still there, bro. Like, you gotta understand, bro. If it's like, for instance, when I was locked up on my case, I was on the island for 34 months fighting my case, right? All over the place. And you would see the same dude come in like 10 times cracked out, doped out, whatever. I'm not talking about king. I'm not talking about I'm just talking about regular dude. Dude will be there for a month. All of a sudden, dude's stocky as hell, getting, but he's a fiend. Gets out, comes right back. Comes out, goes back, right back. So these are the dudes that they see. These are dudes, some dudes that were kings at the time, younger dudes that their habit progressed or whatever, and they continue to go back. So the person that they always see in jail going in and out is the fiends because they're always getting picked up at a spot. They're always getting picked up here. Bro, you don't see none of the older dudes doing none of that stupid shit, bro. You don't see none of that. And look at the young generation. Young generation is on a whole different wave. Them dudes be on some, I don't even know the type of shit they be on. They be on this weed, the lean, it's a
Perks.
whole different. See, but the perks, pills, opiates always lead back to the dog food, which
It
those are the
does.
ones that always that's like the generation from like the 70s that moved into that. You know what I'm saying? That was the like everything came back in a cycle. Like when I was growing up, before crack hit, it was heroin. Heroin was like the fucking thing. Used to walk in my building, find dudes in the as a little kid going to school. I remember that shit. Bro, Yonkers dude be in the fucking hallway with a needle in his arm. Mother, you gotta walk around the dude, vomit and you know what I'm saying? And then all
Well,
of a
because
sudden,
you're talking about around Vietnam time
I'm
too.
talking about like when I could remember, like from like 77, 78,
Right, but
79.
that was around that time where like
But
it
there
was
was
pure.
everybody was like doped out. Then all of a sudden, like in the early 80s, is when it switched
Right.
from being the lean to the crazy dances and the crackheads. You know what I'm saying? Then all of a sudden the crackheads phased out and boom, the dope came right back because of the pills. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a cycle. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was the thing that I remember, but yeah, that's a misconception. Don't get it twisted, bro. You know what I'm saying? Don't get it twisted. Don't go down one of these Chicago blocks and think you're gonna find a dude, or go down a New York block and think all you're gonna find is junkies, bro. You be
Right.
real surprised what you find, bro. You know what I mean? Don't go looking for something you don't want to find.
What about them saying that if you're a Latin king and you have a son, they're all automatically a Latin king and required to be one?
They're not required to be nothing, bro. Bro, you teach your kid is like I told you and I spoke about it before. You know what I mean? The kings, you teach your kid certain morals, just like the nation taught us certain morals. You're taught to respect other people. You're taught to be honest with other people. You're taught to show different type of unity among the family. You teach them. You know what I'm saying? You love them. You understand what I'm saying? These are things you do with your kids regardless. You know what I'm saying? The thing is that there was a generation of us that were lost. We didn't have identity of who we were because you got to understand, most of us were born here in New York, and our cultures come from salsa, flamenco, cumbias, different type of music. We didn't even listen to that type of music unless it was in the house. So we grew up on hip hop. A lot of us grew up on hip hop. So the nation kind of taught us our history and brought us back to a lot of our roots
Cultural
and
identity.
cultural identity, exactly. And when you start fighting for your people, when you see the abuse that was going on with the Latins that were coming, like I told you, you gotta understand, a lot of the times when in the early 90s, people that were getting picked up didn't even speak English, bro. So these are the people that are targets when they go to prison. They're weak because they don't know how to defend themselves verbally. So forget about physically. If you can't even ask for the basic necessities, how you even gonna defend yourself when it comes to certain things? You know what I'm saying? So they were basically the targets. And that's where, you know what I'm saying? One of the reasons I had became a member of the nation was to stand up for the rights of my people. You understand what I'm saying? So, a lot of people had different experiences being a king. It's not the same experience is not for everybody. Like I said, some people do foul things no matter what you're in. You know, some dudes will try to fuck your girl the minute you turn around. You know what I'm saying? There's certain things, but there's rules and regulations and codes of conduct that are taught. It's not, they don't teach you to hurt your brother. They don't teach you to assassinate his character or talk shit behind his back. You know what I'm saying? The nation to me made me a man. To be honest with you, I was a lost kid, bro. I was wild, bro. I was wild. I didn't care. You know what I'm saying? I was out of control at one point. You know what I'm saying? And it gave me a purpose. You know what I'm saying? my experience. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody might not have had the same experience. You know what I'm saying? And certain people,
And different chapters are kind of ran a little different too, right?
everybody, listen, I can't tell you what the chapter down the block is doing. How can I tell you what the chapter in Chicago and LA or
Right.
in Ecuador or in DR or whatever's doing? We all have the same foundation. You know what I'm saying? But remember, every chapter has their own rules and regulations, their own leadership, their own things. So at the end of the day, yeah, we're all brothers because of the flag and certain the foundation is the same, but it doesn't. Everybody's not the same, bro. Every rule that's here in New York is not the same rule from Chicago, and every rule that's in Chicago is not the same rule in Florida. So
Would you
I-
compare it to like Christianity in different churches and how the leader of that church, the pastor, the priest, whatever, the way that they interpret the Bible and the way that they teach it to their congregation and stuff? And, you know,
that's a good way of putting it, but it's also your environment. It's not just that because it has something to do with that because let's say the Bible is the holy book of Christianity. And then there's different versions of it and different things, but the actual foundation is the same. No, it's not um so easily said like that because the book is the book. There's no other interpretation. The laws and regulations is what it is. But different things get added because of the environments and different places there. And like there's certain places that where you're not allowed to wear, let's say, yellow or any apparel because of whatever the reason is, or you're not allowed to salute in public because you're under. So each chapter has different rules and regulations. You know, I can't get into everything that's going on because at the end of the day, I really don't know because I could just speak for what I live and what I did. You know, understand what I'm saying? But and where the chapters where I came up in, if we knew a brother did have a drug habit, or was that honestly the first thing would be try to help him. Sometimes it was tough love. Sometimes it was a mandated drug program to get their shit together. Like it wasn't just oh you're out of here, but you know what I'm saying because at the end of the day these are our brothers, so you can't just you know what I'm saying shun them. That's what we're supposed to be there, good and bad situations. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, bro, everything is not what it seems. Like, like I said, there's good brothers, there's bad brothers. You know what I'm saying? Brothers fight, brothers that. But at the end of the day, the foundation is the same wherever you go. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter where you land, wherever it is, the law of the land is the law of the land. There might be a little bit of rules different here and there, but yeah, that perception, all that is not what you think it is. You know what I mean?
right. Wasn't there a situation with Lil Pump and the Latin Kings recently?
It was some IG thing going on. Some post or something, and the brother that's is a well-known artist in Chile had kind of did a comment like, "Oh, you preaching this and you're smoking a cigarette or something in the shop." Yeah, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it started some back and forth IG thing. But then
Something petty.
something real petty. But then this dude took it a little bit, disrespectful. SMDing you, your mom, and all this stuff. You know what I mean? Like, which listen, you gotta be careful who you talk to because you don't know what's gonna happen. So that's really what it was. Is IG thing for right now, social media. But you should be careful who you talk to because you don't know what can happen. You know what I'm saying, and where it can happen. So you should be careful who you SMD. You know what I mean? You shouldn't be throwing that around so vividly. You know what I mean? I just don't know the whole thing about it. I just saw a little bit of back and forth thing on IG. So I can't really, get too into it because I really don't know the whole thing. You know what I mean?
Right. But he's historically, I mean, of course, he's an addict, but like he's also historically done and said things that were like out of line. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
like
but you
that's
know
why
what
he
happens? Look, at the end of the day, people think that they're untouchable because at the end of the day, a lot of people think that they could just get on social media. Like, for instance, I get these weirdos that go out of their way to make fake pages with no friends, no nothing, to DM weird messages or threats or whatever. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, if you a man, you show your face, you say what you gotta say, and then you deal with the consequences of it. You don't hide behind a phone screen or a screen. You know what I mean? Every action you have has consequences. You know what I'm saying? And those consequences, you don't know where it's coming from. Especially you live in Florida, bro. You live in Hialeah, Latin Kingland, bro. You live in Latin Kingland. You gotta be careful who you SMDing, bro. And if you know, it's some internet thing. All right, cool. Yo, you joke about it. You through some jokes back and forth. But once you start SMDing people's moms and stuff like that, you don't know who's gonna react. You understand what I'm saying? You gotta be careful who you do, because that bro lived in Miami for a little while. So you never know. You know what I'm saying? The world is small, so you never know what could happen. You know what I'm saying? So just gotta be careful what you say. You know. Look. For instance, you just seen Whack 100 get approached for SMD and somebody on live. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
You gotta be careful with what you say sometimes. Sometimes, you could talk your way out of it. Sometimes people don't want to hear it. Those words, them words still resonate. You know what I mean? You gotta be real careful with those words, bro. These kids use it very freely nowadays. You know what I mean? And those words, some people don't take those words very lightly. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. Well, you remember when Lil Pump got checked by China Mac at the club?
I definitely do.
Yeah, because he did that whole racist thing. I forgot what he did with his eyes and shit like that.
Yeah, he did some stupid shit. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna
Yeah,
do it, but yeah.
yeah. And then China Mac approached him and told him to do the right thing. I think
He
he ended up
apologized. He
apologizing. Yeah.
apologized. Yeah, but China Mac is about his business, bro. He definitely stepped up, but that's exactly what you see what happened. He saw it, and he didn't expect China Mac to come. He thought it was good. Well, he thought it was funny and all that, but then when you got a real Asian step into you, now it's a different story. What's gonna happen when you throwing those lines because you think that man is 1,000 miles away or 1,500 miles away? When you right there in the hood, you don't know who's gonna react. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta be real careful about what you say. You know what I'm saying? You should never, you know, but it's internet thing. It's internet thing. You could have kept joking and snapping and blah blah blah, and it could have been a little. But once you involve people's moms and SMD and all that, you taking it somewhere else that it should never even went, because it wasn't even that serious, bro. That shit was some real cornball shit. But you know,
I think that also, like, when people when they like get into it with other people, they should keep it about each other, man. Like when you start to involve other people, like to talk about their family members, their friends, whatever, or like try to reach like beyond,
but you know,
keep it about the topic, man.
I mean, a lot, like I said, a lot of these dudes be in another world, bro, because they got so much money and they so much that do so many drugs that they thinking is not in the right state of mind. And then a dude like him that he be traveling all over the world doing all these little whatever the pedo hunter or whatever the hell they be doing. He be doing like bro, you might go into the wrong neighborhood and bump into the wrong people, but like, yo, that ain't that the dude that was talking about such and such? Yo, what's up?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And some people might look for a viral moment just to get points with that bro. Because not for nothing, that bro is popping in Latin America and all that. He is that dude. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, he was living in Miami, you know what I mean? But you gotta be careful what you say, bro. I'm not making no threats or nothing, but you gotta be careful what you say in life, because every word you say couldn't have a consequence. So you just got
Who's the bro that he was talking about?
talking about Pablo Chile.
Pablo Chile. Okay. Yeah, man. But you got to also realize that even just talking with regular people these days on the internet, some of these people are crazy. You don't know who they
Yeah,
are.
but you, like I said, bro, when you take that's like, for instance, right now, I'd be like, oh, this dude fucking Panda Chop be sitting in the shade playing with fucking whatever. And we taking it on some joking thing or whatever. We making internet shit. All right, bro. Just like the Hassan thing. You didn't have to go to the German thing. You could have got your point across without involving racist remarks. You know what I'm saying? And have people look at you sideways. I get it. You were saying it out of anger, and maybe you were just saying it in a disrespectful way to press his button. But there's ways to talk about it, bro. Because sometimes everything doesn't need to be said, especially when some people, especially in them countries, when you talk about somebody's moms, it'd be like, yo, bro, it's like World War III over there when it comes to, because a lot of these in a lot of these countries, that's all we know is mama love. You know what I'm saying? Mama love is like the most holiest thing under the sun. You know what I mean? So when somebody talk about mama love, it's just a respect thing. You know what I mean? If you're gonna keep it in there, keep it in there. You're gonna keep the jokes. It's cool and all that. It's funny, but when you start SMDing dudes' moms and do things, you don't know the consequences of your actions. You know what I'm saying? So, and especially when people are well connected across the planet. You got to be real careful what you say to people because, like I said, you might turn in the wrong block and bump into somebody that you ain't even knew to do. You know what I'm saying? And you just gotta be careful. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta be careful what you say. You know what I mean?
For sure, man. Lil Pump, make that right and apologize, man.
Which he should. He should.
Yeah.
But only time can tell.
Yeah, we don't want to see a video like of 6ix9ine and
the
of
Florida
you, though,
boys don't
instead.
play that. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But
Yeah. We don't want to see that, man. Well, maybe some people might want to see that.
Oh,
I'm
man,
not
yo,
saying that's
bro.
gonna happen, but it could happen, and that's enough reason for you don't want those problems.
we
you
don't
know
we
what I'm
don't we
saying?
don't we don't promote violence, bro. We
Yeah.
don't
Yeah.
promote that. We promote unity, bro, all across the board. So we're gonna just leave it like
Yeah.
that. You Latino, do the right thing, You apologize to that man's mom, you know what I mean? You know what you did was wrong, but
Is he Latino?
he's Ecuadorian, I think, or Colombian. He's
Lil
one of
Pump
those.
is?
Yeah, bro, he's Spanish.
Oh, damn! I did not know that.
Yeah. Yeah. Google him. Yeah. I don't know if he's
Oh yeah, his last name is Garcia.
I don't
A
know if he's
Colombian American.
I don't know. Yeah, he's Colombian. I didn't know if he was Ecuadorian or Colombian, but I know he's Latin. So Mama love is mama
Wow.
love, bro. You don't do that. You know what I
You
mean?
got to definitely
You know
make that
better,
right
bro. He
then.
should know better. That's it. We ain't, like I said, we're not promoting none of that, but you should know better than do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right. In our last
Uh-huh.
interview, we spoke about the Super Bowl and Bad Bunny. Then the Super Bowl happened. What are your thoughts?
But I tell you, highest viewed halftime show in history, right?
Right.
I told you.
I thought it was Kid Rock's alternative Super Bowl show that was the highest viewed.
Oh, mwah, mwah. Yo, that shit was so corny, bro. I can't even believe that, bro. That shit was so corny, bro. That shit was corny, man. To even like contemplate that was corny as hell, bro. I can't even, bro. You did a halftime show in another state where the Super Bowl wasn't even going. Like, bro, like, come on, bro. Come
What
on.
did you think of his comments about Jay-Z? He said that he's a DEI hire. And he also said the decisions that Jay made, like Kendrick and then doubling down with Bad Bunny, it was a middle finger to conservatives, to MAGA, and to his crowd and his fan base, basically.
Bro, Jay-Z's a businessman. It got nothing to do with politics. It was about business and numbers. Right now, at that moment, NFL was competing with the highest sport there is in the planet, which is soccer. So for them to get the numbers that soccer gets was an accomplishment. You got to look at it like the most viewed sport in the world, in the planet, is soccer. American football is American football. American. Bro, they became the most viewed sports event in YouTube history, I think, right?
I think so.
So you're going to tell me that wasn't a business decision? It was a strategic to bring awareness of football across the world? Come on, bro. This is a business. It's a business. Like, who cares about if it was? I don't think it had nothing to do politically. I don't think it had nothing to do with that. It's about business. Every year he goes, he keeps showing them, I'm gonna get the numbers higher and higher and higher and higher, and that's what he's been doing, bro. I think it was strategic. And plus, let's keep it. Let's be honest. the second most spoken language in the U.S. is
Spanish.
Spanish.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So I think it was a show of unity with the community. Like I said, I think, like I said, I'm not a big Bad Bunny fan, but I do respect what he's doing. I do respect everything that he did in Puerto Rico and what he did in the game. It was, to me, it was amazing for the Latin community. And not just that, is that you brought awareness of a sport across the world. Because like I told you, people are gonna just tune in, even if it was just to look at Bad Bunny, but they had that game streaming.
Right.
So those numbers competed with any other sport that was at a world level. We talking about now at a world level. Come on, bro. I told you that was gonna happen, though. I told you.
Right.
You know
And
that, yo,
he
bro.
had a
I
positive
go out to eat with
message
my
though,
girl. Look,
too.
I go to eat with my girl, right? And we go to this little Colombian spot. And every time we go there, we'll go there maybe like once every 2 weeks or whatever. We always go there. And every time I go there, they have the halftime show playing over and over and over and over, because it made a lot of people feel so proud, bro. It's been a long time since Latinos have a thing to be like, feel proud to be Latin. You understand what I'm saying? So it brought a lot of pride to a lot of people. You gotta look at, like, to be accepted. You know what I'm saying? So I think it was dope. Like I said, I think it was dope. I love the show. I love the way, I'm not like I said, I'm not really a fan, but bro, he does give one of the best shows you're ever gonna see. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
Did you watch it?
Yeah, I
Obviously.
did. Yeah.
What'd you think?
Yeah, I thought it was dope, man. But what did you think about Vlad saying that he was at a party and people weren't feeling it? Like nobody understands the
No, but I
words.
get that. I also get that too. Like, I also get that, because you're also playing something that is unethical in a certain way, because this is the greatest, I don't know if it's the greatest, but it's one of the biggest sports in the US. And the
It's the
Super
biggest sport.
Okay, so it's the biggest sport.
Yeah.
So the Super Bowl is it's kind of traditionally an all American sport. So for you to watch something and not be able to understand it, I do understand that point too. A lot of people, I forgot where we was at, and people would like turn that off, and they had all the screens. They had half the screens playing Kid Rock, and the other half of the screens were playing Bad Bunny. But it's just so weird how everything will how divided everybody is. It's kind of like, why you got that fucking shit on, or why, dude, at the end of the day, it's a sports event. You know what I'm saying? And I think it was it a strategic move? I think it was more of a numbers move, like I said. You know what I mean? But who would they have put? Let's be real. Who at that point was any artist that was even on that level of competition
Kid
with?
Rock.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. When's the last time? When's the last time you even heard of a new Kid Rock song, bro?
Well, let me ask you this, okay? What do you think of Kid Rock becoming famous from hip hop and then his
And then switching
identity?
to rock, I think he knew he was gonna be a mediocre artist when it came to hip hop, and he found his lane, and I think he exploited his lane and made what he could. I think that was dope of him. Like, he started in one thing, he seen it wasn't going, he jumped into the next lane, and you know what I'm saying? So he found his lane. That's his lane. Okay, he came out with
But
his own.
the people that really knew him and grew up on him and stuff like that, they said that he was really hip hop back in the
He
days.
had a flat top. He used to break dance and all type of
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
I remember
But
when Kid Rock was coming out. But like I said, you gotta understand, in that era, that level of competition that was in hip hop, he knew he didn't have a shot in the dark, bro. He
I
knew
felt
he
like he
didn't.
was still pretty successful though.
In hip hop. Eh?
Yeah, he had the ball with the ball and all the other shit like that, that he had. Like, I mean, I guess maybe not the respect of like a
At that
lyricist.
point, listen, you're talking about he came out. All right, what year he came out? He came out like mid-90s, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Mid-90s. All right. So you're still competing on the length of gangster rap, NWA, all of them, Tupac. Come on, bro. Mobb Deep, Nas, Jay-Z, bro, he didn't have a shot in the dark, bro, because everybody was clowning. Even people used to clown Hammer. You know what I'm saying? And Hammer was one of the most popping artists at one point, and everybody was still clowning him. You know what I'm saying? Let's be honest, bro.
His first album actually came out in 1990, and then
his first
yeah.
album that even came out.
Yeah, but
Wow.
it's sold over 100,000 copies though. I mean, so it's pretty, pretty
That's
good.
kind of I didn't know that. But like I
But
said,
I guess my point was though that like it's one thing if you like decide to experiment with your music and you go to a different genre. It just seemed that he completely changed his identity and turned his back on what got him famous to begin
well,
with.
not really, because at the end of the day, all right. For instance, all right, has he criticized any other hip hop artist has ever played in the halftime show?
Kendrick.
I don't know how he can't even. I think Kendrick drunk and with headphones on will out rap him.
I guess what it is just like him becoming radicalized.
That's
And
the
now
difference, that he became politically involved, and now he's letting his politics influence his artistry. So it's no longer a thing about hip hop or music at all. Now it's more of a political motivated
No, in a way it is about music because if you look at it, right, hip hop has historically been for black people and Latinos, like people of color more have come from it, right?
okay.
And he had his
He had his
fame
shot.
come
He had his
from
shot.
it, and then he was cool with all those people. And it seemed like, okay, now that I'm famous and I'm going over the country and rock and turning my back. And not just that, but now my agenda for what I'm pushing is geared towards more of those people. And it's like, fuck y'all. That's it's a little different. It's like you could say like MGK, right? He came up through hip hop, then he went to punk rock, but he came back to hip hop still, and now he's rapping still, right? It's not like he completely abandoned the culture. What
Yeah,
Kid Rock did looks like
but he also didn't get radically involved in politics.
right. But that's what I'm
You
saying
understand what I'm
though.
saying? Like, you gotta understand, people also with different levels of money, people change the way they look at different things. You understand what I'm saying? And some people outgrow certain things. Like, I'm pretty sure there's certain things you used to love to do as a kid that you've outgrown them, and now you can't even see yourself doing that. Like, my son was a fiend for fucking skateboarding. This kid used to sleep with a skateboard, try out. Yo, bro, this kid used to break boards. Like, bro, I went through so much money with boards with this kid. He was like strung out on fucking skateboarding, and he was going to all skate parks all over the state and out of state, going to skate parks just to skate. This guy would travel all over the place to skate. And then as time progressed, he just started growing out of it, growing out of it, growing out of it. And then you can't even, I don't even know the last time I've ever even seen a skateboard around him. So
But that's a hobby though, right? See, like when you
we're talking about
introduce
things you love to do. See,
but when you introduce the fact that money is involved and you use something to get on, then
but that's
that's
what I'm
where
saying.
it becomes like a whole the race part doesn't
Doesn't
help either.
help
Like
it. No, it
if Kid
doesn't help
Rock
it.
was black and he decided to go to a different genre or something like that, that would be different. It would be viewed differently.
I get it.
You know what I'm saying?
I get it. I get it. I'm just like, I mean, listen, to me, I felt it was corny. You know what I mean? I really feel it was corny. You know what I mean? But to each his own. They wanted a choice. I mean, the numbers, yeah, he still had a couple of million views on his thing, right?
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. Kid Rock is talented because he could play multiple instruments and stuff. He has talent. It's
No,
not
no, he
about
definitely has
it's
talent.
it's
But
not about talent. It's about
there was
this
also
specific
there was
topic.
also a few artists that were supposed to play at his event, and at the last minute canceled and didn't even perform at it, from what I heard. You know what I'm saying? So, because I think it was he took something that was this is America, I want an American thing. I get it. But then he politically pushed it, and I think that's what kind of fucked them up with a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, that sport is not for politics, bro. That's supposed to be the sport that doesn't matter if you're a Republican, a Democrat, liberal, whatever. That's the sport that we all sit down and be like, we're all on the same playing field. And he took it somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I think it was just kind of corny. I think it's corny whoever even sponsored it. I think it was corny. And that they actually put it live was corny. You understand what I'm saying? It is
I
what it
think
is.
that the real problem is that it shows us where we're at in
It's still
America
racist.
right
You
now.
still see, bro. Like, you know what's funny? Like, for mad years, I don't believe that there was no racism. I believe that there's been racism all around. I just believe that it wasn't cool to express who you really were. I think a lot of people held their racism quietly in their little house. And in the last maybe like what 10 years or so or 8 years, it's been like
After Obama.
so many people have come out of the fucking closet with
But you've never seen our country more divided than ever, right?
never,
Because do you
never,
remember this during Bush or
never, never. That's what I'm telling you. It's just so weird because it's so much extremity right now.
right?
Everybody's one way, everything's this way, and it's
If you're
like,
not this, then you're this.
right? And then you go and look at the world. Look at the world right now. All the everybody that had pacts and everybody that had different agreements is breaking apart. Everybody's just like is just bogged out the way everybody now they're showing their true colors of how they feel about the American people this or the Germans or the Italians, and it's like everybody, the Spaniards, and it's like everybody got so many different opinions on politics. Before it was very quiet, very everybody was very
But also the changing of the era because social media has given people a voice to say that your opinion
yeah.
truly matters and that you need to share it with everybody.
And so much fake AI news and so much fake propaganda that you don't even know who's real unless you really go on CNN. And then do you trust CNN 100% or do you trust these news channels 100%? Because the crazy thing is, you'll be here and then I go on vacation or I go somewhere else and you watch the news when you get there and they're telling you a whole different story when you get over there. So it's like, who's hiding the truth of the people? Because it feels like it's just a giant brainwashing cycle of people. It's like a giant washing machine. Everybody's just trying to program you to think this way. So it's like certain things you see on algorithms here in the States, you don't get that algorithm over there. So you got a whole different, once you get on over there, you get all this other crazy stuff going on here. It's just bogged out because it's the extremity of things. Like there's so much political uproaring and so much thing, but it's also too a lot of it has to do with all this immigration that's going on because you got so many different ideas and so many different religion and so much different things filtering into all these different countries because at the end of the day, in what in maybe like another 10 years, what country is actually you could turn around and be like, he's an American. You won't even be able to tell who's American, who's German, because there's so much intermixing with different cultures and countries and everything that is just is bugged out, bro. It's bugged out. I think the only ones that's probably gonna be still to a certain extent is like China, parts of the Middle East, Japan, that they are very strong on their culture and they hold very strong, even Russia. Because Russia's like either you follow our traditions and you follow this, or you get the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? But every other country, they open their doors to everybody, and then you got such a melting pot of ideas and extreme and it's. I'm not talking about one person in general, one culture in general. I'm talking about in general. You got extremist religion, you got extreme politics. It's just fucking crazy, bro. The fucking
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I think so much of the problem is the internet because there's so much information now.
dude,
Like
it's
it's
80%.
overload. It's
It's like
overload
80% of society's destruction is the internet.
in social media and stuff. Like honestly, bro, like we were not meant to be able to see this much ass on a regular basis. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, I'm serious. It's just too much. I had to tell my algorithm on Threads, I'm like, dear algorithm, please only show me stuff to like improve myself and music.
Stop showing
and
me
news.
fat booties.
It's like, stop showing me, you know what I mean? Like, but they
Yo.
make it public too for that statement to be made. So I couldn't put, please stop showing me Instagram
and
hoes.
what's crazy
you know?
is if you notice now, they show nipples on IG now.
Of course, yeah.
I'm like, bro, so now there has to be a parental guideline on it because now it's getting to the point that, bro, these kids could go on Instagram and catch a Woody off.
Bro, but Meta is so bad. Oh, I guess not just Meta, but all these platforms when they want to enforce their community guidelines, right?
It's hypocrisy.
Yeah, absolutely is.
Because again, it goes back to the brainwashing. It's whoever's running it either sends memorandums or sends certain things. They enforce certain things. All right, you can't say the R word on YouTube because you might get flagged. You can't say this word. You can't say that word. But you're showing nudity, like
Right.
the hypocrisy. You know what I'm saying? The hypocrisy is crazy. You can't show this, but you'll show somebody's brains getting fucking splattered on the wall. Like, you know,
Or if you got money behind you, just like how they allowed like Lil Nas X to be dancing naked in prison on his video and all this type of
that's
crap.
what I'm saying. Like it's just
weird, bro.
That's what I'm telling you. It's like brainwashing. Again, we're going back. They taking everything and throwing it into the washing machine. This is what we're putting out today. All right, pull it out. And that's the programming. They're trying to program everybody's brain to be. That's what I'm telling you. There's no morals anymore. There's no, at least before everybody knew where they stood. You had the conservatives over there, you had the Republicans over there, you had us ghettos over here in the urban community, you had this over here. So everybody kind of knew where everybody stood. Now you don't even know what's going on because it's so this shit is crazy, bro.
Bro,
It's
you
crazy.
know what content I really do like though is like when they show like the early 2000s and stuff like that, and how you had just like the flip phone. It was simple. You had your CD player or whatever. Like these simple things,
Like,
right?
dude, in the 2000s, you go to a club and have a good time. There's not even clubs no more, really. Like, where do you go? You either go to a strip club or where do you go now? Bro, you don't see nightclubs like the way you used to see them and party and people just having fun on block parties and you know what I'm saying? It was a different, yo, bro, I could remember when I was a kid, bro, like not a kid, but I was already like 16. I was driving. Bro, we would go up to, you already knew where to go. You would go in Brooklyn, you would go down Knickerbocker, come back down Graham, then you go to Sunset Park, maybe go up Fifth Avenue, go to Manhattan, you go to 125th, you go to certain place, you go to the Bronx, you go up Third Avenue, come down to Grand Concourse, Fordham. So you had a route that you go all the way from Queens into Brooklyn, into Manhattan, up to the Bronx, and that was the route you would take on a Friday night, and you go through everything that was popping. Everything that everybody was outside chilling, you rapping the girls. Bro, you don't see that no more. You don't even see, bro, I don't even know how these dudes even get girls no more. Now it's easy. You just go and slide in their DMs and offer them $40. And I guess that's how it gets down now.
$40.
Prices went down, gas went up, prices went down.
No, but what I was saying though is like, you know, because of social media, now you see so much of comparison, right? Oh, like you just so that's the thief of joy, is always comparing your life and yourself to somebody else's, right? It's like you just not happy and not satisfied anymore
With your
like,
own life.
Right, exactly. It's like, oh, but they got a better car. Oh, but they eating
pocket
this.
watching.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's pocket watching. Everybody's watching the next man. It's jealousy. It's envy. It's all the deadly sins is coming true. You know what I'm saying? It's all like, bro, all of this was already written, bro. All this shit is coming. And I'm not really a religious person like that. But if you look at it's like the end of days, bro. Everything is like, yo, you worried more about I don't look at every time I see, listen, every time I see one of my friends or somebody close to me get a new car, a new house, I don't get jealous. Oh, I gotta get something. I gotta keep up. I'll be like, I congratulate. I'll be like, yo, bro, that's what's up. You doing your thing.
I get inspired.
And I genuinely, like, tell them, yo, bro, I'm proud of you. You know what I'm saying? I don't turn around and sit there like, yo, bro, that nigga got a new car. Fuck that. I gotta get a new car. Oh, I gotta get this. Bro, these are people that's again, we go back to the same thing with Boosie and the whole thing. Oh, he's getting me paid this. Well, now I want this. Bro, you got to be content with what you have and be happy with certain things, bro. I'm grateful for every little thing I have in life, bro. I am grateful. I'm grateful for the way I make money, how I make money legally. I don't got to worry about nothing. I'm grateful I ain't got to worry about nobody knocking on my door, putting cuffs on me. I am grateful for the way I live my life. You understand what I'm saying? So, you gotta be appreciative in this life, bro. And a lot of people don't know how to appreciate what they have until it's gone. You know what I'm saying? They don't know how to appreciate a good man, a good woman. You know what I'm saying? Pause on that one. I'm just making a point. But they really don't know how to appreciate what they have until they lose it. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely,
And
man.
that's what's going on right now. And I'm pretty sure that Aries Spears is regretting his whole thing because he ain't getting that check every month.
Did you just call him Ariel Spears?
No, I didn't even. You're an asshole. You're an asshole.
I've been called worse. It's all right. All right. So recently, someone from Vice, the company channel, reached out to you about doing a documentary or TV show
Oh,
about
man.
gangs. They also reached out to Blame. Shout out to my guy Blame.
Shout out to Blame.
But you were a little hesitant about it. They couldn't really get in contact with you, so they reached out to me. Why they reached out to me? Because I got the best guy on my channel all the time. That's why.
You already know my guy. But
Right. So talk to us about that. What were you thinking when they reached out to you?
I just feel that they want the negative side of what the nation is. They're not here to even talk about anything that's I don't know, bro. It just gave me a weird feeling because anything that comes up with that, they always looking for the attention grabbing. They're probably gonna want to go into the past indictments and past things. And I'm not gonna speak about nothing that has nothing to do with me. You understand what I'm saying? Like I'm not here to talk and talk about other people, and I'm not here gonna talk about cases that got nothing to do with me. Like a lot of people will jump on here to talk about oh King Blood this or this person that or this person this just to get on camera to have something to say, bro. Nah, bro. Unless you're gonna try to do something to try to improve and try to show the reality of what is, you're not gonna just show the negative side. And I'm not gonna participate in that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not gonna participate and just and glorifying war stories and glorifying violence and glorifying all that. Nah, bro, that's not, you know what I'm saying? That's not something that I'm with. You know what I'm saying? There's just not my, me and Blame is on a different level. You know what I mean? Blame is writing a few books. I'm working on a comic book right now. You know what I'm saying? With a superhero, his name is El Rey. You know what I'm saying? Where he comes and defends the people and stuff like that. So we trying to do different things to do different positive things, and you can't keep going back into a past history. You know what I'm saying? That everything, even American history doesn't have a pretty history when it comes to certain things. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to the Native Americans, and it
Doesn't
comes to
have a
certain
pretty
things.
history at all.
But this is what I'm saying. Like, so for you to want to just exploit the negativity of the nation, I'm not gonna be part, and I'm not gonna participate. And I don't respect anybody that's gonna participate in trying to monetize or come off just off a dark history in the nation. Everybody has a dark history. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just not promoting that, bro. That's not, you know what I mean? If you're gonna tell me a format of what you want to do, I might consider something like that, and I'd have to run it up certain channels or certain people to see what they think of. But for me to sit here, I could tell you my life. Nobody could tell me I can't speak about my life or my experiences, but I can't come here and speak about the nation and talk about like if I'm the spokesman or I'm somebody like in charge or something like nah, I can't do that, bro. And nobody bigger than the crown. You understand what I'm saying? So there's certain rules and regulations that you gotta follow. I'm not gonna ever expose myself to just get on there, even if they paying me a certain amount, because they was even talking about compensation, but bro, money ain't
Right.
everything.
And let me get to that, right? So I think what you're saying may be true. Keyword may, because when I asked them what were they trying to pay, they were like, well, it depends on what he's willing to give us with like pictures and like
Exactly. You're trying to
different things.
exploit.
Right. So it was like, all right, we see where this is going. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And that was us just throwing the fishing line out there to see where they were going, because they were not being directly
Transparent.
transparent about what it was. So you're not gonna line me up and put me somewhere and put me in a predicament that you know what I'm saying, that I'm gonna feel uncomfortable at just to get a check. Nah, it don't work like that, bro. If you want to talk about my life, we could talk about that, bro. You not I've seen a lot of these documentary shows, and they're not trying to just do it on YouTube. They're trying to take it on a level to like Netflix to try to shop it on a streaming network. So most of those things is what do? You see them in the growers and the this and the masked up exposing the dirty secrets and the dirty laundry. Nah, you're not catching me out there to talk about nothing about that, bro. Nah, I could talk about what me. That's it, bro. We're not gonna talk about nothing that nah, bro. Nah, you're not gonna exploit the nation on my back, not me. You know what I'm saying? You ain't catching me out there with that.
I know you've been critical of other YouTube channels and doing interviews with other people, but there are a lot of good crime kind of podcasts out here. And I feel like you could really blow up, Cano. Like you could just be like the number one guy, man. Why not go out here and be on some of these other channels? You know what I mean? Like, why stick with this Panda guy?
You're a funny guy. I mean, don't get it twisted. I've got a lot of different people reach out to me to do multiple interviews. I think we were one of the first things out there when I did the Queen's Flip, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
But honestly, like I'm critical about what I speak about. You know what I mean? Like I said, I don't like glorifying the past. I mean, some of the past obviously is a story that you want to tell, and there's certain things that you got to teach other people not to make the same mistakes you make. And I feel like with you, I'm comfortable because you don't put me in a predicament that I'm gonna regret certain things, because a lot of people go on these podcasts and 10 minutes later, but yo, take that down or don't do this or don't do that, because they're put in a predicament that they answer the question without thinking, and they automatically regret it. And you've never put me in a compromising position either. You've always been straight up
Pause.
with me. Oh my God, bro. Yes, pause. But you fucking guy, bro. Now you threw me off my train of thought, but yes, you've never
I
put me in
even
anything.
noticed like where like you're starting to head in a certain direction, and I'll tell you though, I'll be like, bro, maybe we shouldn't go there, and
Of
I'll
course,
cut it.
because,
You know,
right, because you try to keep it, and even when we talk about certain things, I don't get into the full details. Like even some of the stories I told today, I didn't get into the full details. Like I could have completed it, but it's not glorifying certain things, and I'm not here to assassinate anybody's character or even I try to be as politically correct as possible. Yeah, I don't try to shit on anybody. You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling
you try
my
to give
story.
just enough.
My story, right? And I'm not here to put anybody down. I can't tell you what this person did or what that person's thinking or whatever. I could just say what I feel. You know what I'm saying? And plus, the other difference with you also is that you actually did your homework and saw the work that we did put in the music industry and what we were doing behind the scenes. A lot of dudes don't see that. You understand what I'm saying? People they just see the Latin King part, and they just want to exploit the the member and what juicy information and this and that. You know what I'm saying? And it's everything's not about that, bro. Like when we started, it wasn't based really on. When I came on your platform, it wasn't even really talking about Latin King stuff. It was really based on the music thing that, yes, obviously it intertwined and the stories, and then we continue to do interviews after that. But it really started out on the music thing that we were doing. You understand, the different artists that we worked with, the different things we were doing behind the scenes, and doing certain things that we were doing. But like I said, a lot of dudes have reached out to me. Yo, bro, a lot of platforms over the years have reached out to me. And if it's not something like it, bro, like I said, I'm not here to beat my chest and be like, oh, I'm a superhero. I was caveman. I was doing that. Nah, bro, we're not doing none of that. that gangster shit, bro. Now we here to, try to show a different improvement in life, and that there's still kings here that do the positive thing for the community and for different people. Like, like I said, bro, there's certain people, like I help out my neighbors, elderly people that I can. I try to be a better person every day that that I'm there. You know what I mean? I don't do as much as I want to do because of my time schedule, and I work a lot. You know what I'm saying? But I want to definitely get into some of the youth programs and start doing some of the things, and maybe help out some of these kids and give them a different way, because bro, these kids are going to jail 19 years old, and they're like back in the days, bro. Back in the days, your first bid, you catch a 3 4 years, 5 years, whatever. Even for homicides, they were going in 10 years, whatever. Now, bro, first time felons, bro, 45 years, 50 years, 100 years, bro. It's insane. They're getting buried alive, and they barely even had a chance to live. You know what I'm saying? So it's just different, bro. Like I said, I fuck with your channel just for the fact that you also don't try to push all the negativity out there. You know what I'm saying? Like, so,
I think that we do a good balance when we do interviews and about kings and hip hop, though. Like, a lot of
yeah.
it's like half and half kind of.
Plus, people like seeing my dog. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
People like seeing her. Look at her. Look how she living.
That's funny, man.
That's how she living. But yeah, dog, it's bro, everything, bro. You can't walk around here with a screw face beating on your chest all day about how many people you cut and how much you did. And man, nobody cares, bro. Nobody gives a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's here to try to exploit you. And I feel like most of the time when we do interviews, it's like I'm talking. How many times we talk on the phone? We talk about the same current events. We talk about different things. So I feel comfortable being able to come up here and we break each other up, talking shit to each other, whatever, and have fun with it a little bit. We do get into a couple of topics and stuff, tell a couple of stories, but
Nothing too heavy.
at the end of the day,
Nothing too heavy.
what do you mean?
Yeah.
Not too heavy, nothing crazy, nothing
Right.
incriminating, like they say, with the crazy stuff. Plus, I'm not gonna get up here and talk about that anyway. That's not
Right.
my character. You know what I'm saying? But it also bothers me that a lot of people always have a stigma of what the Latin Kings are and what this is. And it's like, that shit is just it's corny, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not, like I tell you, I hate personalities. Like, if you want to be technical, I like people. I don't like people. I don't care what color you are. I don't like people. I don't like people. I like, you know what I'm saying? I'm be real. It's like I don't trust people because it seems like everybody is scheming, or everybody's trying to,
Well,
you know
you're a
what I'm
street
saying?
dude, so you're used to people always having an agenda.
They always have an agenda. And that's how I felt like when them people reached out and they wasn't being transparent about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like with certain podcasts, they're pretty, you know what I'm saying? It's very transparent. Like with people that are transparent, I have no problem dealing with people, you know what I'm saying, with that are transparent. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, like, if a podcast that reached out to me and I felt like there were transparency and like Queens flipping them, you seen they acted kind of different when they did the interview with us compared to they did the interview with everybody else. But me in the past, I spoke about it, and I feel it's because of the way we conducted ourselves that they conducted themselves in that manner. Also, we gave them nothing but respect, and they gave us the same respect right back. So,
Didn't you
you know
guys
what
have
I'm
like
saying?
20 guys deep too, like
Oh
outside?
no, we was mobbed that day, bro. That shit was mobbed. Like I'm not gonna lie, we was mobbed because I had a bunch of bros from Jersey there. I had Pablo Chile and them was there. They was out here doing some music business out here. So they was here. Juliano Sosa from Chile was here. King Megs, rest in peace, was there.
Damn.
We had Long Island there. We had a couple of bros there from the Bronx. So yeah, it was there was a lot of bros there because they just wanted to see what was going on. And at first, like I said, we went up there and it was the interview changed when we got there because we were gonna come there and let it be like two at one point, and then like 10 minutes before the interview, me and the pastor started talking about it. Like, cause we hadn't seen each other in so long. And then it was like, yo, bro, we gonna flip the script on these dudes, just like the show. We gonna flip the script on them. We gonna take this on a whole different angle. And that's what we did. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
We just kept it, you know what I mean? The way we kept it, but that was the reason what, Megs, we had to control Megs because Megs is a wild, was rest in peace. He was a wild boy. So he was going in there to, but that wasn't the message that we was trying to, that wasn't the message. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm glad everything went the way it went. You know what I mean?
What did you think of the interview I did with King Ace the General?
I like Ace. I personally don't know Ace. He's also younger than me. You know what I mean? And it seems like, he's done a lot of time. But I like his music. I like his grind. I like
Great
how
sound, super talented.
he's definitely got a lot of talent. I feel that if he continues to grind the way he is, I definitely feel he's gonna definitely make a mark for himself and the nation somewhere down the line. But I definitely like the way he conducts himself, the way he does interviews, the way he talks, he does things. He keeps it very, very keeps it sturdy. Seems like a very sturdy dude. Like I said, I don't know him. I know Post spoke to him a few times, and a lot of brothers that I've been around I've dealt with him, but I never actually met him or even spoke to him, to keep it real.
When I interviewed him, he spoke about there was a lot of king on king violence in prison. Now, historically, that's a big no-no, right? Like it's almost like for the Muslims, it's like, you can't even speak negatively on each other.
It's a taboo. It's a taboo. It's a
Yeah.
taboo. Yeah. You know what it is too? People start forgetting what the main goal is. You know what I'm saying? People forget of what the purpose of what it is. They get power drunk and they start believing that uh the nation belongs to them. And they start doing, and then I feel that that's in every organization, that people, once they reach a certain level of power, um sometimes don't agree. And sometimes the problem is that as men, our pride usually supersedes our intelligence. Sometimes we let pride interfere in the way logical thinking is supposed to be. So a lot of us react on emotion, and a lot of people just instead of sitting down like, nah, we're gonna sit down and we're gonna figure this out without being hostile or disrespectful or anything. So I feel that some people have lost that. Prison is also a high intense um level
Environment.
or environment, but it isn't just everything, bro. You wake up, is like you're on 1,000 at all times. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you see certain dudes joking and playing, but usually those are the clowns.
You got to keep your
Dudes
head on a
that,
swivel.
yeah, bro, you gotta be serious, and some dudes lose focus of what it is. Some people use the nation also to make money. Some people use or their organization or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They forget what the purpose is. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, people gotta understand. You know what I'm saying? If you follow your rules and regulations, you never get in any problems. You know what I'm saying? But some people just don't know how to follow the rules. You know what I'm saying? And it's sad that bros fight against bros, and because I come from an era that was a no. And don't get it twisted, I've had incidents also. But a lot of the times, you know what I'm saying, it just gets to a point that um when something's so big and something is so spread out, people feel comfortable talking about other people when they're not present. So either out of jealousy, envy, hatred, whatever, they'll talk negative, and then when they're in your face, it's a different vibe. And that's where things sometimes go sideways, because people are like, yo, what you was saying about this or what you was saying about that. And now it turns into a hostile environment. And now in prison, dude, it could be, you know what the problem also is that I've been hearing a lot too, in certain, not in New York as much, but in other states where the family's so big, they're going through the same problems we went through. You go to a cell block and it's fucking 40 kings, and it's a cell block that holds 80 people, and half of the block is kings. So there's only limited resources, and everybody can't have the same privileges that the other one has. So that's where the conflicts come in, because you're so big now that you know you want to get on the phone at a certain time, but you can't because there's 15 other bros that got to get on. You understand? So it just
Right.
conflicts arise for the dumbest things. And at the end of the day, there's always snakes that wiggle and don't follow the rules. And it is what it is. Some are addicts, undercover addicts, some are undercover feds, some are undercover snitches. It's sad, bro. It's sad that because at the end of the day, the purpose and the message is a positive one. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say that everything is positive because there is a double-edged sword or a coin. One side is one thing, one side is the other thing. But the reason it was created and the reason that we fought for what we fought for was for justice. To be honest with you, you know what I'm saying? That's what I became a king for, to stop injustice against my people. You know what I mean?
What'd you think about that RICO case that he got caught up in when he was, I mean, he told me he was locked up at the time, but because he was a bro, they just like basically threw him in, you know?
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is the problem that right now they're using RICO as a broad brush. Like they'll throw whatever against the wall and whatever sticks. So they involve people into indictments that don't even know each other, don't even have never even communicated with each other.
That's that whole
just
Hocus
because
thing.
just because no, I wasn't even talking about Hocus. I was talking about his indictment. You talking about the last indictment where Ace went down, right?
Right, right.
Okay, that indictment came all the way back to New York. It was all the way from Boston through fucking Massachusetts, Connecticut. It came all the way to New York. You know what I'm saying? So some people that didn't even know each other were involved in the indictment. Yeah, they separated the indictment, but the whole RICO was one RICO. But then they had like the Boston brothers over there. They had the brothers from New York over here. They had the other brothers over there. But they all went down at the same time with RICO action. You know what I'm saying? And some of them didn't even know each other. You know what I mean? And some people came out with barely any time. Some people told, cooperated, and other people got buried under the jail. You know what I'm saying? Just for affiliation. So that's why I feel a lot of people are jumping to try to get on this drop your flag challenge, to try to say that they're no longer part of an organization, to try to move away from RICOs because they're using that. But at the end of the day, let's be realistic. If you have communication, if you still deal with certain individuals, it doesn't matter what you're doing, if you're doing something illegal somehow or other, you're gonna get indicted. Whether you're still a king, you're not a king, you're an ex-king. I've seen plenty of indictments go down when ex-brothers get picked up. And they're not even brothers no more. You understand what I'm saying? And they get caught up in an indictment for shit they did 10 years ago or 5 years ago or whatever.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? So that I get their message because it's more for the youth to try to determine them from going into the street life. But if you think that's gonna protect you from a RICO indictment, that's not gonna protect you. You know what's gonna protect you from the RICO indictment? Stop doing the stupid shit that you're doing to get caught up on an indictment. So it doesn't even matter if you know what I'm saying, but they use it because it's an affiliation. Once you have an affiliation, they could use that. They started with the mob and now they're using it for street organizations. Even if you're not even an organized, let's say we're talking about Latin Kings, Bloods, uh, MS-13, Mexican Mafia, Aryan Brotherhood. That's the thing. Bikers, mongrels, Hells Angels. Those are big Ricos. But then they take blocks that'll be called ABC or 78 or these boys over here. And it's just a crew of friends that they got a name. The minute that, or even if they don't have a name, they'll find a name for them because it's a crew of people. And now that's a Rico.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? They just hit people on the line. On some, they call them the 110 some shit because they all used to be on 110, which is a big avenue that crosses one side of Long Island to the other side. So now they're the 110 boys or the 110 crew. So that Rico, bro, when they come for you, bro, it doesn't matter how it, bro. That means you doing something you wasn't supposed to. There's certain people that get caught up on the indictment by accident. Don't get it twisted.
Right.
Just because they're friends with people, or maybe you lend your car to people, or maybe you, whatever it is, you know what I'm saying? Maybe you have a whatever kind of business and you deal with them on a business level. You know what I'm saying? So now they want to know why your phone's been hitting their phone so many times. So you might get investigated or not because they're in the streets. You don't know what everybody's doing. Like I don't know who's getting money, who's not. You look at it, all right, that dude looks like he's doing this, or that dude. I don't ask nobody their business. I don't care what you're doing. You come to paint your car, you get into an accident, you need me to call your insurance, set up your claim and do that. We cool. I don't ask you what you do, what you don't do, what you. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to know. You understand? I don't want to know how you got that Lambo. I don't want to know how you got that Rolls Royce. It's none of my business. That's a beautiful car. Yo, I got you. I'm gonna fix it the right way. I'm gonna take care of it, color match it. Everything's gonna be original parts. Da, 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 and that's what I do. So, but a lot of people get lost in that. You know what I'm saying? Thinking that they're gonna get away from it. You ain't getting away from that shit.
I saw on the U.S. Attorney's Office website, they had posted this article saying the leader was King Merlin, and he's
Okay.
Italian, right?
Okay.
And he's like blood related to the Genovese family of the Italian mafia, and he was overseeing 14 different states that the kings were operating in, from Massachusetts to Florida. And they were saying that
Okay.
he's like a conduit between them and Chicago. He was originally supposed to be getting 20 years, and then they sentenced him in 2022, and he was sentenced to 4 years.
Okay. What's your question?
My question is, there's, you know what my question is.
There's a question mark. You got a question mark saying, how did he get that amount of time?
Yeah, how did he get that amount of time?
I don't know what his charges were. You know what I mean? I don't know what he was charged for, and I don't know what he was convicted of. Because sometimes they'll overcharge people just to see if it sticks. You know what I'm saying? Some people will get charged with conspiracy to commit murder. Some people get charged for whatever, drug, whatever the indictment is. I don't know what his actual charges were. I don't know what evidence they had on him. I don't know who told on him. So I don't know what at the end of the day, I wasn't at the courtroom when he got sentenced or when they were charging him. I know that they picked up a lot of different individuals for all type of different. Some dudes was selling drugs, some dudes had gun possession, some dudes had assaults, some dudes had arson, some dudes, so they just whatever individuals doing on their own, they just lumped them all up. So I don't know what part
Right.
of the conspiracy he fit in. I really don't know. Like I said, I wasn't part of that indictment to be able to comment on how he went from facing 20 years and he got 4 years. I really don't know. I mean, but I'll tell you one thing, if he ever landed in a compound or he ever came around my circle or came around us, he would have to bring his paperwork so we could dissect his paperwork and see how he got that sentence and why he got that sentence. But I can't accuse somebody of being a rat or
Right,
even
right.
questioning why he got that time without being able to, see why. I got to see your paperwork. You know what I'm
Well,
saying? Like,
the article was saying like that he was the one that had them structured and operating like La Costa
but
Nostra.
that doesn't necessarily mean, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that he was aware of what was going on. Like again,
No, no, no.
we're talking.
I get that. I'm just saying though, like the
It's
way
not
that they
structured.
built it up in the
Yeah, but
article is
that's
just crazy.
no. You're talking about news media and the way they present. Again, we're going
Right.
back to the way they present it. Um, how is the Cosa Nostra? Bro, we don't have all the titles that they have. All right, what are they talking about? Structures that there's one dude sitting here and it comes down. Dude, I don't know how they have it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not part of the mob. I don't know how the fuck the mob works. And they have little crews and it breaks down. So yeah, we know what they tell us on TV and on movies and all that bullshit. But at the end of the day, if he's overseeing 14 states, right? When you're overseeing certain things, it just means that you're there to number one, communication. So you could speak to every state. It has a line of communication, so that way nobody's in the dark. Everybody's on the same page with their knowledge. Everybody's building the same thing. What they do individually, each state runs itself. Even inside every state, there's multiple chapters, multiple cities, multiple. Everybody runs their own chapter. So when they try to do these crazy indictments and say this one man ran everything, it's not necessarily true, bro. A lot of that shit is fictitious. It's just for the indictment because they feel that he's an organizer. An organizer just because he sat on that table doesn't mean that he sent out every order that went down. It doesn't work that way, bro. Every chapter runs itself, bro. There's chapters that are 15, 25 deep, and they're in this area, and they might not even be reporting to the state. And whatever they're doing, just because they're Latin kings, all of a sudden everybody gets caught up on an indictment, and you're like, hold up, these dudes wasn't even on the count, and now I'm going down for they shit. So it's all how they broad straw the shit, bro. It's more, sometimes it's more of a position of like a title head, like a CEO, but it doesn't run like a company because it just doesn't run that way, bro. If one man had the power to run everything, you think that we would be bickering or fighting with each other, or there'd be any type of indifferences? It would be run like a straight boom. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nobody has that power in any organization. The only thing is some organizations are more tight knit and they enforce the laws from the top because that's how they run. But that man at the end of the day, he didn't have control, full control to be running it the way they're pointing it out. Like, oh, he was running a full organization.
That's what I thought when I read it too. I was like, this kind of seems far
It
fetched,
sounds good.
you know?
It sounds good. It
Yeah.
does sound good, bro. It sounds good. It sounds good for the movie, for the story. It definitely sounds good. But in reality of it is, that man probably didn't even know half the dudes that was on the indictment. You understand what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I'm not saying he didn't. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? There's been situations that I was in a leadership position and there was dudes from other parts of the city that were holding position. And I didn't know who the fuck they was. So, you know what I'm saying? What, you're gonna hold me accountable for whatever they were doing over there just because I have a higher title than they did? Nah, bro. Is you know what I'm saying? The titles is just for, sometimes it's really just for organization purposes, you know what I'm saying? Because you always have to have a speaker. You always have to have somebody to be able to come and be able to talk and say what's going on and which direction we're trying to go into. It doesn't mean that he's actually the leader. It just means that he's the spokesman or the person that was voted in for that position. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
sometimes what people don't, they're just a figurehead. They don't have the power that they paint them out to be. It's impossible for one man to run 5,000 or 10,000, 100,000 people across the world, just like they paint out other leaders that are in the kings. It doesn't work that way because the way we're taught, every king is a leader of his own. You're the one that makes the decisions. You have to make the decisions, stand with the consequences of your actions. You're a leader. You know what I'm saying? Every king is a leader. So it's just far fetched because it goes around what we believe in. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure Ace didn't know a lot of the dudes that was on his indictment.
Yeah, but he also got like snitched on by like a childhood friend that wore a
Go
wire
wild.
and told them to start listening to his phone conversations and stuff
Well,
like
look what
that.
they try to do to us.
Yeah.
Bro, that happened to me multiple times. I had a friend of mine that been to my house, had dinner with my kids, was around me, and dude was an informant trying to line me up. And I haven't even been around none of that shit in years. And he told on that, and he fucking testified against a couple of people on the indictment, on the New York indictment. You know what I'm
Wait,
saying?
what year
And
is
I ain't got
this?
this one that just passed, the one that they all got picked up in 19.
Wow. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, dude. Like, bro, there's a lot of dudes. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. They try to, a lot of these dudes try to put you in compromising positions. Like, I know a friend of mine, bro, that this dude is a square. He don't really get into problems. He got a phone call that his boy got jumped and his boy asked him to bring something. And the shit was all a setup. And he got roped up with a gun charge and ended up doing 5 years for it. And the man was home chilling, went out of his way to go get it because he didn't even have one. He went to somebody he knew had one to come help this dude out. So a lot of these cases be entrapment. They put you in predicaments, call you, yo, bro, yo, can you do me? Like a lot of dudes I also know. I used to work with a coworker of mine when I used to work in Red Lobster. Dude called him, was like, yo, I got this fiend, this dude doing this. He's like, you know, I don't fuck with that. Yo, help me out, bro. I gotta really pay the rent. My kid, this and that. Yo, bro, I don't fuck with that. He said, yo, but if I give you the money, can you get it for me? He goes to somebody he knows, gets it to help this piece of shit out. And it was all it was a setup. And he goes down and catches 4 years. Yeah, he fucked up because he went it, but at the end of the day, he was trying to do a favor for a friend. So a lot of people get caught up in indictments and stuff because it's entrapment. They know you're out the game, but you have connections to a lot of different street people. That's why, bro, you calling me for beef, you calling me for any of that, I don't want to hear it. Don't call me. I don't want to know about it. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, you getting lined up. You getting lined up.
But
You know what I'm
you know,
saying?
for the situation for King Merlin, right? He's Italian. Isn't it like very uncommon for somebody to not be Latino and hold a high ranking leadership role?
Bro, that's a myth. Bro, that's a myth. Bro, again, we're going back into the myth. Bro, do you know that Chicago is made up of Black brothers, Mexican brothers, Puerto Rican brothers, Albanians, Chinese? Like, come on, man. Stop, bro.
Wait,
Stop, bro.
Chinese bros?
Yeah, there's a section in Chicago that they Chinese, bro. Like, come on, bro. Yo, you laughing? There's Albanian kings. There's all type of different bro. Y'all bugging, bro. This whole that's the problem when they go to the feds. Why you think the Latin King card is unusual compared to every other organization? Because they have multi races in the nation. So you go in there and they got black brothers, they got white brothers, they got Italian brothers, they got Portuguese brothers, they got Jamaican brothers, they got all type of bros. That shit is all a myth, my dude. It was in New York for a time period because of the state of New York, the way it was. They didn't trust them infiltrating, so there was no no blacks allowed at the time. But it was only for American blacks. It wasn't to stop Haitians or different. Like I said, you got a perfect example, VI. That's why I wanted him to do the interview so he could say he's done it in multiple different interviews where he says, you know, his last name is Black. You look at him, he looks black. He is black. Like, what are we talking about? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
What are we talking about, bro? That's what I'm saying. That racist thing is it was racist against oppression. The racism was against oppression. You know, you came, you stole, you robbed, you violated, you snuck thief. You did any of that, you got the consequences of your actions. That's it. That's it. Very simple.
What is the relationship between the different factions of the Kings in New York, like Bloodline and Black Mob?
Black Mob is Bloodline.
There's the same thing?
Bloodline is all right. The difference is that people say is KMC and Bloodline, which I'm really not supposed to get into too deep, and I'm not gonna get too deep into it.
Let's skip the question. Let's skip the
No,
question.
no. I'll answer it.
Okay.
I'll answer it. But Bloodline is the New York fashion of the Latin Kings. Bloodline comes from King Blood. We're lineaged from King Blood. So it's named as Bloodline. The bloodline comes from the New York fashion. Everything that came under New York was Bloodline. But nation law will always be and has always been and will never, ever not be KMC. They are the motherland. They are the creators. They wrote the manifestos and everything came from them. So they are the motherland. KMC is the law of the land across the land. The only thing is that New York is known as Bloodline because it comes from the King Blood's lineage. That's it.
There used to be a documentary on YouTube about the Black Mob specifically, but it got taken down, I think, after the whole indictment situation.
Okay.
Yeah. And they made it seem like they were
A lot of it was false. A lot of it was
That's
false.
what I'm trying to clarify, right? Is because they tried to make it seem like they were like the craziest kings.
Yeah. Well, listen, Black Mob was a faction. There's different factions. All right. It's like different chapters. The best way to put it is each chapter has a name of their chapter. Like you'll have, let's say for instance, if you're from 42nd and 3rd Avenue, you'd be the 42nd Kings. If you're from Bronx River, you'd be the Bronx River Kings. So each chapter, traditionally, we have certain names for them, which I'm not going to get into, but it's more of different thing. Black Mob is a chapter. That's all it is. It was a chapter that was established and That's what their chapter is. There's other factions in the Latin Kings that have different names. There's also bike clubs and there's different things, but it's just a faction. It's just the name of that actual chapter. That's all that
Right.
is.
But you know the documentary I was talking about,
I know
right?
the documentary you was talking about. A lot of the documentary was false.
Yeah.
You know, their chapter. Did they have issues with certain other chapters? Yes, they did. Well, did they have different leadership? Yes, they did. But it was a different chapter. That's it. At the end of the day, it's just a different chapter. But they painted them out to be the rebels that they're trying to take over. They're trying to do this. They were a chapter. That's all.
Because it kind of falls in line with the whole thing that people try to push about like the renegade Latin kings, like the ones that don't follow,
There's
what
there's
they
that there's that in every state. They're called ghost tribes. They're called ghost tribes. Meaning that they're not, but that's the problem. See, exactly what you're saying, renegade chapters. Now, let's say in the light you got 10 chapters, and all these 10 chapters are doing the right thing. All of them is in order, everything's doing what they're supposed to be doing. And then you got like maybe 3 other chapters spread around the state. Those 3 different chapters could be running amok. They could be doing whatever they're doing. They might be hustling, they might be doing whatever they're doing, but they're not in the light. So now they get caught up on the indictment just because they're kings. And these other dudes, everybody gets roped up on that indictment. You understand what I'm saying? So that's like I told you, like different organizations, whether it's the cops, whether it's the fire department. There's cops that sell drugs. There's cops that do robberies. There's cops that fucking do this. There's cops that do that. You understand what I'm saying? But they only get charged for their thing. Why they don't get RICO? Why they don't get RICO charges? Because it's easier to dismantle urban organizations with this RICO because it's a broad paintbrush. They could just come and just rope everybody in. So whether like Hocus he didn't even know nobody that even got picked up.
right. He's
How
never
he got
even
it,
been to that part of Georgia.
how he got picked up in it because somebody that was there dropped his name, and now he's roped up in something. You understand what I'm saying? That's how this works. Sometimes your name carries more weight than you know it because people will be talking about, oh, Gano's doing this, Gano's this, Gano's that, Gano's this, Gano's that, Gano's this. You understand what I'm saying? And you might not even know it. They even attributing bodies to you. They're attributing all type of stories and myths and legends and stuff to a name. And next thing you know, somebody gets close to you and boom, you get caught up on an indictment where you having nothing to do with because people are talking about you so much that now they're hearing about you. And now you're roped up in an indictment without even having nothing to do with it.
Right. And this impacts the overall perception of how the nation is viewed because of this.
Of course. Of course. I mean, it also from all the indictments and all the things, people are scared to come out and do rallies and protests and do all these different political things that they were doing at one time because you're scared to get involved or show your face because God forbid you got a legitimate job. Look, there was brothers that lost their jobs for being filmed as kings. You understand what I'm saying? I'm sure you saw the documentary and you saw different things.
Right.
They lost their jobs. You know what I'm saying? Because of the affiliation they have. So a lot of people are scared to just, everybody says it's land of the free, but to when it comes to a certain extent, bro. And then look, like at one point in different countries, the nation was giving government funding. Like Ecuador had government funding. They were doing events. They were doing shows. They had um classes they were given. They had different type of things. And then out of nowhere, all these cartels move in, everything. They press a broad shoulder. Now they're no longer our friend. We don't need them for politics. So you know what? They're on the terrorist list. Spain at one point, the nation was over there, accepted. They were getting money from the government to do events, to do the same thing. And then what happened? Different politicians come in. No, this guy did this guy did that. All of a sudden, everybody's thrown into the same pot and everybody's judged as the same thing, and everybody's not the same. You know what I'm saying? So that's the big problem when it comes to the organizations, whether you did it or not. you're getting blamed for it.
Wasn't there a RICO this year too? Like they swiped up like a whole bunch of kings, right? Like 15 of them or something like that.
I don't know, bro. Like, there's so many different indictments. It's hard for me to keep up with the indictments, bro.
Because I feel like people been talking about how it's just being overused now. It's
Because it
like,
is, bro. They that's how I tell you. They use these indictments just to grab onto people and like they throw shit on the wall. And whatever fucking sticks there, that's what it is. And that's what they're doing with everything. Like every indictment that comes, it's no longer like, all right, it'll be a drug crew on the block. And it's not even a drug crew. There's one dude that got the plug, five other dudes that get money. They all go to the plug. All of a sudden, they're a major organization. So now, instead of charging them all with hustling, no, there, Rico, let's go. So they're taking advantage of what the Rico is, and they're using it for everything, for everything.
so you was holding out on me. You didn't give me the link to your man, Rockness Monster. All of
Oh,
them
shit.
times I needed interviews and you held out on me. So what's the
Oh
history with
man.
Rock, man? Shout out to Rock.
Shout out to Rock, bro. Rock, bro. I'm gonna keep it real. Rock came through June and them because remember, June used to run with Mike Beck and
Right.
June actually used to live in Cephalo Projects, and he's mad tight with Rockness's brother, which is Rock Red. Shout out to Rock Red. So they always been, June's from over there. So we used to be in the studio with Beck and and Poe's always been like a fan of like Boot Camp Click and Helter Skelter. He was into that heavy, and we was talking about it. He was like, "That's my man." What? He said, "Hold on, let me call him." And bro called him, came up there, got the joint, and it's been love ever since, bro. Rock is official dude, bro. I fuck with Rock, bro. Rock has always been official dude, bro.
Yeah, he's really a good guy, man. I could tell.
Yeah, nah, he's a straight up dude, bro. Rock has always been straight up, and his brother too. His brother's always been, bro. Official dudes, bro. Official dudes, bro. Good people, bro. Like I said, I met a lot of good people in the music thing. I met a lot of good people. I met a lot of fucked up individuals also. But Rock is one of them dudes, and he is another monster when it comes to the music. He is a monster. Definitely a legend. Definitely
Absolutely.
a legend. Definitely a legend. But yeah, bro, like there are a lot of good times with Rock. A lot of good times.
Can you share any funny stories, any good stories with
Oh
us?
man, we was always clowning and gigging and stuff like that. But with Rock, he got this crazy laugh. Like he got like a sounds like a monster. Rock is like, yo, we had a lot of this. We used to just be in the studio all the time doing what we do, you know what I'm saying? Like, but nah, we never really had no wild stories like with other people. Like Rockness was always like, he would come do his music, we chill out, he smoke, do what he do, and but I fuck with Rock, bro. I fuck with Rock.
What's this process like in the studio?
I mean, Rock comes in. I'm gonna keep it real. Rock is quick, bro. I'm not gonna front. He not the type of dude to sit there like other people would take a long time to get this shit together. Rock will be there. He starts doing what he does. Sometimes he does it. You see him doing it without a pen. Everything you just see him there. Boom, 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 boom. That sometimes he's writing. But Rock is pretty quick, bro, with his stuff. He a lot of he flowed very easily. That's one thing about Rock and recording Rock it was easy compared to other people. Rock is an easy dude because he's very efficient when it came into recording. He boom 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 boom.
Oh, he
He
didn't put like 100 tracks on a Pro Tool session or anything like that? No.
Nah, Rock was a monster, bro. Not was, he is a monster. He'd come in. I mean, he'll go in and do his ad-libs and all that stuff, but Rock would usually he was quick, bro. With Rock, it was not he was quick, bro. Rock usually came in, he sit there for a few minutes. He was always prepared, bro. I can't front. Like Rock was the type of dude. He's very efficient, bro. He didn't waste time in the studio. He'll once he gets his shit, then he'll joke, he'll bug out, we'll talk fucking stories and bug out. But Rock was very efficient. When it came to the studio, he'd come in, knock his work out, and then he'll fuck around and chill out. I didn't really see Rock drink too much, you know what I'm saying? But Rock is a dude that he was most of the time he came prepared. He was mostly prepared, bro.
Wait, so
And
do you got any unreleased verses from Rock?
I got mad music, bro. You know, I've recorded a few mixtapes for him there that he was working on and stuff. I got a few joints, I think, down still in the stash for Rock, Poe and them. I still got a few of them, I think, downstairs. I gotta really dig into it. I got a lot of music. I
Oh
got a lot of
shit.
stuff from Hurricane G too. You know what I mean? She used to come to my studio heavy and record a lot of Spanish stuff. You know, she was one of my sisters too. You know what I'm saying? She was part of the nation. Rest in peace. But you know, yo, I got a lot of music, bro, that still hasn't been released, bro. I got a lot of music, bro. A lot of work. You know what I mean?
What, like just like a couple joints that are unreleased from Rock?
I gotta look. Bro, I got a lot of. I don't know if he released them. He didn't because remember I used to record a lot. Rock used to come to the studio heavy, bro. He used to be in my studio heavy, heavy, heavy. When I tell you heavy, heavy, bro. So we recorded with him. I forgot who was it. Brought a couple of people from boot camp over there. Like I recorded a couple of people over there, but
Sean Price?
nah, Sean Price, he was supposed to come through, and unfortunately he passed away. But a couple of times he was supposed to come through, then he ended up going on tour and doing things. You know, he was lit at one point. You know what I'm saying? So he
Right,
was a
right.
busy man. But Rock was supposed to record with him to do some joints for his tape. I forgot which one he was working on. Oh man, I can't remember right now the joint, but we recorded a couple of joints there for him. Um, bro, I'm stuck right now. You caught me off guard right now with that. Cause now I'm stuck. I'm trying to remember. I know I got them. I got them in the. I got some of the mixtapes there. I gotta go down into the stash. I haven't even opened that computer like in fucking 5-6 years, bro. So imagine.
Yeah.
But yeah, now I got a lot of music, bro. I tell you, I got songs with mad people, bro. Mad people
It's
down there.
crazy, man.
Yeah, nah, bro.
You gotta send it to me for the exclusive.
You know what's funny, bro? Is like I don't know, like I had Hurricane G joints that I was just like, you know, I was wondering what to do with it. I wouldn't want to make nothing off of it, of course. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
you know, some of the music that I got, I would definitely one day want to either put it together or do something and whatever, whether it went to their families or whatever it went to, you know, because it's sad. She had a beautiful soul, you know what I'm saying? She was a good person, bro. She was Hurricane was definitely a good person, bro. She crazy as hell, but she was good people, bro. We got joints with them. Um I got Melly Mel's song, bro. I got mad joints
Wait,
there,
you
bro.
recorded with Melly Mel?
Melly Mel recorded with not the New York rapper. I'm talking about with the Dominican
Right.
Melly Mel, the Manita Melly Mel, you know, the she was
Mm.
on the songs with
Beautiful
us.
Melly Mel, you know.
This guy got a crush on Melly Mel. Nah, but yeah, I got music with her, with another artist well, she's Dominican, but she was out of Spain. She's like one of the pioneer hip hop, real hip hop. She does Spain is South America is very critical on hip hop. They call hip hop is like Backpacker, Rockness, Monster, you know, the old school Smith and Wesson.
Right. Golden era.
They call it hip hop. That's what they really on. And then you got the new wave and the different type of rap, you know what I'm saying, over there. But she was one of the pioneer hip hop artists, Ariana Puello. She's Dominican, but she grew up in Spain. And she was in the studio a couple of times. Another dope artist. You know, she stays on tour. But you know, I got a lot of stuff going on, you know. But I just, you know, like I said, I lost the love for it, bro. I really lost the love for the music, bro. It just you know?
Yeah, I understand, man. So the Decepticons and the Latin Kings had beef back in the day, right?
Nah. The Decepticon thing was um more of a 80 early late 80s, early 90s type thing. It wasn't really it was more like they used to go to the high schools and they used to them and the Low Lives, which are both from Brooklyn. They used to go to the high schools like art and design and certain schools and be jacking people for their polos and their Nauticas and Yeah, it wasn't really with the Kings, bro. It wasn't a thing. It was more they was like the creation of the beginning of what mega gangs was back in the days, like crews, because they had like chapters all over New York. The Decepticons and the Low Lives, them dudes was all over New York, bro. They had because like art and design was a school in Manhattan that they used to send people from the Bronx, people from Brooklyn, people from Queens,
Right, the
people
smart
from
people went
Manhattan.
there, like
I wasn't
Mob
just
Deep
smart
went
people, it
there.
was people that got into problems, but it was a school for like yeah, but wasn't smart people, bro. That shit was like a prison, bro.
Well, Nori always advertises it as the smart people went there.
Yeah, it wasn't really the smart people. You know what it was though? You did have to have a certain grade, but it was a lot of people that had talents. That's why it was art and design. It was a lot of people that was involved in graffiti
I guess
and
creative people, maybe.
creative people,
Yeah.
exactly. So a lot of people that went there and they used to send them there. And there was a mixture of all type of people from all different boroughs, bro. I remember one time we went over there to pick up some girls that my man was going out with one and she had a couple of friends and we go down there and bro, these dudes used to have like, bro, like 100, 200 people waiting for the kids to come out of school with them polo jackets and the Nauticas. And bro, that shit was like a, yeah, bro. I used to go down with them, bro. I used to go down on the trains. It used to go down, bro. It used to go down.
Wow.
But that was more of what they was about. Like the low lives was more about Jack and Polo. Them dudes was about everything from the socks to the underwears. Everything was Polo. They was the ones that created that whole thing about running into like the stores and stuff and grabbing the racks full of clothes and running out because they had
Mm.
the store in Manhattan and used to go into the store. The train station led right into the store. So the doors would open to the train and the turnstiles are right there and you go right into the store. So they used to go and grab the racks of coats and shit and just jump on the train and they out to Brooklyn. And that's how that they're the ones that they started putting the chains on the coats because of them. They put one chain goes through like every coat, through the sleeve to
Yeah,
every
yeah,
single coat.
yeah.
That was really because of them, because they was clearing out racks. I'm talking about they go in there like 5, 10, 15 deep and just grab the whole rack of coats and just run out the store, the rugbies, all that, bro. That was notorious for the polo. They
That's
still
crazy.
around. They the low lives. They that's what they was big on that polo thing. But that was the early. That's what I'm saying. That was late '80s, early '90s, like Washington Irving and Liberty High School. Liberty High School was where they used to send you when we used to get caught on 42nd Street watching the karate movies because they used to have the karate movies for like $3. You go in there and you sit in the movie theater all day long watching all the Five Deadly Venoms and all the different karate flicks back in the day. So 42nd Street, besides the porn and all the stupid shit, they used to have the matinees. So the matinees was all the karate flicks. So we all used to cut out of school, out of every borough, bro. We used to cut out, bro. We went there. I was in Yonkers at the time. We cut out from Yonkers High and we took the bus to the train and then we went all the way down to 42nd Street to go watch the thing, and we all get locked up by the truancy squad because you don't see that no more. But back then they used to have the truancy squad,
The
and
Vans.
they used to have vans, bro. And they went to the movie theater. They used to have the arcade over there too. So they used to come and surround everybody and then lock you up and take you to Liberty High School. When you get to Liberty High School, that shit had one part of it had all bars on the window. Bro, that shit looked like a prison, bro. Like a prison. Then you had to sit there for the rest of the day. They would notify the principal or the dean of the school that you were cutting out on. Sometimes they would, if you were a repeat offender, they make your mother come down to grab you, your father, whatever, come get you from the school. But like on the first time, they would notify the dean, and then the dean or whatever, or the principal, and then you would get on the phone. They were like, tomorrow morning you got to report to detention at da 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 da. Da. And bro, you would bust it. If you were a repeat offender, nah, your mother had to come down there, sign you out, all type of shit, and go through the bullshit with the truancy shit, and then they would put you on some shit called pens. If you was like a repeat offender where you get monitored every day you go to school. If you miss school, they put you into the home or they put you into the bullshit. Yeah, that shit was crazy back in the 80s, bro.
Is it
Different.
true that most of the renegade god bodies became blood eventually?
Yeah, yeah. That's what all of them became. It's not, they all became, the majority of them all became, because like I said, a lot of the God bodies wasn't standing for that bullshit either. They wasn't on that bullshit, but they didn't like I said, their purpose was to teach you the lessons. Their purpose, the God bodies, was to bring you knowledge and awareness of what was going on. So they would build, you know, sometimes I used to get into arguments because they used to call me Jaku because I look white. So Jaku's the white man is the devil, is the devil.
Right.
So, when I was growing up, I grew up with nothing but 5%. So be like, yo, don't pass, or divine evil. Don't pass divine evil to L. Motherfucker, ain't nobody divine evil. So I used to get into arguments with them about that shit, but it was, kid shit.
Right. And then the Deceps, they became Crips. A lot of them became Crips.
With a neighborhood, that whole neighborhood flipped.
Mm.
It's all our neighborhoods, bro. Like, a lot of these steps, a lot of them didn't become Bloods. A lot of them stayed Deceps. Like, I'm gonna keep it real. Rockness still rocks his Decep. He got a Decep piece. He still rocks
Right.
his shit. You know what I'm saying? But I think it was the neighborhoods, because a lot of the neighborhoods, like at one point, Cephalo Projects was all Blood. Then it flipped, and like a lot of projects flipped. They flip flop.
Is that how Canarsie became Crip Narcy?
Canarsie at one point was all Blood, but then there was beef, some beefs or whatever the fuck, I don't know. But then it was a beef, and some kid that was very popular got killed. And if they killed one of your people, what's the thing to do? You go and you become part of the ops. You know what I'm saying? But Canarsie at one point was all Blood. It was Latin King and Blood.
Wow.
Yeah, look, Canarsie was Latin King and Blood for. Then it flipped. Like a lot of Flatbush became Crip. A lot of areas became Crip that would, you know what a lot of Crips became? That were West Indians. A lot of like West Indian, like Caribbean. A lot of those dudes all became Crip. You know what I'm saying? Like with Caribbean roots, like Haitians, a lot of West Indians, Guyanese, Jamaican, a lot of those, the West Indians dudes became Crip. I don't know why, but that's just the way a lot of those neighborhoods, whole neighborhoods flipped. The blood stayed more traditionally like Afro-American, you know what I'm saying? Like American born out here, you know what I'm saying?
So you were locked up on Rikers from 88 to 91 and then 92 to 95.
No, I got
Right?
locked up in 88, short stint. I was going back and forth with bullshit charges. Like I'll stay a week, my mother leave me punished,
Oh, got you.
shit like that. I ain't catch the big bid till 92.
To 92.
92 is when I caught the big bid, which I didn't come home from that. That's the one I was fighting the homicide for.
Right. So when you finally come home, like at the end of 96, right? Like that's when you're like out of prison. You haven't gone back really.
Completely? Yeah, that was the last
Yeah.
time. Yeah, that was the last time.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So the Bloods start on Rikers in 93 with OG Mac, right?
Right.
What was it like for you seeing the growth of the Bloods and the Crips in the streets of New York throughout the years?
Well, to be honest with you, the Crips wasn't that big at the time. The Crips,
Yeah, they say that they were outnumbered, right? Like,
yeah, you would only see, there was only a couple of Crips that you knew about in there, like Psych Bike and Gutter, and a couple of them. There wasn't really that many of them, but the ones that were turned up. You know what I mean? They was about theirs. You know what I mean? But they were very limited. They really started taking like when I started like noticing the growth, like the heavy growth was after like 2010. Um 2010, 2012 is when you started seeing them like more and more and more, like getting out there more. But I didn't really see them like that, like as big as they started getting to like 2010.
what was the perception of Crips and Bloods in New York, like through the early years in the streets and stuff like that? Was it like viewed like, oh, that's that LA shit? Like, why is it in New York?
Nah, they was actually banging because I looked at it like a lot of the stuff that happened was like built on an opposition, like the oppression. Like they talk about oppression. All right, let's talk about oppression. A lot of people got tired because the Bloods became so big, it was like unstoppable. So they started, of course, targeting their own people. So when you target a demographic, what happens? A lot of them don't want to become kings because they didn't like the kings, or the kings had a stigma. So what did they do? They jumped into that, what was the Crips at the time. So the Crips at the time, they was already starting, like I said, there was already Crips out. Some were from LA that they have family out there and they were Crips. But then when it started blowing up, I think a lot of it formed because of what was going on with the Bloods, because they were coming into areas and just taking over, bro. They was taking over, bro. Like they really exploded. Like they talk about the Kings. Yeah, the Kings had their explosion was 93, 94, 95 was when we had our boom. But the Bloods was a little bit different because they had so many different sets. We were all under one set at the time, under one the name, under one banner. They were just so many different because he was just giving certain dudes from certain hoods. Like he'd take crews and be like, "Oh, you from that crew? You're OG Bang," and he would give different people their own hoods. So when they started getting their hoods, bro, they just was like, they go back to their neighborhood, their whole neighborhood turned. They go back to this. So it was a different demographic from the way we did things. So they had a super head start, you know what I'm saying, from what it was with us, you know what I'm saying? So obviously when you're growing, you step on certain people to get where you gotta go. And that's basically the Crips, how the Crips started up. I don't really know too much about the Crip um stuff because remember, I haven't been in prison from 96. So on the street, especially out here in Long Island, I didn't really see them. And in the area where I was at in Brooklyn at the time, when I was living in East New York, and when I lived in in the South Bronx at the time too, I used to be up there heavy. There wasn't really too many Crips up there. They were more like Canarsie, Flatbush, down those areas in Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? Uh, um, and in the Bronx at the time, the only place that use that they had a foothold that they were coming up in was like over there by like St. Mary's Projects. That was coming up over there by St. Mary's over there. What is that over there? It's like by 156, that area over there. They was coming up in the South Bronx, and that little those little projects over there. That's where they were coming up. But you didn't. Other than that, you didn't really see them. And the funny thing is, a lot of those dudes are from Honduras.
Wow.
Yeah, but they look like they're black because Hondureños are dark. So that's another thing that people look at them and they'll start talking shit about them in Spanish, and then they'll turn around and start speaking Spanish to puta que, and they're Spanish. They're from Honduras. They're Honduran, and they're dark. They're very dark. So yeah.
Right. So, I mean, like, was that a trip for you to start to see the rise of Crips in New York, though?
Not really, bro, because like I said, I started seeing so many different organizations and so many different things forming that it was just getting so out of hand. Like every day something new was coming out. So, my mind frame wasn't even on that anymore, bro. I see so many different beads and so many different flags that I stopped paying attention, to be honest with you. Because it just New York is so crazy. Every block, is just,
What is your take on the whole Wu versus True thing?
I didn't really pay too much attention to that, bro, to be honest with you. That you're talking about a subject I'm really not familiar with, to be honest with you, at all.
Got you.
I'll be real, bro. Like, I know they had certain people once. They had folks and Crips over here, and then they had Bloods and mixed in, and they were doing music. And next thing you know, they was all beefing. But I don't really know the whole history. I can't even tell you nothing about that whole thing. I'm like 2 generations past them. Just being honest with you.
All right. In 2000, you did the movie King of the Jungle. You were in it.
Okay.
Small scene, maybe. I don't know.
We was in it.
I watched it, and John Leguizamo was in it, and
Rosie Perez.
Wait. But John Leguizamo was like the Latino
Handicap
radio.
kid. Yeah.
He did a good job, just like freaking Cuba Gooding Jr., man. Like the way that he did that role was crazy, right? You had Rosie Perez in there,
Rosario
Michael
Dawson.
Rapaport. Michael Rapaport was like the hood white boy in that
Uh-huh.
movie. You know what I'm saying? And what's her name?
Rosario Dawson.
Yeah, she got the nice titties. Yeah. But she was a gangster bitch in the movie, though. She was ready to cut John Leguizamo. I was like, damn, this bitch is crazy. You know? Yo, so how did that opportunity come about?
I mean, at the time, Hector Torres was doing a lot of the stuff behind the scenes. He was like the spokesman. I don't, that was more like what Hector Torres was. He was like the PR person, the person he was doing that was making a lot of different moves um in the industry, because at one point he was King Son's manager. And he's the one that actually had brought Pun to that studio when we told that story in Manhattan. That he was like, "Oh, y'all want me to?" And the studio was all the way
Right,
upstairs. And
right.
we went to the store. Next thing you know, he was out of there. But yeah, now he was connected to a lot of people. He's the one that actually was connected to the Puerto Rican rights movement and to the Young Lords, and he had a lot of different connections at the time, bro. Like he had a lot of connections. So I don't know how actually they got the call, but it was to do a scene in the protest. So we were protesting in the movie, and they called a bunch of us from different chapters and whatever, and we all went down there and we were doing filming the protest in the movie and stuff. That was our what would you call it? That was the scene where we were basically in, was there for the protest and the police brutality and stuff like that.
Right. What was that experience like?
I mean, it was cool while we was doing the movie till shit hit the fan. But yeah, nah, it was a cool experience. They treated us good. I can't front. We went over there. Then they had a school that they had the lunchroom in it. Was it the lunchroom or the gym? No, it was the gym that they had opened it up, and they had all catering and stuff for all of us. And Rosie Perez was over there. Well, she grew up in Bushwick, so some of the bros knew her and stuff. So it was pretty cool. It was a cool experience. It was definitely cool.
What do you mean till something happened or went crazy?
I mean, what we did at the time, we did it in Spanish Harlem. We did the movie was in Spanish Harlem. So when we was there, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it was maybe like 100 kings and sisters, and a lot of people had their kids there and everything. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a movie, so people went to do the protest. They brought their kids. They do the thing. It was like a movie set. So we was chilling there, and little by little, you started seeing groups of Bloods showing up on the corners, across the street, at the park. So one of the brothers called from up the block and was like, "Yo, there's like 20 of them up here." So it looked like they were closing off the surrounding, because what we were doing the movie, it was on a side block, and they had the whole block closed off. So we were doing the movie on the whole block, and then they had like the front of the building was where the protest was at. So I don't know, something happened, because, like I said, we was in the movie, so I didn't really see what was happening, as because they used to have the chirp phones or whatever, so you hear some of the stuff that's going on through the chirps or whatever, and next thing you know, you start hearing shots, and it just shit just turned into a fucking mayhem over there. That's
Both sides shooting it out?
I know one of the brothers got caught with the gun and charged with it. Another one of the brothers got charged with stabbing two individuals. So it just shit just hit the fan. It just got it got
Wow.
it got ugly, bro. It got ugly, and fast. It got ugly and fast. You know what I'm saying? So
So people got locked up.
yeah, people got locked. They got caught right there. They ran through the park and got caught. You know what I'm saying? Right there in the scene. You know what I'm saying? Everything. Cops were there at the movie scene. They're the ones doing the basically the block is closed off with police barricades. You know what I'm saying? The block is, they got patrol cars. It's on a main street. the main avenue's right there, and then the park is across the street. So the cops are already on the scene. It's not like they had to call them; they was on the scene. So that shit just
So was it like a jealousy thing that you guys were doing a movie, or it was just more like they were trying to?
that's what I think. I don't know, bro. I don't know what it was because it just started with the like we seen them down the block. Some of the bros went and approached them. First, everything was cool, but then it was like boom, 5 more, 10 more, and next thing you know, they up the block, and then the names, stupid little fucking comments were coming back and forth. So in the mayhem, I guess some of the bros was coming up the train because the train station was there and bumped into them and heard what was going on because they was obviously on the other side. And that was the whole shit that was going on. So next thing you know, like I said, I wasn't on the thing, but I know 2 of the bros got locked up behind the whole shit that happened. So,
Did anybody get hit?
I believe so, yeah.
Nobody died though, right?
Nah, nobody died.
Oh, thank God. Damn, man, that's crazy,
But
bro.
both bros went to jail for like one I think did 12, the other one did like 10.
Holy shit.
Yeah. I think people got hit. People got hit, you know?
But that ended up ruining like opportunities for you guys, right?
Yeah. That shit blackballed us because we had other things on the table at the time. Even there was a snowboard movie that they was working on, and one of the bros was on the soundtrack, and people were supposed to be involved in. We supposed to be involved in mad different things.
You were the snowboarder?
Nah, I'm not a fucking snowboarder, bro. The fuck out of here, bro. I used to BMX when I was a kid, bro.
Doing backflips and shit?
Nah, bro. We used to go to the Bronx. There was over there by the Bronx Zoo. There was an abandoned building, and they had built a quarter pipe in the in the lot of the abandoned building, and we used to ride our bikes over there, and do the quarter pipe and all that bullshit over there, and you know what I'm saying. And we used to do the BMX thing. That was our thing back in the
That's
days.
dope,
BMX and graffiti. That was what we used to do. But yeah, that shit fucked up a lot of opportunities. There was a lot of individuals that was pissed.
Damn, man.
Pissed because yeah, bro, there was a lot of because they actually pay you to be
Extra.
an extra. But the way it was when we did it, most of the brothers all did it voluntarily, and that bread went into a fund. None of us received any payment for it. It went to a donation fund for the bros in prison and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, but it fucked up a lot of opportunity because it was we was right there about to start getting, and then everybody was scared to touch us after that one. After that one, it was like, nah,
Damn.
nah.
Man, why you coughing so much during this interview, man? You getting sick on me?
Nah, bro, it's this weather, bro. New York, bro, this shit is disgusting, bro. Like,
Oh, okay.
honestly, like it's been like one day it'll be like 60 degrees, 65. Next day it's 20 degrees. Like, bro, it's like from one day to the next day, you'll be outside with shorts and bro, you freezing. Like yesterday was nice, and all of a sudden, bro, I went shopping in shorts. Bro, it got so cold, bro. It's just
You
weird.
sure that
Like,
smoking's not hurting you too?
no, I'm pretty sure this vape shit, these pieces of shit, but I stopped smoking cigarettes, so now I be fucking with these things. But
Oh, it's not weed? I thought it was weed.
nah, bro, I don't even really smoke bud like that. Once in a
Huh.
blue, I'll smoke, bro, but I don't really even drink no more, bro, because of the sugar that's in alcohol enough. So
Right.
I don't really do none of that, bro. That's how I've been losing all this weight, bro. I've been like, uh, I got diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. So bro, my thing was Henny. I used to drink Henny. But there's too much sugar and all that, and all the alcohol
Yeah.
and all that stuff. So I stopped drinking. I mean, I'll drink once in a blue, you know what I'm saying? I'll drink a beer or a couple of beers, or I'll drink, but I switched over to Henny White now. That's the thing. But I really don't even drink like that. To be honest with you, I don't even drink like that. I don't drink. I don't do none of that, bro. I try to eat healthy. You know what I mean? Try to stay away from a lot of the starchy foods and stuff. So I'm try to
That's
work out
good,
a little
man.
bit. Fucking dogs is running me to death walking both these dogs. I can't walk them together because they want to kill each other. So I gotta walk a mile with one, and then I gotta come back, put it in, and then walk a mile with the other one. So it's like, But yeah, bro, I stopped smoking cigarettes and all that shit. But now these vape things ain't helping my chest, bro. Because these things after a while, bro, these things are more addicting than cigarettes, bro.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Dude,
Yeah,
I quit
yeah.
cigarettes cold turkey for years. I'll stop. I'll start smoking 2 years later. I'll smoke for like a couple of weeks, not quit. I'm good. These things, that shit is like
You know, it is.
fucking
It's the convenience of it, and it's kind of like a
exactly.
fidgety thing. You know what I mean?
It
Like,
is. And then you know what it is too? That it doesn't have that smell. That
right.
smell in your fingers and your clothes in the house. So I never smoke in my crib. I don't smoke in my crib. I never smoked in my crib. I'll go outside. So these things, since it doesn't have any smell, you pick them up, smoke them. You're in the car,
Right.
smoke them. Like I hate the smell of cigarettes in the car. That when it gets in the car. So I don't do
It
that, bro.
becomes
But
second nature too. Like
right,
you
so
don't
it
even
turns
notice like you're doing it. It's almost
and
like
I'm
a
a
nervous
fidgety
habit.
person, so I'm a fidgety person, so that's the thing now. Unless I
Yeah.
got gum or something, that's the new stupid shit. But now it's the weather over here, bro. It's going from like cold to hot, cold to hot, cold to hot. New York is bugged out, bro. We can't get rid of winter yet.
So did you get to interact with any of the like celebrities, like actors and actresses and stuff?
What at the movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were talking to all of us. They was all talking to all of us. That's what I'm telling you. They wasn't bougie, bro. They wasn't bougie at all, bro. I'm gonna keep it real. Like they was in
So
the
how was Rosario Dawson, man?
she was cool. I met her before, like years prior to that.
Oh, you was on
Uh,
the set of you was on the set of Light It Up, right? With Usher?
no, it wasn't lighted up. It was kids.
Oh shit.
So kids, back in the days, we used to go to this club called Limelight. And we used to go to all the house clubs like Red Zone and all the clubs that used to do house music. So two of my boys used to dance. They came out in the Heavy D video, the one with the raincoats with they dancing and shit. So my man Sammy and Jeff, they came out in that video dancing. So they used to do dances. So they came up to us at the Limelight. I thought it was some scam. To be real with you, I thought it was bullshit. I thought it was a scam to come out in the Heavy D video thing. So that no, it wasn't Limelight, my bad. It was in Red Zone. So I thought it was a scam. So I was like, man, I ain't fucking with this thing. So my mans and them went, and they ended up coming out dancing in the video. But in the same thing, we ended up going to Roseland, not Roseland. We ended up going to the Limelight, and they were picking people to do extra scenes and stuff like that, to be extras and stuff. They were filming kids, and my man went to try out for him. Rosario Dawson was there, and a couple of people were there also. But we didn't. I didn't get it. I didn't even try out for none of that shit back then, bro. I was on too much of that thugging shit.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, bro. But she was fine though. Can't front.
You know, the kids movie was her breakout role too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the way they was picking was regular average kids. Like, bro, like literally they would come into the clubs. And that's why we thought it was bullshit. They had like the boards, and they'd be like, oh, let me get your phone number, da, da, da. If you want to come through such and such day. And that's what they were doing. So I thought it was like those things that come over here and take some pictures for the thing, and then next thing you know, it's like, oh, the headshots are 1,500, but we're gonna put you in this talent agency type shit.
Right.
So I thought it was one of those type weirdo scams back then, but no, it was legit. It was a legit thing. Because we used to hang a lot of back in the days, we used to hang in the village and Washington Square Park and all those parks, you know what I'm saying? We was into all that, like I said, into the house music and the backpacker hip hop and all that shit. We used to be heavy into the graffiti. So that's what we used to do back then.
That movie King of the Jungle was so sad though, man. That's
Yeah,
just
it's kind of
terrible.
it's kind of a depressing movie, right?
Right. I was with my shorty. We was watching it, and then after she was like, "This made me feel bad." Like,
And then he's handyman. He
it's
was
like,
like the
it's like it's
handyman.
not uplifting at all.
Yo, he's a
Like, you know,
tell me that motherfucker's not an ill actor though, bro.
he is, man.
Yo,
He
he goes
is.
from one extreme to the other extreme.
Right.
I don't know, but I think he might be going off his you know, he's getting a little bit out there, but he's an ill actor. I don't know if he's like a method actor or something, but he gets into them roles, boy. Carlito's way.
He does, man. He does.
He's definitely an ill actor, bro.
When you were coming up, more times than not, if you were Puerto Rican or Latino, you were joining the Kings, right? If you were going to
My
join it.
time and era, it was either the Kings or the Nietas.
Right.
Or no, there was other crews. There was actually at the time, well, it was a little bit later. You have Familia that came out.
Dominicans don't play.
Well, the Dominicans Don't Play came out later on. DDP, they came out later on. You know what I'm saying? They came out later on because in the beginning, remember the Dominicans used to rock with us.
Right, right.
They used to rock with us. You know what I'm saying? And then one of the bros, you know, he was Dominican. He was in a high ranking position, and he was like, "Yo, if the brothers really want to be part of their go back to their roots and stuff," so he kind of opened the doors, and some of them left and became Trinitarios at the time, but a lot of them stayed. A lot of the actually Santo Domingo got a very big chapter. They are super big out there. I got videos out there with like 3,000-4,000 kings on a block, just on a regular block on some regular crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? So kings are deep in DR.
Well, in this era now, they say it's more common for Latinos to join the Crips or the Bloods. How do you feel about that? What do you think is the cause of that?
I mean, you gotta understand also, a lot of these kids is into that drill shit. A lot of these they're doing a lot of drill music. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't really see too many kings doing drill music unless it's in Chicago.
Right.
You know, there's a couple of artists now doing drill stuff in New York and stuff like that, but the majority of the drill wave, you know, started in Chicago, and a lot of them came is Crips or um not that the Crips have any connection with Chicago, but I don't know, somehow they just, you know, the Pop Smoke,
Right.
that whole wave, they kind of pushed the New York drill scene. So a lot of the kids got involved in the thing. But a lot of dudes too be nowadays they be like pancaking. Like there was a couple of my son's friends that used to come record in the studio, and they used to come here. And I had a studio downstairs in my basement. I would see them, I'd be outside or whatever, and I see them show up to my crib all flagged up with blue. And I'm be like, yo, bro, tuck that in when you come to my house, bro. Whatever you do out there, but over here, don't do that. And I was like, yo, y'all Spanish and y'all Crips, and oh, that's what's in the hood. Most of the kings got indicted on the indictment, so there ain't no kings out there no more. So we not MS and we don't fuck with the Bloods. So that's what's popping over there. I'm like, all right. So, but then the funny thing is they go to jail and they come home and they blood now. So it's weird, like, bro. It's weird, bro. These kids be so confused, bro. Like, I think a lot of them go with the wave. Like, you know, they land in jails that are dominated by this set, and they get confused and they go over there and then they go over here, and it's real. I don't know, bro. It's a whole different.
I think also the other part is that this era is more Americanized too, right? And less connected to the heritage, the cultural lineage too.
Definitely more disconnect. There's definitely more disconnect because now half these kids don't even speak Spanish.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They'll understand it because their mom is home, and a lot of times their mom. But remember, they're like a lot of them are like second generation. So my generation, my mother was straight from over there. So at home, it was Spanish. You understand what I'm saying? So now, after time goes on, me, I speak to my kids in English all the time because now that's my first language. You know what I'm saying? Even though I speak, read, write Spanish and everything. But the good thing was that my son, he understands it. He's not very the way he speaks it, he speaks it, but it's not, it sounds almost like a gringo. My daughter's more fluent. She's more fluent. She's more she actually took a little bit more, you know, my son was into the rap thing and all that stuff. So he was more Americanized. My daughter really was more into the Spanish culture. She would sit there with her grandmother and watch the soap operas in Spanish and stuff like that. And the novelas and the news with her grandparents. So she was more into he was upstairs always watching, you know what I mean, like Chalk Zone and his he was in the Naruto and all that stuff. So he wasn't really my daughter was more connected because she sat there and watched the movies and the soap operas and all that. But that's that generation. But now the next generation, They don't even know Spanish. Half these kids don't even know Spanish. So it's like they lost their identity all over again. You know what I mean?
Right, the cultural identity.
Yeah.
They say that the mock ballers, right? The mock baller family are said to be they're independent from the UBN now, right?
I don't really know too much about what's going on with the Bloods. You know what I mean? I heard, yeah, that they are independent, but a lot of groups went independent from the UBN.
But they say that they have like the largest
Amount of
of Latinos,
members.
of Latinos, right?
I
For like a
mean,
blood set.
the Bronx is a big Latin thing. A lot of the Mac ballers all come from the Bronx. Like their main headquarters, main thing is the Bronx. So yeah, they're deep. They have a lot of Latinos, but there's a lot of Latinos in everything now. It's like, and then you got a lot of black Trinidadios. You got it is no
It's
longer
all
one.
mixed now.
Everything is a mixed, a melting pot of all type of different things. You got Indian Latin kings, you got Chinese Latin kings, you got Filipino Latin kings, you got Filipino Crips, you got, so it just depends on the neighborhood and the people that you're around. That's what usually kids gravitate to the clique that's in their neighborhood. And if they get a beef with the clique in their neighborhood, that's who they go against. So if they're blood or they're crip in that neighborhood and they get jumped or they get bullied by them, they go to the opposing factor, whoever's banging on them. So that's how these things are just growing and growing because of that. You know what I mean?
But you made a good point earlier about the whole drill scene and everything, and it shows like kind of how hip hop and the streets are always tied together in one fashion or another, right? It's always like pushing each other. So how do you feel hip hop has influenced like the gang culture and vice versa?
I mean, you gotta also understand there was mega stars that were pushing the gang culture across the world, bro. You got dudes like, like the
Jim
game, like
Jones.
Lil Wayne. Jim Jones wasn't really like an international artist. Like I'll say like Jim Jones and he kind of was one of the influences in New York because of the whole Dipset wave, but a lot of them wasn't all
But he was
blood.
the one that was pushing blood, like
But
one of
the
the
rest of them
hardest, right?
wasn't blood. The rest of them wasn't blood. Everybody's saying that the rest of them, Camet was never
No,
nothing.
no, I know, but I'm talking
But
about
Jim
him
Jones, yeah,
specifically.
him specifically is one of the main people that pushed the blood culture in New York. You
Right.
know, a lot of people attribute Baby and Lil Wayne becoming blood through the New York fashion, through Jim Jones or whatever and whatever. But remember you had superstars like you got dudes in Africa doing the Crip Walk because of Snoop Dogg. So a lot of artists at high levels of entertainment were pushing the gang culture, and it made
Cardi
it.
B.
I can't really say she influenced, bro. She was already on the back end of what that wave was. You understand what I'm saying? Like she
Right.
came on the back wave, like you know what I'm saying, like you talking more about like Rod Diggs, Waka Flocka, um, Frenchie, Gucci Man. You're talking about people that at one point were, you know, on the radio nonstop, wearing the red rags, wearing everything, and you had the Crips like Jeezy, Snoop Dogg. I had different people with different affiliations that, they were super gangs. So kids grew up seeing that. When we were kids, we wanted to be like Run DMC. You know what I'm saying? And wear the Adidas with the chains and the Kangos and the Gazelles, and that was the wave at that time. So a lot of it is influenced subliminally. You know what I mean? Through music and through culture, because you want to be the cool kids. So you follow what you think is cool. You know what I'm saying?
So you think that hip hop does need to be held responsible though for in some capacity?
I can't even say hip hop as a whole. I just, like I said, hip hop is a culture, and it's like a melting pot. Hip hop, you can't even put everything on hip hop because you
It's
got
really
all type.
pop culture though, isn't it?
Nah, but I'm saying that you got so much different things. Like you got conscience rap, you got backpack rap. So they never push gang culture like Lupe Fiasco and Common
Right.
and so you can't put everything on hip hop. Everybody wants to put hip hop into one category. It's not like that. I mean, the gang culture is the gang culture. You know what I'm saying? But gangster rap, if you really want to put a title on it, I think gangster rap is more responsible for what, the gang culture. If you want to take gangster rap, and it started out as gangster rap. It wasn't really gangs, but then it started, you know, just like Jim Jones and them when they did the East Side, West Side, with them, is certain people push the gang culture. You know what I'm saying? That's the gangbanger. They came from gangster music, like NWA, New York. At one point, the thing with New York is New York had a lot of its own culture because it didn't participate in the gang culture. New York was gangster on its own. Every block had its own crew. Every block was a different thing. Mob Deep, it was a different. New York was a whole different element. But then, you know, um, like the 1% gangs started forming up in New York. You know what I'm saying? And that's really where the gang culture in New York was heavy, heavy, heavy. A lot of people say that it came from the West Coast. The gang culture in New York's been here before the Crips, before the Bloods, before all of them. The difference is that, like, if you look at all these old movies like The Education of Sonny Carson and Warriors and all this stuff, they were here pre Crip and Blood. You know what I'm saying? So gang culture's always been in New York, but it had its own identity. Um the Kings, obviously they're not from New York. They're from Chicago, even though they had strong ties to New York. But it was not a homebred organization. But technically the Bloods either, because when you really look at it, none of them was really legit. It was more of a thing. And in the Crips, if you hear certain people, they took what was it, Monster Cody's book and followed his blueprint. And a lot of dudes became Crip based on Monster Cody's book.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just different. I think that New York at one point had its own identity. And I think during all these different decades of everything, it lost its identity. And just, I don't think any state right now has its own identity, even though everybody has their own slang or has their own thing. Like New Yorkers, either they got the Yankee fitted in Timbs, Florida's got the dunks and the dreads and the gold teeth. And everybody got their own little thing. But I think everybody's, because of social media, I think has lost what it is to be the identity of where this individual comes from. Unless you hear them talk, like New Yorkers, we got a distinct way of talking. But other than that, it's I think everybody's lost their identity of who they are. You know what I'm saying?
Like regionally, right?
Regionally, like, because
Yeah.
of social media.
Yeah.
Because now you got kids in Arkansas and Tennessee or Mississippi, and they talk like they're from the South Bronx, or they talk like they're from Florida. No, I'm dead serious, bro. Like you bug out, bro. Like you go different places and you hear them talk, and it's like, hold up, where you from? And it's like, it's because of, K Flocks and different young individuals that, they look at it and they be like, mesmerized by some of these kids and the music, and they want to be like them. Look at this whole thing. That kid's not going to parole to what, to 2045, 2046. Come on, bro. Like, it's crazy, bro. It's
Right.
crazy. It's crazy, bro. But
Have you kicked it with any Latin kings from California?
I actually did speak to couple of them. One of them used to come down here to visit, but we always thought he was like a I don't know, bro. We didn't really take him serious, but since he was in the feds and he did Fed time, we kind of attributed it to the feds. And I always thought that he was kind of exaggerating the numbers that were in California, until we started seeing like some of these podcasters that got their own, they do the California gangs and they do the California thing, and they've been speaking about how big the nation is in well, not the nation, the Latin kings are in California.
Right, because like the politics in California, it's so much different, right? You got the LK13, the 13 for the Mexican mafia, and like there's like a debate about, oh, did the Kings from Chicago really originally go over there and start it?
No, they did. That is a true story. It was two brothers that created the whole wave over there. Well, on one side, then it was another individual on the other side, because there's two different factions that started over there. You have the Pasadena Latin Kings, and then you have the actual the South Central Latin Kings. You know what I'm saying? Which are from the projects over there. They're supposedly the biggest projects in Southern California. And
Was
Latin
that
King,
the East LA ones?
yeah, those are the ones that supposedly Latin Kings have control of over there. So they are basically, you gotta understand, California politics is different from the rest of the things. So that's where there's a controversy. I mean, I'm not gonna get too much into it. You know what I'm saying? As far as I know, the ones that I've spoke to acknowledge me as a brother. I say DR to them. They say King Love. You know what I'm saying? So we keep it like that. I don't really get into politics because I'm not in a position to get into politics. As far as that's concerned, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, "Oh, you're this, you're that, you're this and that." I'm not in that position to question anything. So I acknowledge them as a brother because they acknowledge me. The ones that have come out here, the ones I've talked to on the internet, the ones I've talked to, blah blah blah. They all connect back to this circle of individuals. So but like I said, California politics is different. Like even the bro, like I was talking to him, and he said that the reason is that they had no wins and they were all greenlit inside the penitentiary, so they were forced to take the 13 to acknowledge um the people that control the Mexican prisons over there, because
Right.
that's really who runs the prison over the Mexicans. So but you know, the kings and the feds have a cool understanding with the norteños, and they also have an understanding with the sureños. So we get along with both sides. That's the only good benefit that we have. The sureños still look at us a little bit funny because we got black members in our car, we got white members in our car, we got Filipinos in our car. Um, the North Siders don't really judge that much as far as the color race barrier that's mixed in the car and the feds. It's a little bit different, like the federal thing. Like I said, I've never been there. I just talked to a lot of bros in there, but it's a different politics, bro. It's a whole different California's a whole different animal. I had a lot of brothers that did time out there in the feds and in different jails over there, and they was like, "Yo, bro, they let you rap, but you gotta go to the yard and you gotta program, you gotta follow their program, you know, and you're not allowed to recruit." That's how they got it. You could be a king, be in the yard, but you gotta follow their program. As soon as they find out you're an out of state king, they let you rock. But if you were LA king, it's a little bit different. You
I
gotta for
hear it's more of an issue in prison because of the Serrano and Norteños thing, right? Because like they ride under the whole 6-point star.
no, no, that's false. Norteño, that's Chicago politics. You're talking about Chicago politics. California politics. See, the reason people confuse it a lot is because certain sets, like the Stones that started in LA, Bloods, originated from Chicago. So they were riding under the five. But that's the only ones that were riding under the five. The rest of them is all LA bred. So they'd have nothing to do with the coalition. That coalition is a Chicago coalition, the
Got you.
five and six. So it's different politics. Different politics.
Yeah, so it's like you said, like it's like a really complicated thing when it comes to the Kings in California because of the different politics.
You gotta understand over there, it's a traditional thing that they follow a certain hierarchy, and they've got over 50 years established in the prison system over there. So for you to come in and try to change up a system that's already been established for over 50 years, is gonna be a thing. And the beef with them is the norteños and the sureños is more because the norteños are more of the from the north. In the north, they used to call them like the cotton pickers, the grape pickers, the vineyard, they were the workers, and the ones from the south is from like South Los Angeles, that area. They're more, it's like the city and the burbs type thing, but over there is farmland. So it's a little bit different. You know, they had their own politics, but they're both Mexican. But one's the north side of California, the other one's the south side of California. You know,
Right.
it's a different animal, but they don't fall under at all. Mexican politics does not follow none of that five, none of that six. Theirs is north and south. La M, they don't. It's got nothing to do with nothing. There's no. It's got nothing to do with it. It got nothing to do with the Kings. But remember that the Kings, any clique that forms up in California, has to pay homage to the prison system, and the way they do things over there is, you can get away with it as long as you want on the street, but when you come inside, it's a different world in there. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, they got 50 years of control. So you got guys that been in there from, you know, who knows how long. So their word is dominant and law over everything. So they push their envelope as far as everything. You know what I'm saying? So it's a different animal, bro. Totally different animal.
So when I interviewed China Mac and Richie Ing, shout out to both of them brothers. They were in the Ghost Shadows. They said gangs groom little kids into thinking the gangs really care about them, but they don't. They pick kids that are in like terrible situations with their family life, give them a place to live, some money, food. And so these kids feel like loyalty to the gang, but they're really being taken advantage of to carry out like their deeds. Man, roll the clip.
When did I realize that I was being taken advantage of? I want to say in my 20s, but I figure it's just another step. You get manipulated. I mean, everybody went through it to get to where they had to go to. Maybe I don't know. I think that it got so normalized to me that, all right, so they manipulating me. So what? Fuck it. I'm happy with who I am now anyway. All right. They manipulated me and created a monster. Fuck it. I like being a monster. That was my mindset. So even though I knew I was manipulated, I didn't care. What you created, I like what you created. I like who I was. I like to make people tremble when I walk in the room. I like that back then. So yeah, even though I knew I was being manipulated, I didn't care.
Do you think that all gangs do this, or you think that like there are ones that actually care about you?
All gangs do that. Nobody, no. There's no honor among thieves. There's no honor among thieves. That's a fucking jailhouse legend. That's a myth. That's an urban legend.
Do you feel like that's like an accurate portrayal of gangs?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. That was more of a thing that used to happen in New York, even in the early '80s, bro. Before the gang culture came to New York, the dude on the block was the dirty kid or whatever, or the hungry kid, and give you a couple of dollars to go to the store. So they kind of, I think, I think a lot of it had to do with them training you to be part of the street life. It's not just gang culture. It's just like pimps training the hoes. It's just like gangsters training other gangsters. It was just like shit like that, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like with us, with the kids, it wasn't like that, bro. Like it was a different thing. Like kids weren't allowed to even become members without their parents' consent. They had to give permission. They used to have to, and in writing, it wasn't okay. And then kids, that's why we lost a lot of the youth. We stopped getting so much membership because it was so hard for them to become kings, because they used to have to come with the report cards. They used to have to check in the mother. We used to go check in with the mother. So it was a different culture. We were trying
Different
to
recruitment process.
wasn't really recruiting, because honestly, we never recruited kids. Kids came to you and be like, oh, it was family members, or it was troubled kids that used to want to hang around on the block, and I want to become a king, or I want to become a pee-wee, and this and that. And you would, I really didn't deal with too much, because by the time I came home, I ain't never really dealt with pee-wees. But I remember the pee-wees when they used to be in the block. There was a lot of them in East New York, where my mother had moved to when I came home from prison. So when my mother moved to East New York, I used to live on the borderline, and I had curfew, so I couldn't stay out late. You know what I'm saying, at the time. So every time I would come out, I would see the this right around the time I no, this right before I got put on curfew. So I used to come out to the store. I come from work late, and I see these little motherfuckers all on the block by the store, bro, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, because I used to work in a restaurant. So I used to, by the time I get on the train from Long Island, I get on the fucking Long Island Railroad, jump on the subway and get off at the thing and walk home. Bro, I see these little motherfuckers 2 in the morning out there, 3 in the, what the fuck y'all little motherfuckers doing out here? Oh, hold on. And it was a mob of them, bro. East New York had a mob of peewees, bro. And them little motherfuckers used to be getting into all sorts of shit. Yeah, bro. And I used to be like, yo, go home, go home, whatever, whatever. And yeah, we used to try to, a lot of these kids, bro, came from, like, you gotta understand, these are kids that are coming from the crack era, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And also half of these kids, the ones that did come from the crack era, you know, the parents are all fucked up. But then you have the latchkey kids, which, you know what I'm saying, you got the mother. A lot of the time it's from single family homes. The mother works 2 jobs or whatever. A lot of these kids have keys hanging on their neck, or they have the key to go in the house. They're supposed to do their homework, stay. Nobody's allowed in the house. And you know what I'm saying? That's like, I was a latchkey kid. You know what I'm saying? My mother worked 2 jobs. You know what I'm saying? So I used to have the key to the house, you know, and nobody's supposed to know you alone. But we were like trained to be grown-ups before we were. You know what I'm saying? Now you hear a kid 11 years old, 12 years old, 10 years old, staying home by themselves. Oh my God, it's a crime. But back then, bro, it was like 10 years old, 8 years old, you was home taking care of your siblings. You're 10, they're 6, you know, that's how it was back then. So it's a different, it
It's
was
funny.
totally
It's funny you say that because that's what Richie literally said in our interview.
different.
He was saying that he just got bored, and
You
that's
get
like how
bored,
he started
exactly.
ended up getting into the street. You know.
Well, that's what happened with me. To be honest with you, that was me. I used to, my window, we used to live on a 3rd floor, and there was a big ass park. Van Cortlandt Park was right across the street from our house. So the park, I could see the basketball courts, you see the handball courts, and then you see the fields. So there was one of the courts there that the hoop was broken. These kids would lay down all this cardboard on there, and everybody be like pop rocking and doing all type of shit. Then you see the kids doing graffiti on the floor and all that shit. So I used to be in my window just watching and watching and watching. And I started, can I go to the store? Can I get? And next thing you know, I go out, stay a little bit later. Can I go to the arcade and play a video game? You go over there, play Galaxy, whatever. Come back. Can I go get a slice of pizzas down the block? Next thing you know, I'm at the park for like 10 minutes. My mother's yelling out the window. So little by little, I started gravitating towards the street, just because, remember back then, what you had TV for, the TV used to shut off at 11 o'clock. Was it 12 o'clock TV? That used to come on at a certain time. Yeah, TV used to get caught. The last show on TV used to be MASH. I remember it was MASH was the last show. It was like
Right.
Archie Bunker, then MASH. But in the daytime, bro, what you had, cartoons were like from 3 to 5, and then after that was like different strokes and these little those type of shows, like, you know, Cosby's wasn't even out back then, but it was like Good Times and the Jeffersons and Archie Bunker. So, boy, those shows wasn't, you know, I'm not watching that. I want to watch the guys doing breakdancing outside, listening to jam on and different type of music. So that's what really like gravitated me. And then I would go to the block, and then dudes were all on the block hanging out. Yo, go to the store for me. Here's $1. Next thing you know, yo, do me a favor. Yo, take this over there to that apartment. You go to the door, you knock, here's $10. Yo, you need a pair of sneakers. Yo, do me a favor. Go over here. And next thing you know, you don't know it, but you're moving packs back and forth without even knowing it. And you like 11 years old, 12 years old. You know what I'm saying? Who's going to check an 11-year-old? You know what I'm saying? For anything. You going into a fucking crack spot, taking a pack over there. They're not expecting you to fucking have anything. So that's how they would train you and manicure you to become, you know, part of the street.
What is the advice that you have for kids growing up in this generation now?
Learn how to be kids. Learn to be kids. Kids want to be adults so bad, they don't enjoy their youth, bro. They don't enjoy playing with their toys, playing with their video games, having their parents take care of them. Everybody wants to be an adult until it's time to be an adult and face responsibilities, bro. They need to just be kids. Enjoy being a kid. Start riding bikes again. Start, you know, doing things that kids used to do. You know what I'm saying? It's different. You don't even see that no more. Us, we used to build ramps with milk crates and a piece of wood and be doing ramps and jumping off the stuff. But I barely. The only time you see these kids is these kids with these bikes now that they're doing wheelies down the block and they're already teenagers. But you barely see kids on bikes anymore. You barely see kids doing kids stuff, bro. I don't see them playing tag. You don't see them playing hide and go seek. You don't see manhunt. I don't see none of that anymore, bro. You go down the blocks, you don't even see them playing hopscotch, stickball. Kids don't. They're not kids. Everybody wants to grow up too fast. Everybody want to be, everybody want to be in the streets. Everybody want to be a tough guy, bro. It's
Or they're addicted to their screens.
that's a whole different fucking. That's a whole different thing. But that's the thing. If they're on their phones or they're on the video games or they're on their computers, you don't see, bro. It'll be a hot day outside. Nobody's outside.
Right. That's what I'm saying though. Like, but you make such a great point though about like enjoy your time as a kid while you can, because once that innocence is gone, bro, it's gone, and you're gonna
Yeah,
have
nobody
to.
nobody wants to be kids anymore. Everybody wants to be a grown up. Everybody wants to be a tough guy. You see these little kids. The thing that I don't be understanding is, bro, your kid's going to middle school, and you're letting your kid go out to the school with a full face mask on. Like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? You know what I'm saying? Like, I see these little fucking shit stains, bro, running around with the poo shiesties. Like, bro, like, no, bro, that shit is. I'm dead serious, bro. That shit is crazy, bro. Like,
Yeah, it is, man.
it's like, I get it. Everybody goes through their phases of what's cool and what's not. But dude, as a parent, you think I will catch my kid with a face mask at 10, 12 years old, going out in the street like that, bro? I would have whooped my son's ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of this shit comes from the leniency of the parents, bro, too. You're like, you're so worried about whatever that you let these kids do whatever, bro. And then you see these kids 14 already smoking, already, it's a whole different, bro. When I was growing up, you see, even if you were smoking a cigarette, the older people be like, "Hey, come here, put that out." They start chasing you around trying to dis them. Nope, now nobody says nothing. Everybody's like, "Woo." It's like nobody gives a fuck. Everybody's numb in society, bro. It's like a numb thing, you know what I'm saying? So it's just weird, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't see kids being kids anymore, bro.
Sad, man. Really
Yeah,
sad.
bro. It's like, let's say you go to Walmart, you go to Target, bro, bikes used to be sold out. Every time I went to buy my son a bike or buy something, bro, shit be sold out. Now, shit is piled up over there, bro. Them shits is on special, 50% off, 40% off, bro, because nobody is buying the stuff. Nobody's being kids, bro. These kids, everybody's like, dude, and then they're so what was the perfect word for it? Not they're so sensitive.
Mm.
They have such thin skin, bro. Oh, they didn't follow me. They didn't comment. Kids ready to commit suicide over likes and things like that. Like, yo, bro, this society, bro. You can't say the wrong thing because you're getting canceled. You're getting, bro. Everybody's so sensitive, bro. Like, I'm just not. I don't know, bro. It's taken me a lot to curve the way I speak with certain words because everybody's so sensitive. You can't say certain words anymore. You can't say this. You can't say now because everybody looks at you like an alien, bro. And like, I grew up on fucking people be like you effing retard. You know what I'm saying? Certain words like
Well, it's not even just the words though, but like the directness and the harshness of the message, because you want it to like wake up the person, right? Like you can't even be like that anymore. They'll be like,
bro,
"Why are
it's
you being so
sensitive.
mean? Are you being an asshole about it?" But it's
Every
like,
dude, everybody's so sensitive, bro. Everything's but then again, it's like they're liberal for certain things. You know what I'm saying? Everybody wants to fight for equality and this and that about, whatever. We're not gonna get into all that, whatever, different identifications and stuff. But even these kids, bro, like, dude, like, what the fuck? They don't even know what sun is anymore, bro. It's like, yo, bro, like, I don't know, bro. Like I wasn't allowed to do none of that. I had a certain amount of time on the TV, and that's back then, bro. Back then, God forbid, when I got Atari, bro, I was on there for over an hour, bro. My mom was already like, "Get off the TV, get off the TV," bro. Back then the TV was like,
right.
and it was black and white. Yes, I'm that old, bro. I'm that old.
All right,
Yeah.
Cano, man, I just want to thank you so much for your time, bro. Is there anything else you want to say to the people before we go ahead and wrap it up?
Nah, always a pleasure, my brothers. It's always a pleasure. Go out there, support the young brothers doing music. You know what I mean? You see a brother, you feel that he's got talent, bro. Follow, like, subscribe them. Show support. You know what I mean? It's always good to see up and coming people trying their good. Like I said, I'm working on a comic book. I'm definitely
Yeah.
gonna let you.
Talk to us about the comic book, man. How'd you come up with that idea?
I'll be honest with you. It was my girl's idea. Me and my girl were talking, and she's like, you should do this." The first it was started with a book thing, and then we was talking about the comic book thing. I was like, I ain't writing no book, whatever. And then I don't know. We started just talking about it, and then the ideas just started coming together. It's about a kid that goes to prison, um, getting caught up in there, and then he becomes a member, and then he fights for the rights of the people, and then he comes out in the street and he becomes like a vigilante. So it's like the bat sign comes out, and he comes out, and I'm still in the works with it. I'm still working on
It's
it.
the
You know what I
crown
mean?
sign instead?
I didn't know if I was gonna do that. Yeah, I might be like, the crown sign. Well, his name is El Rey. He's El
Right.
Rey. You know what I'm saying? Which is the
Wait,
king.
so are you drawing or are you just writing it?
Right now, I'm just writing it. I gotta decide. I might talk to my secret weapon. I have a secret weapon that we used before for a comic book. So once I get everything together, I might talk to Fetus. Fetus did a lot of my stuff before. Maybe we'll do something in conjunction. Or a lot of people are telling me that you don't even got to do that no more. Like, you just take certain pictures and you go into AI, and AI will create a lot of the things. So I don't know. I want to do, like, honestly, I wanted to keep it like, on an organic book. I didn't want to go that route yet, but I'm still putting together, like,
You
the
exploring
ideas
your
of it.
options.
Yeah, the ideas of it. Like I said, I started doing like the blueprint and started laying the foundation for it. And a little bit of the book. I got a lot of work to do, but because my time is so limited, bro. So I'd be like, it's a pain in the ass. But yeah, nah, that was really what it was, you know what I mean? And been thinking about it, and I spoke to Blame about it, and then Blame gave me a few ideas because he's already published, you know what I'm saying? Blame already
Yeah.
he's like on his third book right now. My guy over there is like a author right now. He's doing his thing. You know what I'm saying? His book is actually good.
Yeah,
It's
man.
actually a good book, you know what I mean? Which I'm very, very proud of him, you know what I mean? But yeah, he gave me a lot of pointers and a lot of ideas, and I break some things down. But I might even take certain things and because Blame is heavy into the graffiti too. So I don't know. Maybe I'll see if I could do like a conjunction of a couple of graffiti artists come in and help me out with it. And obviously they get credit or whatever for it. It's more just to do something. I'm not even interested in, you know what I mean, and doing anything. But at a point you want to do something that's a little bit different.
Can like at one of the crime scenes that he actually saves the people and stuff like that, can you have the newscaster be a panda, you know, reporting live or
Yo, it's funny that shit would definitely be a funny ass shit, bro. Funny ass shit, bro. Yo, that shit is definitely funny. We definitely got to put Panda.
that
We
would be
definitely got to put
hilarious.
Panda. We definitely got to put him in there. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
man.
Be like, yo, the podcast adventure. Here with the breaking news from the underground of hip hop.
Right.
But yeah, nah, that's what we're doing right now. I'm trying to do something. You know what I'm saying? Trying to take a little bit thing. Yo, so I'm basically like the spears of Panda Chop, huh?
Spears?
The Aries Spears
Oh man.
of Panda Chop now. What's up? Are we gonna talk about my raise or what? Nah, I'm just fucking with you, bro.
I
But nah, that's
appreciate
always
you,
a pleasure,
Cano.
my brother. Anytime, whatever you need, just I'm here, bro. You already know. If anybody gets into any actions, anything, DM me, hit me up, Cano Almighty. We here to fix your car away like it never happened.